Chapter 1. The valley announced itself before Shinmu could see it. He felt it in the chi at the edge of the path. A specific flattening, like a sound that has been muffled until it carries no harmonics, still audible, but emptied of everything that made it worth hearing. He stopped walking. Behind him, the three companions who had made the 3-day journey from the sect continued for another 2 steps before they registered that he had stopped. Miu, Zhao Lihong, was the closest. She'd been walking on his left, her hand near the short blade. She kept sheathed at her thigh, but never pulled without reason. She was a practical woman, which was one of the things he valued about her. She didn't ask questions that were only about filling the silence. "Give me a moment," he said. He crouched at the edge of the path where it narrowed, where the tree roots crossed above the soil and created a small hollow he could press his palm into. The root system here was extensive. He could feel the network spreading out in every direction, the way rivers feel when you understand that what you see is only what's above ground. He closed his eyes. Root reading was not dramatic. It was the opposite of dramatic. It was very quiet and required him to be very still, and what he received came in fragments. Not vision exactly, more like the arrangement of a memory that had never been his. The roots had been absorbing. That was what roots did. They absorbed water and nutrients and whatever else moved through the soil, and over time they held a record of what had moved, the way old wood holds the record of the years it has lived. What he received from the roots at the valley's edge was the following: a compound, complex and layered, that had moved through this soil steadily and over a significant period of time. Not the sudden flood of a deliberate poisoning. That would have registered differently, would have felt more like an impact. This was gradual, methodical, the kind of distribution that required sustained intention or a source that had been running uncontrolled for an extended period. He withdrew his palm and opened his eyes. "There's a compound in the soil," he said. He was not speaking to Zhao Lihong specifically, though she was the one who would process what he said most efficiently. "It's been distributed over time. Not accidental. Not a single event." The second companion, Scholar Wei Qianlan, who had been sent by the tribunal specifically to document whatever Mu found, stepped forward with his notebook already open. Wei Qianlan was young for an archivist, earnest in a way that had not yet become problematic, and he had the useful habit of writing things down before he formed an opinion about them. "Can you identify it?" "I need more contact," Mu said, "but I have a preliminary. The chi signature is consistent with a variation of a flower my grandfather spent the last 12 years of his life researching. He called it the Stillwater plum. It's supposed to be extinct." He stood, brushing the soil from his palm. "Or it was supposed to be. It went extinct because my grandfather was the last person who knew where it grew, and he stopped telling anyone." The third companion was a young sect disciple who had been assigned to them as a carrying and logistics function and who had not spoken much in 3 days. He spoke now. "So your grandfather." "My grandfather was not responsible for this valley," Mu said, with the patience of someone who had already thought through this question and arrived at an answer he wasn't entirely satisfied with. "What he was responsible for is a separate discussion. Right now what I need to establish is whether the compound in this soil is what I think it is. To do that, I need to get closer." He looked down at the valley. From here, the view was deceptive in its ordinariness. Fields, paths, structures that looked intact. It looked like a valley in early morning before anyone had gone out to work. It looked like nothing was wrong. He could feel what was wrong from here. The valley's chi was flat, not depleted. He would have felt that differently, felt it as absence. This was something else. This was chi that was present but locked, suppressed to the point of immobility. Every practitioner inside its radius operating at a fraction of their natural capacity. This had been done to someone's people. On purpose. Over time. "We go down," he said, and started walking before anyone could object. Chapter 2. He took the soil reading at the valley's actual edge, where the flatness of the chi became something he could feel against his skin rather than simply sense at a distance, and crouched for a long time. The compound was more complex up close. His grandfather's research, which Mu had absorbed across 10 years of watching and helping and asking questions that the old man had been willing to answer, had been focused on a specific problem, a naturally occurring plant compound that bonded to chi meridians without blocking them, that sat instead in the spaces between them, that made the meridians less conductive the way a thin film of oil makes a surface less able to grip. Subtle, chronic, resistant to most standard antidotes because it didn't work the way most toxins worked. It wasn't blocking function, it was reducing capacity, and most antidotes were designed to clear blockages rather than remove films. The compound in this soil was not identical to the Stillwater plum's primary extract. It was a derivative, refined, adjusted, more stable than the raw extract would have been. Someone had done significant work between the plant's natural chemistry and whatever was distributed in this valley. Grandfather destroyed all his research notes before he died. Mew had been the one to find him, 3 days after the old man had finally consented to stop working. He had been 17. He had gone through the study and found nothing. No notebooks, no preserved samples, no correspondence. The fire in the courtyard had still been warm, the ashes not yet fully cold. He had understood, standing in that courtyard, that his grandfather had made a decision about what could and could not be trusted to remain in the world, and had acted on it. What he had not understood then, and had spent years slowly approaching, was how much of that research still existed, not on paper, not in preserved samples, but in him. He had been present for 10 years of daily work. He had asked questions and received answers, and watched his grandfather's hands move through procedures that the old man narrated as he performed them. There was a significant amount that Mew knew without having written it down. He had not, until this moment, been willing to assess exactly how much. He withdrew his palm from the soil and sat back. The compound bonds to chi meridians, he said. Wei Qianlong was writing. Not the meridians themselves, the connective tissue around them. It reduces conductivity without creating a blockage that would register on standard diagnostic techniques. Someone treating the valley practitioners would find nothing structurally wrong. They'd find reduced chi flow and no evident cause. How long does it persist? Wei Qianlong asked. In this concentration? I don't know yet. My grandfather's early research suggested the raw extract degraded within a few years without a source continuously replenishing it. He stood. This is more stable. Someone worked on the formula. Someone who had access to either my grandfather's research or knowledge equivalent to it. Your grandfather's research was destroyed, Zhao Lihong said. Yes, Mew said. It was. He said nothing else about that yet. He was thinking about something his grandfather had said once, at the end of an afternoon working in the garden. In the offhand way, he sometimes said the things he'd been thinking about for months. Asterisk, the problem with secrets is that you have to tell someone. Otherwise, what was the point of knowing them at all? Asterisk, he had not understood that then. He was beginning to understand it now. Chapter 3. They entered the valley properly on the second morning, after camping at the edge. Mew had wanted to experience the compound's effects on his own cultivation before he went further in. He had sat cross-legged at the boundary where the flat chi began and practiced a single basic circulation, tracking carefully what changed. His chi moved. It circulated. But it moved at perhaps 70% of its natural ease, and the deficit was in the smoothness of the flow rather than the volume of it. A roughness, a slight resistance at each meridian junction, like moving water through a channel where the walls had become slightly porous. He had noted this and adjusted. Inside the valley, the deficit was more pronounced. His companions had no cultivation to speak of. Wei Qianlong was a scholar. Zhao Lihong was a fighter, but not a practitioner. The young disciple had early-stage cultivation that the compound reduced to something barely functional. Mew was the only one among them who had cultivation significant enough to track the compound's effects in real time. And what he tracked was this. The further into the valley, the flatter the chi, the greater the deficit, the longer it had been running. The valley residents moved at the pace of people managing effort carefully. Not obviously unwell. They were going about their days, carrying things, having conversations, but with the particular economy of people who have been low on resources for long enough that conservation has become unconscious habit. He recognized it. He had seen it in his grandfather's later years, before the old man had finally admitted that his cultivation had declined. He was taking a soil reading near the central path, crouched, palm flat, working to get depth information about when the compound had first reached this concentration, when the child appeared. She was perhaps 7 or 8 years old, serious-faced, with the kind of stillness that some children have before adults teach them to perform more movement than they feel. She stood at a short distance and watched him for a long moment. He looked up without startling. "You're reading the ground," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," he said. She considered this. Then she reached into her pocket and held something out to him. A small carved wooden rabbit. Simple, smooth from handling. The kind of carving made not by someone trying to demonstrate skill, but by someone who wanted to make a particular thing and made it. "My brother carved it," she said. "He said when someone came to fix things, I should give them something that takes a long time to make, so they know what it means to take a long time." Mew took the rabbit and held it. It was warm from her pocket. "Thank you," he said. She nodded and walked away. He looked at the rabbit for a moment, small, specific, made with patience, and put it in his inner pocket. He pressed his palm back to the soil. What the soil told him, this deep in the valley, was this. The compound had been reaching full distribution concentration for approximately 18 months. But the preliminary concentration, lower, less organized, more like a test than a deployment, had been present for 3 years before that. Someone had been developing this over time. Someone had been running experiments here before committing to the full formula. More than that, the compound's distribution was too even, too uniform across the entire valley floor. Natural seepage from a plant source would have gradients, higher near the source, lower at the edges. This had been distributed deliberately through the water supply or the soil itself, in a way that required access to the full valley infrastructure. Someone inside had helped, or someone with complete access had done it without internal assistance, which would have required a level of authority that only a handful of people in the sect possessed. He put that knowledge away carefully, like a tool that needs to be in the right pocket to be useful. Chapter 4. The official assessment team had arrived on the third day. Mew had been expecting them. Wei Qianlong had known they were coming, had mentioned it without particular emphasis on the walk-in, and Mew had filed it away. An official team meant official findings, which meant a record, which meant that whatever happened in this valley was going to be documented in ways that created both constraints and opportunities. He watched the team from a distance at first. 6 people, a lead assessor, 2 cultivation diagnosticians, an herbalist he didn't recognize, a tribunal representative, and a secretary. They moved through the valley with the organized efficiency of people performing a procedure they had performed before. The diagnosticians were checking practitioners one by one, running cultivation diagnostics that would, Mew knew, return the same confusing result: low qi flow, no identifiable blockage. He was crouched by the eastern water channel, examining a soil sample he'd collected in a small cloth, when he heard footsteps stop behind him. "You've been doing that since we arrived," said a woman's voice. Not accusatory. Precise. He looked up. The herbalist, late 30s, with the kind of calm that was produced not by absence of concern, but by very efficient management of it. She was watching him with the expression of someone who was about to say something she'd already decided to say. Her name was Xianxia. He knew this from Wei Qianlong's briefing, and from the way the valley residents had responded to her presence with something slightly warmer than they'd given the rest of the assessment team. "I have been," he said. "You recognize something." She said it simply, directly, without the rising inflection that would have made it a question. "When you arrived at the valley edge, you stopped before anyone else. You knew before you'd run any diagnostics." He looked at her for a moment. He was aware of the assessment team moving at a distance, of Wei Qianlong taking notes 30 meters away, of the general arrangement of people in the valley who might or might not be paying attention to this conversation. "Yes," he said. She held his gaze. "Then tell me." There were several ways to answer that. He considered them briefly: the deflection, the partial answer, the offer to compile a formal report through proper channels. He was aware of the instinct toward caution, the way his mind tended to move toward holding information tightly until he understood its full implications. He had a tendency to do this. He'd been told so before, by his grandfather, by Jia Li Hong, by others he trusted. He knew about it the way you know about a river's tendency to flood, not as a secret, but as a feature you need to account for. Xianxia was waiting, not impatiently. "I recognize the compound's qi signature," he said, "or something very close to it. The flattening of conductivity without blockage. My grandfather spent 12 years developing an understanding of that mechanism. He never completed the work. He destroyed his research before he died." He paused. But he had help for some of those years, from a plant specialist named Xianxia, who was his student before becoming his colleague. They were close, until about 3 years before my grandfather died. "What happened 3 years before?" she asked. "They disagreed about something. My grandfather never told me the specifics. He only said that Xianxia had decided to pursue certain applications that my grandfather wouldn't support." He looked down at the soil sample in his cloth. "I thought that was about ethics. I thought it was a philosophical disagreement about what the research was for." He looked back up at her. "I'm no longer certain that's all it was." Chapter 5. They found a place to speak without the assessment team in direct earshot. A corner of the valley's records building that Xianxia seemed to know was unoccupied in the afternoon. She sat across from him at a wooden table and he laid out what he knew in the order he knew it, without editorializing, without framing it for a particular conclusion, because he had found over the years that editorializing early made it harder to see things he hadn't thought to look for. The botanical signature of the compound matched what he knew of the Stillwater plum's derivatives. His grandfather had isolated the active compound, had understood its mechanism, had been working on both an antidote and a method of reversing the distribution process in affected soil. The collaboration with Xianxia had covered the early years of that work, when the theoretical framework was being developed. The falling out had come later. When did the concentration in this valley reach preliminary levels? Xianxia asked. 3 years before current full distribution, which means preliminary testing started approximately 5 years after my grandfather's death. He had been turning this over since the soil reading in the valley center. Zhang would have needed to reconstruct significant portions of the research from memory or from notes he'd kept privately during the collaboration. The work my grandfather destroyed was his own refinements. The later years, the antidote research, the foundation, the early framework. Zhang was there for that. Yin Qingshan was quiet for a moment. Shun Zhang is currently designated Poison Master of the Thornwick Branch sect. He has held that position for 11 years. I know, Mu said. He had known before he came here. He had hoped the connection would be more oblique than it appeared to be turning out. You came here knowing his name might be involved. I came here knowing my grandfather's work was involved. I didn't know in what capacity. He thought about the rabbit in his pocket, the child's serious face. I didn't want to know in what capacity. But the soil doesn't allow for ambiguity. Yin Qingshan folded her hands on the table. The valley was developing significant political weight before the outbreak of symptoms. Their practitioners were advancing quickly. Their agricultural output was providing leverage in sect resource negotiations. Their representative to the Administrative Council was beginning to build a coalition that could have significantly altered the distribution of sect authority. She said this without inflection, as though she were reading from a report. 6 months after the preliminary compound appeared in the valley's water supply, their head practitioner's cultivation stalled. 3 months after that, the administrative representative withdrew from the coalition negotiation. A year after that, they formally declined further council involvement. Because they were managing a health crisis they couldn't identify, Mu said. And because the people who could have identified it, she stopped. Would have needed to understand my grandfather's research, Mu said. Yes. He sat for a moment in the particular quiet of understanding something he had been moving toward without quite arriving at. The valley had not been randomly selected. It had been specifically selected because of what it was becoming, because of the influence it was beginning to accumulate, because of the threat it represented to a particular arrangement of power within the sect. And the tool used to suppress it was a derivative of his grandfather's life's work. He took the wooden rabbit from his pocket and held it in his palm. Small, smooth, made with patience. I need to understand what Zhang He knew about the antidote, he said. Because my grandfather was working on one. And if Zhang He had access to any portion of that work, then there may be an antidote that exists or nearly exists, Yin Qingshan said. And someone is choosing not to deploy it, or doesn't want it deployed, Mu said, which is a different problem with a different shape. He set the rabbit on the table between them. He would pick it up again when they were done here, carry it back to his inner pocket, return it eventually to the child who had offered it, as the kind of gift that assumed someone would take a long time. That was fine. He was prepared to take a long time. He had learned from his grandfather that some things could not be hurried, that the roots of a problem ran deeper than the presenting symptoms, and that the only way to understand what you were treating was to follow the root system all the way down before you decided what to do about it. Tell me what you know about Grand Elder Ning Xiaoyu, he said. Yin Qingshan looked at him steadily. Why do you ask about him specifically? Because the distribution pattern in the soil requires access to this valley's full water and soil infrastructure. That is not the access of a private individual acting alone, however knowledgeable. That requires institutional cooperation or institutional authority. He met her gaze. And I am trying to understand whose authority was sufficient to run a 3-year preliminary operation in a valley this visible without anyone asking questions. Yin Qingshan was quiet for a long moment. Then she began to speak. Chapter 6. The dead specimens were the most useful things in the valley. Shen Mu had spent 3 days reading the living systems, the contaminated soil, the frozen cultivation qi in the valley's resident practitioners, the ambient qi field that sat over the settlement like a lid over a pot. All of it confirmed what he had known at the valley's edge. None of it told him anything he hadn't already assembled from his time with his grandfather. The dead specimens were different. There were 11 of them, preserved in the valley's contamination matrix in the specific way that the toxin compound sometimes preserved what it killed, holding the structural integrity of the plant's growth history intact even as the plant itself ceased to function. Yin Qingshan had collected them over 2 years of watching and had stored them in sealed jars in her workroom, labeled with dates and locations, and her own careful notes about what she had hoped to learn from them. She had not learned what she'd hoped, but she had kept them, which was its own form of wisdom. Mu read the first 3 rapidly, getting the broad picture. Root reading at his current rank. Seedling reader, the base capability he had developed over 12 years of working with plants, gave him botanical analysis, cellular structure, growth history, chemical composition of the growth medium. Standard information, if more detailed than most practitioners could access. On the 4th sample, he went deeper. He had been trained, by his grandfather and by his own practice, to read in layers, to move through the botanical record the way you move through geological strata, each layer representing a different depth of the plant's history. Surface, the most recent growth. Middle, the growth conditions over years. Deep, the cellular memory of the plant's origins, the growth medium it was first established in, the conditions it was cultivated under. The fourth specimen's deep layer was where he found it. It was not botanical. That was the first thing that registered, something in the deep layer of the plant's root record that was not botanical information. Root records contained biological memory. They did not contain, under any circumstances he had encountered in 12 years of practice, human memory. He held the specimen more carefully. It was a fragment, not coherent in the way of a continuous memory, more like a single frame, a single impression, the way a photograph captures one moment of a sequence. He received it as an arrangement of sensory elements that his brain organized into the closest thing it could find in his own experience. A face in three-quarter profile, looking at something to the left of the frame. A location he could not identify, stone walls, diffuse light, indoor. And the specific emotional texture of the moment, which he received not as an observation but as a direct transfer. Someone who has made a decision they believe is correct and is already beginning to understand that it will cost them something they did not fully account for. Regret in advance of the act. That was the closest he could translate it. He sat back. He checked the other 7 specimens. 2 more contained the same fragment. The face, the location, the emotional texture. None added new information. The face was facing away from him in every instance. He could not identify the face. He could not identify the location. He could not identify the moment. He could not, with seedling reader capability, follow the fragment to its source or its context. He could, however, follow the botanical chain of custody. This plant had been grown in a location with specific soil chemistry, and that soil chemistry matched the sect's sealed cultivation gardens in one specific detail that he had encountered in samples from that source before. He had processed materials from the sect's gardens 3 times in his career as a botanical specialist. The trace was specific enough to be meaningful. He set down the specimen and looked at xianxia, who had been watching him work from the doorway with the patience of someone who has learned not to interrupt a reading. Who was the sect's poison master 2 years ago, he said. At the time the poisoning was deployed. She said the name without hesitation. He heard it. Chapter 7. He spent the rest of that evening with the name in his mind, turning it, examining it from different angles the way you examine a root record fragment when the information is present but the context is missing. Xianxia. The family name was not uncommon. Xin was a common name in several provinces, and the cultivation world was large enough that 2 practitioners sharing it was not statistically remarkable. He would have dismissed it as coincidence if not for the given name, Xianxia, river and river. It was the name his grandfather had called out once, in the specific tone of someone calling a name that has become associated with something they don't want to discuss. During an argument Mew had not been meant to hear when he was 12. He had been 12, and he had heard the argument from the hallway outside his grandfather's study, and he had understood very little of it except the fact of its happening. The specific quality of his grandfather's voice, usually so measured, going sharp. And the other voice, younger, controlled in a different way. Controlled in the way of someone who was very carefully not showing what they felt. He had never learned the context. His grandfather had not offered it. And Mew had been 12 and learning that there were things his grandfather was not going to explain. He had filed it away and moved forward. The student named Xianxia had left the greenhouse shortly after that argument. Not dramatically, administratively, as these things happened. He had gone to a different appointment, a different affiliation. His grandfather had not spoken of him afterward in Mew's presence. Not bitterness, exactly. The particular closed quality of a wound that has been bandaged before it finished healing. 14 years. Xianxia was still the sect's poison master. The same appointment for 14 years, which was a long tenure. The sect had not seen a reason to replace him, which meant he had been reliable in the ways that mattered to the sect, which meant he had been doing his job consistently and well, which meant, and this was the part he needed to hold lightly, not commit to before he had more information, that he had continued working with cultivation compounds throughout those 14 years. Xianxia was watching him. You know the name? She said. I know the name, he said. She waited. My grandfather had a student named Xianxia. There was a rupture. I don't know the details. He looked at the specimen in his hand. He was with my grandfather when the early research on this compound was being done, before the falling out. Xianxia was quiet for a moment. That means he would have knowledge of the compound's mechanism. Yes. And the antidote. He set the specimen down. I don't know how much of the antidote research was completed before Xianxia left the greenhouse. I don't know what he took with him or what my grandfather withheld. He paused. I need more time with the root records before I can establish the sequence clearly. She accepted this and turned back to her workroom. At the door she stopped without looking back. He's still the poison master, she said. He has been for 14 years. Whatever the rupture was, he went on. Yes, Muse said. And so did your grandfather. Yes, he said again. And so did my grandfather. Chapter 8. On the morning of the 5th day, he told Jia Lihong he was staying. He had hired her as a guide for a 2-day assessment. 2 days had already become 5, and 5 was becoming indefinite, and she deserved to know the shape of what she was agreeing to before he continued to assume her continued presence. He told her this straightforwardly, in the way he tried to tell people things he owed them, without softening that obscured the facts, without bluntness that was efficiency at the expense of respect. Jia Lihong listened with the expression of someone who had already worked this out and was waiting for the formal statement. I'll stay, she said. The rate I agreed to was for the assessment. We can renegotiate, she said. Or not. I'm not in a position to be particular about rates right now. She didn't say why, and he didn't ask, and they arrived at the understanding that she would remain part of the team and the financial specifics would be addressed when there was something more concrete to address. The reason he told Yun Qingshan first, and not Jia Lihong, was not about rank or trust. It was about information. Yun Qingshan needed to understand why he was staying. The full reason, or the portions of the full reason that were relevant to their shared work. Because Yun Qingshan was the person he would need to work with most closely, and working with someone without telling them what you know about a situation is working with a tool rather than a colleague. He had told Yun Qingshan about the xianxia connection. He had not told her about the antidote. He was aware of this. He held it in the part of his mind where he kept things that required more information before he could act on them correctly. The antidote was a possibility, not a certainty. His grandfather had been working toward an antidote. The progress was not documented. All documents had been destroyed. What remained was Mu's memory of watching the work, which was detailed and specific in some respects and absent in others, and which he would need to translate into reconstruction without the benefit of his grandfather's expertise. The reconstruction required a specific plant, not the flower that had produced the toxin, the companion species his grandfather had been cultivating alongside the stillwater plum in the last years of his research, a species he had never named in front of Mu, but whose growth characteristics Mu had observed directly. He could reconstruct it from those observations. But he could not reconstruct it in contaminated soil. The toxin compound would interact with the cultivation chemistry of the companion plant and prevent its development. He needed a controlled growing environment. He needed soil that had not been touched by the compound. He sent Jia Lihong to find it, because she was the fastest of them, and because finding an uncontaminated patch of soil within a reasonable distance of the valley was a task that required movement rather than botanical knowledge. She understood the parameters he gave her and left without asking questions that would only slow her down. He went back to the specimens. He read every one of them again, this time going deeper than he had before, staying with each fragment long enough to make sure he wasn't missing anything in the surface reading. He found nothing new in the fragments themselves, but in the space between the botanical record and the embedded memory fragment. In the transitional zone where one kind of information became another, he found something he had not noticed on the first pass, a directional trace. The memory had entered the plant's root record from a specific spatial direction. The botanical record had absorbed it the way soil absorbs moisture, from the direction of highest concentration, north-northeast. He oriented himself in the valley and marked the direction in his field notes. Then he closed the notebooks and went to find Yun Qingshan, because he needed her local knowledge to know what was north-northeast of this workroom. Chapter 9 Root Listener Rank arrived without announcement, as his breakthroughs usually did. He was reading the contaminated soil in the valley's central area on the morning of the 7th day. Extended, sustained contact, 2 hours of palm flat to ground concentration, when the quality of what he received shifted. Not dramatically, not with the particular internal sensation some practitioners described, the feeling of something cracking open, the sudden expansion of capacity that registered as physical event. For Mu, it was quieter. One moment the root record was providing information in its usual form, and then it was providing a depth that had not been there before, and the change between those two states was almost impossible to locate in retrospect. He became aware of it gradually, as he became aware of what the new depth was showing him. He could follow the embedded memory in the specimen. He had been unable to do this at seedling reader rank. The memory fragment had arrived as a single impression, isolated from its source and context. Root listener rank gave him access to the path the memory had traveled, the root system channels through which an embedded human memory moves when it enters botanical space. The path was faint, degraded by 2 years of contamination exposure, but present. He followed it from the specimen site back toward the north-northeast direction he had identified. The path led through 3 root systems before it became too faint to trace reliably. He marked the endpoint, approximately 40 meters north-northeast of Yunxingshan's workroom, and committed the coordinates to his field notes. Then he went back to the fragment itself, which he could now enter rather than merely receive. The face was still in three-quarter profile, still looking at something to its left. But now he could feel the edges of the frame, the duration of the moment, the specific context it had been captured from. The person had been holding something. Their hands were at the level of their chest, holding an object he still could not identify clearly. Their expression was the same, regret in advance of the act. But the emotional texture had depth to it now that the flat reception of seedling reader rank had compressed into a single note. He could feel the layers, genuine belief in the decision's necessity, which sat above a fear about the consequences, which sat above something he could only describe as tenderness, the specific emotional register of someone destroying something they have cared for because they believe destroying it will protect something else. He had felt this quality before. In his grandfather, in the last year. He withdrew from the fragment carefully, the way you withdraw from a deep root reed, with the specific attention to your own state that prevents you from carrying what you received back into your daily awareness in ways that contaminate your judgment. He sat on the ground in the valley's center. The face was someone who had been told to do something they believed would be limited in duration and scope. He was more certain of this now than he had been before. The regret was proportionate to a specific kind of harm, the kind you can justify to yourself if the harm is temporary and the goal is real. Not the regret of malice. The regret of someone who has accepted a justification they're not entirely comfortable with. He did not know yet what to do with that. He filed it beside the xianxia question in the careful organizational system he kept in his mind for things that were evidence before they were conclusions. Chapter 10. The young woman who had been following them for 3 days introduced herself on the afternoon of the 9th day, after she apparently decided that waiting for a natural opening in their schedule was a strategy with diminishing returns. She stepped out from behind the edge of Yunxingshan's workroom with the specific physical confidence of someone who has made a decision and is executing it. She was perhaps 22, with the cultivator's particular way of occupying space. Economical, balanced, nothing wasted. Her cultivation chi, which Mu could sense at root listener rank when it moved through someone's meridians during deliberate activity, was more significant than her age suggested. Jiali Hong, she said. Family cultivation background, Three Rivers Province. I came here because someone told me there was a practitioner in this valley who might know the antidote for the contamination compound. She looked at Mu. That's you. Someone told you incorrectly, Mu said. There is no antidote. She held his gaze. Not yet. He paused. Who told you, he said. A contact in the regional authorities assessment office. After the formal team's visit produced a report that said continued monitoring. He said the formal team was covering something, that there was a specialist who had come separately, with a permit, who had been in the valley since before the assessment, and who had recognized something the assessment team hadn't. She shrugged, the economy of the gesture suggesting she was compressing a longer explanation. I track information about the contamination compound. I have been for 2 years. It's personal. Family, he said. It wasn't a question. My younger sister. She was in the valley when the poisoning began. She lives here now. She was approaching her first major breakthrough when the contamination locked her rank. She said this in the specific flat tone of someone who has compressed a significant amount of feeling into a very small space in order to have the conversation without the feeling getting in the way. She's 26. The breakthrough window doesn't last indefinitely. Mu was quiet for a moment. I don't have an antidote, he said. I have knowledge that may allow me to reconstruct one. It requires materials I don't have access to yet and a growing environment that Jiali Hong. He paused, realizing he had used her name without being told it, that my companion is currently locating. The process, if all the conditions can be met, will require months. I'm good with months, she said. I've been waiting 2 years. He looked at her for a moment. Then he looked at the field notes in his hand. What is your cultivation specialty? He said. Combat. I don't know plants. She said this without apology. I know routes, terrain, how to move without being seen, how to fight when not being seen stops being an option. I know the valley's geography because I have walked all of it in the past 3 days. She paused. Your group has been without physical defense since you arrived. The assessment team had 2 guards. You have Wei Canlon and a plant specialist. He considered this assessment, which was accurate. There is also the question, she said, of what happens when the sect finds out you've identified the compound's origin. You said it's connected to your grandfather's research. The sect has an active poison master who was involved in the deployment. The sect is, I assume, not going to be happy about an independent investigation reaching documented conclusions. No, he said. They're not. So, she spread her hands. You have a use for someone who can handle what happens when happy stops being the relevant variable. He thought about the face in the root record fragment, the regret, the tenderness toward something being destroyed. Yes, he said, I think I do. He showed her where their base of operations was and told her the parameters of what they were doing. Not everything. He did not tell her about the embedded memory or the direction trace he'd identified or his specific reconstruction theory for the antidote. He told her what she needed to know to be useful to the investigation. He was aware, as he did this, that the calibration of what constituted what she needed to know was a judgment call he was making alone, without anyone to check his work. He noted this about himself. He would come back to it. Chapter 11. The base of operations was a single-room building at the valley's eastern edge, on a small rise where the contaminated soil's gradient fell below the threshold that would interfere with the cultivation work. Miu had identified it on the second day and asked Xianxia about it. It had been a meditation space, she told him, used by the valley's more senior practitioners for extended cultivation practice. Left empty after the poisoning because extended cultivation practice in a suppressed qi environment produces frustration rather than advancement. No one had any reason to be there now. He thanked her and moved his equipment there over the course of an afternoon, which was the kind of work he did better without assistance because it required the specific organizational logic of how a botanist's workspace functions, and organizational logic is difficult to explain while you're implementing it. Wei Qianlong claimed the southeastern corner, which had the best light and a flat surface adequate for document work. Jia Lihong took the doorway as her default position, which was sensible from a security perspective and also consistent with what Miu was learning about how she thought. He spent the first week in the base of operations doing something that looked, from the outside, like very slow and careful reading. From the inside, it was reconstruction. His grandfather had never taught him the antidote directly. The antidote had been a research project, not a finished formula, and research projects in his grandfather's greenhouse were not presented as completed information. They were ongoing investigations, and you learned them by being present for the investigations rather than receiving the conclusions. Miu had been present for 4 years of antidote research, from when he was 14 until the greenhouse closed. He remembered the experiments. He remembered the reasoning behind them. He remembered the specific plants his grandfather had been working with and the specific mechanisms he had identified as promising. He did not remember everything. He had been 14 at the start and 17 at the end, and there were significant gaps where he had been in school rather than in the greenhouse, or where the work had moved past his ability to follow, and he'd continued to be present without understanding what he was observing. What he needed, to fill the largest gap, was a plant. The companion species, the one his grandfather had cultivated alongside the stillwater plum, in the sealed section of the greenhouse that Miu had only been allowed to enter twice, was the botanical key to the antidote mechanism. His grandfather had derived the neutralizing compound from this companion plant's response to the stillwater plum's extract. The companion plant couldn't grow in contaminated soil. It required qi-clean earth with specific mineral characteristics. He wrote up the requirements in precise terms and gave them to Jia Lihong. She studied them with the same focused attention she brought to tactical assessments, which he appreciated. The sect's sealed cultivation gardens would have this, she said, without looking up. Yes. And you don't want to approach the sect directly. Not yet. Not until I know more about what they know. The sect's poison master is involved in the poisoning. Approaching them for cultivation materials while investigating their involvement creates a leverage problem. She nodded. Substitutes. He gave her a list of accessible alternatives that could produce a partial reconstruction, enough to establish the mechanism's feasibility, enough to begin the antidote process for the most urgent cases. Not the full formula. Not yet. She was gone before he finished explaining why the full formula required the original species. He returned to his reconstruction notes and did not look up for 6 hours. Chapter 12. Scholar Wei Qianlong arrived on the 12th day with a traveling pack, 3 notebooks, and the specific expression of an archivist who has found something in the records that changes the framing of everything he thought he was documenting. He set the pack down and produced a sealed document folder and set it on the table where Miu was working. I've been in the regional tribunal archive for 8 days, he said. He was not, Miu noted, preambling. He was a person who understood that other people's time was valuable and that the preamble to important information was usually less useful than the information itself. The records there include correspondence between your grandfather and the regional tribunal from the period when he was doing his research on the Stillwater Plum compound. I read everything. What I found complicates the history you described to me. Miu set down his work. My grandfather's relationship with Shun Jianghe was not a simple teacher-student rupture over academic disagreement, Wei Qianlong said. The correspondence shows that your grandfather removed Jianghe from the research project not because of misconduct and not because of philosophical disagreement. But because Zhanghe had discovered something about the flower's properties that your grandfather did not expect and was not prepared to handle. What did he discover? Wei Qianlong opened the folder and turned it toward Mu. The document was a copy of correspondence in his grandfather's handwriting, addressed to the Regional Tribunal Cultivation Oversight Committee. His grandfather's calligraphy was very specific. He had learned to read it young, from the years of watching and helping, and he could parse it faster than anyone who hadn't grown up in the greenhouse. The letter was dated approximately 16 years before the poisoning. Zhanghe has identified the mechanism by which the stillwater compound can be rendered stable beyond its natural duration. I will not document this mechanism here. I am removing him from the project because I cannot trust what he will do with this knowledge, and I cannot trust my own judgment of whether his intentions are good, because I have been wrong before about what people intend when they have access to a powerful compound. I am also removing myself from the research. I will not document the extension mechanism. I will not document the antidote progress. I will destroy the records. This is wrong. Someone else will find this flower again in the future. When they do, they will have less information to work from because of what I chose not to leave behind. I know this. I am choosing it anyway, because I do not have a better option that I can trust. Mu read the letter twice. He set it down carefully. His grandfather had withheld the antidote from Zhanghe not because Zhanghe had done something wrong, but because his grandfather was afraid of what Zhanghe might do with it. And Zhanghe, working without the antidote knowledge, had been hired by someone who told him the compound was limited duration. He had deployed it believing this. He had been deceived. His grandfather had also, in a different way, been deceived by his own fear about what could happen rather than what was actually happening. There's more, Wei Qianlong said. Chapter 13. The second document in the folder was not from his grandfather. It was from the Regional Tribunal's Cultivation Oversight Records, a formal filing made approximately 1 year before the poisoning, in the name of the sect's External Affairs Administration. A request for cultivation authorization to conduct a limited duration suppression application in the Valley Territory for purposes of administrative stabilization. The application described the compound as self-clearing within 2 years. The compound was not self-clearing within 2 years. It was century duration without an antidote. The application's signatory was Grand Elder Ning Xiaoyu. Mu read through the application twice, carefully, with the same patience he applied to root record readings. Then he read the attached authorization, which had been approved by the Oversight Committee based on the information provided. The Oversight Committee approved a suppression that they believed would clear in 2 years, he said. Yes, Wei Qianlong said. They had no reason to know otherwise. The compound specifications Ning provided showed a 2-year degradation timeline. Those specifications were fairly certain, fabricated, or taken from the raw compound's self-clearing properties and presented as if they applied to the concentrated deployment version. Ning knew the full duration. We believe so. And he told no one. Not Zhanghe. Not the Oversight Committee. Possibly not even the individuals who assisted the distribution, though those individuals are difficult to identify from the records. Mu sat with this. The moral architecture of the poisoning was clearer now than it had been. Ning Xiaoyu had knowingly deployed a century duration suppression compound while falsifying the duration. He had deceived Zhanghe, who was a participant rather than an independent actor. He had deceived the Oversight Committee, which was an institution that had been functioning in good faith. He had deceived the Valley's community about what was happening to them and why it was not getting better. Zhanghe had deployed the toxin. Zhanghe had done the work. But Zhanghe had been operating on false information that Ning had constructed specifically to maintain Zhanghe's participation without triggering Zhanghe's ethical evaluation. This was not a distinction that removed Zhanghe's responsibility. He had deployed a cultivation suppression compound in an inhabited valley. He had done this for a payment and an assignment from an authority he trusted. The outcome was the same regardless of what he had or hadn't been told about the duration. But it was a distinction that changed what Mu owed him, and what the Valley's community was owed from each of them. He closed the folder. Has Zhanghe been confronted with this? He said. He is not. No one has had sufficient evidence to approach him directly without triggering the sect's legal response. Wei Qianlong paused. Until now. Mu looked at the folder for a moment. We're not ready to approach him directly, he said. Not yet. We need the antidote reconstruction further along before we have leverage that doesn't require the legal process to do all the work. He said this, and then he was aware of having said it. The word leverage, which was the remediation faction's word, the tool use word, the word that described the antidote as something to be deployed in a negotiation rather than something to be given to people who were sick. He filed the awareness in the appropriate place and continued. Chapter 14. The Valley's Elder Council asked him directly on the 14th day. He had been in the valley for 2 weeks. The reconstruction work was progressing. Jia Lihong had returned with the substitute plants, which were not ideal but were sufficient to begin establishing the mechanism's feasibility, and the initial results were promising. Not conclusive, but promising. Fen Jinbo had been watching the work from a respectful distance for the first week and a less respectful distance for the second week. And on the 14th day, he came to the base of operations with Yun Xingshan and 2 other Elder Council members, and sat down at the table with the specific quality of people who have been patient long enough and have decided to stop being patient. We want to know, Fen Jinbo said, whether you have the antidote. Mu considered the question. He had been considering it, in different forms, since the second day. The question had multiple parts. Did he have the antidote in its complete form? No. Did he have knowledge that could lead to the antidote? Yes. Was, I think I can reconstruct it, an accurate description of his current position? Yes. Was it also a description that was more hedged than the situation required, in ways that served his process of deliberation more than it served the Valley's ability to make informed decisions about their own situation? Also yes. I believe I can reconstruct an antidote, he said. I have not told you this clearly before, and I should have. My grandfather developed the initial mechanism. I have his research in the form of my memory of watching it, which is incomplete but significant. I have begun reconstruction work. The substitute plants Jia Lihong brought are allowing me to establish the mechanism. I cannot give you a precise timeline because I cannot predict which gaps in my memory will require the most work to bridge. But I believe it is possible. He looked at Fen Jinbo. That should have been the first thing I told you, he said. I'm sorry it wasn't. Fen Jinbo looked at him steadily. The elder was in his 70s, with the particular patience of someone who had been responsible for other people's well-being for a very long time, and had learned that patience was a professional requirement rather than a personal virtue. Thinking is not the same as answering, Fen Jinbo said. No, Mu said. It isn't. We have people who have been frozen at their cultivation rank for 2 years. We have elders who are beginning to show the long-duration effects of qi suppression, not just stagnation but regression. We have children. He paused. The Valley has been operating under the assumption that no one who could fix this cared enough to try. You care, or you would not be here. But caring and acting are also not the same thing. You're right, Mu said. They're not. He was very much aware of this. Chapter 15. Jia Lihong told him about the children on the 16th day. Not gently. That was not her method. She had been in the valley for a week, moving through it in the thorough way she moved through terrain, not just for tactical assessment, but with the specific attention of someone who was looking for a particular kind of information. She had found it. There are 73 children in this valley, she said, sitting across from him at the workroom table, who have not yet achieved their first major cultivation breakthrough. In a normal cultivation environment, the breakthrough window for a child, the period when the body is most capable of the initial qi path formation, closes between ages 11 and 14. Depending on the cultivation tradition, there are ways to keep the window open past 14, but they require an uncontaminated qi environment. This valley has not had an uncontaminated qi environment for 2 years. Mu was listening. The youngest of the 73 are 9, she said. The oldest are already 13. The ones at the edge of the window. She paused, not for effect, but because she was being precise about what she knew. There are 11 of them, between 13 and 14 years old. Their breakthrough window closes in 20 months at the outside. He was quiet. I counted, she said. I went through the valley's settlement records with Yun Xingshan. All 4 settlements. 73. She held his gaze. Your reconstruction process could take 6 months. Could take a year. I don't know. I'm not a botanist. But 20 months is not a lot of margin. The specific weight of 73, not as a number but as a count, as the result of someone walking through 4 settlements and looking at faces and checking names against records, settled in his chest in a way that numbers written in a report did not. Jia Lihong had said she had family in the valley. She had said her sister had been approaching her first major breakthrough when the contamination locked her rank. She was 22, and her sister was, he did not know exactly, younger, old enough that the breakthrough window question was likely already relevant. He looked at the reconstruction notes spread across the table. I've been deliberating about the antidote's distribution, he said, about whether to give it freely or to use it as leverage in the investigation, as a way to compel accountability from the sect and from Ning Xiaoyu before the valley heals and loses its political pressure. I know, she said. She hadn't called him out before now. He had noticed that she'd noticed. The remediation faction has been making the case that healing the valley now, without accountability first, lets the people responsible walk away from what they did. Yes, she said. I've heard the case. It's not wrong, he said. If the valley heals quietly, there's no political mechanism to compel accountability from anyone who isn't already inclined to give it. No, she said. I've been holding the deliberation open because both sides of it are right about something. 73 children, she said again quietly. 11 of them have 20 months. He looked at the reconstruction notes for a long time. Then he began organizing them for a specific purpose, not continued deliberation. Work. He started the antidote reconstruction the next morning, with the full weight of what he knew and the full absence of some things he didn't yet know. And he worked on it with the specific intention of someone who has resolved a question they've been holding open for too long and is now done holding it. The question of accountability was real. He had not dismissed it. He would return to it. He would not use the antidote as leverage to pursue it, because the antidote was medicine and medicine was not leverage, and whatever the correct resolution to the accountability question was, it would have to be found some other way. This was what he believed. He was choosing to act on what he believed. He began with the mechanism, then the substrate, then the dosage calculations, which were the hardest part, because dosage required understanding of the toxin's concentration in each individual, and he had not yet worked out how to assess that without the full diagnostic capability. One problem at a time. He was good at one problem at a time. Chapter 16. Jia Lihong left for the sect's outer market at dawn on the 17th day. With a list Miu had spent 2 hours refining and a cover story, she had spent 20 minutes refining. He had given her the list of accessible substitute plants, not the full reconstruction requirements, because the full requirements needed the sect's sealed cultivation gardens, and those were not accessible without triggering exactly the problem he was trying to avoid. The substitutes were available at the sect's public market through normal commercial channels, which meant a qualified buyer could acquire them without questions about application. Jia Lihong was not a botanist. She was, however, a cultivator with enough background knowledge to present as a practitioner buying specialized materials for personal research, which was a common transaction type at sect markets. She had understood the list in the time it took him to explain it, which was faster than he'd expected. He spent the 2 days she was gone on the directional trace he'd identified from the root record fragment. The 40-meter north-northeast endpoint had been bothering him. Not because the trace was uncertain, it was as certain as a degraded trace could be. Because what was 40 meters north-northeast of Yunqingshan's workroom was the valley's central communal hall, which was the largest building in the settlement, which was the building that had been in continuous use since the valley's founding. He read the hall's root memory over 2 mornings, working systematically from the floor level where root record penetration was deepest. The hall was old, much older than its current structure. There had been a previous building here, and before that a cultivation practice site, and before that a camp, and the root memory held all of it in its geological layers. He read down through them with the patience of someone who had a lot of soil to get through and knew that moving faster meant missing things. He found what he was looking for in the hall's oldest root layer, approximately 3.5 feet down. A residual memory event, not embedded in a plant root record, but in the mineral memory of the soil itself, which was something root listener rank allowed him to access at sustained proximity. A meeting, a decision, 2 people, or possibly more. The mineral record was less specific about number than botanical record. A decision about something important. And in the emotional register of the memory, the same quality he had found in the plant fragment. The regret before the act. But layered differently here. This was the decision to proceed rather than the moment of proceeding. The commitment to something that would produce the regret that came after. He did not know who had been in this building at this moment. He did not know how long ago. He filed the fragment and continued. Jia Lihong returned on the evening of the 2nd day with everything on the list plus information. The sect's administrative office was active when I was there, she said, setting the packages on the work table with the efficiency of someone dropping materials so they can get to the more important thing. Not routine activity, specific activity. 3 of the senior staff were in the outer market conference room for a full afternoon meeting with a delegation I didn't recognize. The delegation's travel case had a specific cultivation marking I've seen before. Eastern Regional Authority oversight. That's not concerning on its own, Miu said. No. What's concerning is what I heard when I walked close to the conference room and paid attention to the words I could hear through a door that was not fully closed. She looked at him. They were discussing an investigation. In the valley, a specialist who had come separately from the official assessment team. He was quiet for a moment. Who told them? I don't know. Could be the sect representative who visited. Could be someone who monitors tribunal permit filings. She sat down. They know someone is in the valley asking questions. They don't appear to know it's you specifically yet, but the fact of the investigation is known at the sect's administrative level. He calculated what this meant for the timeline. If the sect knew there was an independent investigation in the valley, the next step was either to interfere with it or to send a representative who could assess what the investigator had found. They would likely send someone first. Interference before they knew what they were interfering with was operationally premature. He had perhaps 2 weeks before a representative arrived with a specific brief. "Thank you," he said. "This is useful." She nodded and began sorting the plants she'd brought back into the organization system she'd developed for the work table, with the practical thoroughness that had become one of the things he relied on about her. He went back to work and adjusted his reconstruction timeline accordingly. Chapter 17. The sect's representative arrived 12 days later. He was a middle-ranking elder named Xiao Bingwei, with the specific cultivation weight of someone who had achieved his rank through steady competence rather than exceptional talent, and who knew the difference. He introduced himself to the Valley's Elder Council, presented credentials from the sect's administrative office, and requested a meeting with the independent specialist who had been conducting additional investigation. Yun Qingshan found Mu at the base of operations and relayed this before Mu had the chance to decide how to respond. He went. The meeting was in the Valley's communal hall, which he could now read, through the root listener capability he'd been developing, as a space with significant historical weight overlapping the spaces where current decisions were being made. He found this simultaneously useful and slightly strange. Xiao Bingwei was not what he'd expected from a sect representative sent to assess a sensitive situation. He was methodical and careful and visibly honest in the specific way of someone who had been given a role that required honesty and had decided to actually do it that way. Mu read him through a handshake, the cultivation contact version of reading, which root listener rank allowed through brief skin contact rather than extended palm to substrate. What the root read showed. The elder genuinely believed he was here to perform an unbiased assessment of a contamination event whose origin was under investigation. He had been told the investigation status was uncertain and that a specialist was present who might have additional findings. He did not know about the botanical source identification. He did not know about Ning Xiaoyu's involvement. He did not know the duration specifications had been falsified. He was operating in good faith in an information environment that had been carefully arranged to keep him in good faith. He would report accurately what he observed. He would not be able to report the information he didn't have. Mu gave him a careful account of the investigation's findings to date. The toxin was a cultivation suppression compound, complex and targeted, requiring significant botanical expertise to develop. Remediation was being researched. A specialist with relevant background had determined that standard approaches were ineffective. He was careful to say all of these things in ways that were completely true without including the specific information he had not yet decided how to use. "Have you identified the toxin's origin?" Xiao Bingwei asked. "I'm still researching the botanical source," Mu said. "The compound's mechanism is unusual and requires careful characterization before I can make a definitive statement." This was true in the narrowest possible sense. He had characterized the mechanism but had not written the definitive statement yet. Xiao Bingwei wrote notes, asked several more questions that Mu answered with similar careful precision, and departed 2 days later with an assessment document that accurately described the situation without mentioning anything that would create urgency at the sect's administrative level. Mu was aware, afterward, that he had deceived the sect's representative through the technically accurate omission of relevant information, and that this was a form of deception even if it was not a lie. He filed this in the appropriate place and continued his work. Chapter 18. The trees at the valley's edge had been there for between 200 and 300 years. This was what branch mapper rank showed him. The new capability achieved during a sustained root read on the morning of the 22nd day, the specific expansion of access that let him move through the centuries-long growth records of organisms that had outlasted most of human memory in the region. He spent 3 days with the trees. What they showed him, the valley as it had been before the poisoning, and before the preceding generation, and before that. A living record of 2.5 centuries of cultivation practice, written in the growth rings of organisms that had been absorbing qi from the valley's air and soil since before anyone currently alive had been born. The valley had been, for most of that time, healthy and active. He could feel this in the tree memory the way you can feel the difference between a healed and an unhealed wound, not through the wound itself, but through the surrounding tissue. The surrounding qi had the quality of a long-established cultivation community, the specific richness of people practicing daily in proximity over generations. He had been reading for 2.5 days when he found it. A record from approximately 90 years ago, embedded in the oldest tree's growth in the specific way that significant cultivation events embed themselves in their surrounding organisms. A new technique. The specific qi signature of a cultivation method he didn't recognize. Not a combat method, not a resource accumulation method, something that required multiple practitioners in proximity, their cultivation energies interacting in a specific resonant pattern. It had been practiced in this valley continuously. He could read in the growth rings, from approximately 90 years ago to approximately 2 years ago, when the poisoning had stopped it. He knew what the valley had been cultivating. He sat with the tree for a while longer, making sure he had the full picture. Then he walked back to the base of operations and began compiling his notes. The sect had spent, he was now fairly certain, significant institutional resources over a long period of time suppressing or acquiring any cultivation technique that presented a monopoly-breaking potential. The valley's technique was something the sect had been unable to suppress through normal administrative means. It was too widely practiced, too embedded in the community's culture, too dependent on exactly the kind of distributed, collectively maintained practice that was difficult to prohibit without direct suppression. So they had used direct suppression. He needed to understand who in the valley knew what their technique actually was, and why it had been a threat, before he decided who to tell and in what order. This was not a secret he was maintaining for its own sake. It was a secret he was maintaining because the information had the specific quality of things that change everything when they're released, and everything changing required more context than he currently had. One problem at a time. Chapter 19. The cultivation technique the valley had been practicing was called. He learned this from xianxia, who knew what it was, but had not known why anyone would want to suppress it, resonance cultivation. She explained it without drama, sitting across from him at the work table on the afternoon of the 25th day, in the way she explained things she considered established knowledge. It's an ancient method. Most cultivation traditions work through solo practice, an individual cultivator developing their own qi pathways. Resonance cultivation works through collective practice. Groups of practitioners cultivating in proximity, in genuine relational investment with each other, produce an enhancement effect. Each person's advancement rate is proportional to the trust and practice duration of the relationships they cultivate alongside. She looked at him. It was developed here, or it was preserved here. I'm not certain of the history. What I know is that it works. The valley's advancement rates were significantly above regional average before the poisoning, and the community structure was designed around cultivation partnerships rather than solo development. The sect has been trying to monopolize a specific cultivation advancement method, Muse said. I've assumed that for some time. She paused. Is that what your root reads have shown? In the tree records, 90 years of continuous practice, until 2 years ago. Xianxia was quiet for a moment. The poisoning wasn't just about political inconvenience. No, he said. It was about what the technique represents. If it works as you describe, and the tree records suggest it does, then it's a cultivation model that doesn't require a sect structure, doesn't require a hierarchy of masters and disciples, doesn't require the administrative authority that controls who advances and when and under whose supervision. He looked at his notes. A community of practitioners advancing through trust and proximity is a fundamentally different structure than a cultivation hierarchy. She sat with this. Who should know this? She said. He had been thinking about exactly this question for the past 2 days. It's not my decision to make alone, he said. This is the valley's history. What it was before it was suppressed and why it was suppressed are things the valley community has a right to know before I decide anything else about how to use the information. He looked at her. But the context matters for how they receive it. If they hear about the technique before they understand why it was targeted, they may act on it before they have the full picture. And you don't want them acting without the full picture, she said. Because the full picture includes accountability questions about Ning Xiaoyu, and the accountability questions become complicated if the political situation moves before the antidote work is complete. Yes, he said. He was aware of having said this as an explanation and hearing it back from her as something that could also be called a reason to delay. He was not certain those were different things. I'm not delaying the disclosure, he said. I'm asking for 2 weeks to finish the first stage of the antidote reconstruction before we introduce information that will significantly accelerate the political situation. She looked at him steadily. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. You have 2 weeks, she said. After which I'm telling the council regardless. He nodded. This was, he thought, exactly the right kind of accountability constraint. Chapter 20. He called the meeting himself at the end of the 2 weeks. Not because Xianxia's deadline had arrived. He still had 3 days. He called it because the antidote reconstruction's first stage was sufficiently complete that he could make statements about it with enough certainty to be useful, and because 2 weeks of sitting on the information about resonance cultivation had been 2 weeks of feeling the specific weight of information that other people needed and were not yet receiving. The meeting was small. Xianxia, Fan Jinhua, and 2 senior council members who Xianxia had identified as the people most likely to engage with complex information without either dismissing it or immediately moving toward premature action. He laid out everything he knew in the order that allowed it to be understood correctly. The antidote first, because that was the concrete, actionable thing, the foundation that everything else rested on. The first stage of reconstruction was complete. He could produce a treatment that would address the toxin's mechanism in the valley's soil and in the valley's practitioners. Timeline to full production: 2 months if conditions held, 3 if they didn't. He had a delivery mechanism. He had dosage calculations that were approximate, but would improve as he produced more material and calibrated against actual patient responses. Then the history. He laid out what he knew about the valley's resonance cultivation practice, about the sect's history of suppression, about Ning Xiaoyu's commission of the poisoning and his falsification of the duration specifications, about Jianghe's deployment under false information. He presented it as information rather than as argument, the evidence and what it connected to, without framing the conclusions he wanted them to reach. Then he stopped. Fen Zhenbo said nothing for a long time. Then, what do you want from us? Mu thought about this carefully before answering, because the question was not simple. He could want many things. He could want accountability delivered through the tribunal. He could want the resonance cultivation technique made public in ways that broke the sect's monopoly. He could want Jianghe to face the specific consequences proportionate to his specific involvement. He could want many things that were legitimate and some of which were not his to want because they were the valley's to decide. I want to know what you want to do with it, he said. With all of it, Fen Zhenbo said. With the antidote, with the history, with the accountability question. With all of it, Mu confirmed. Fen Zhenbo looked at him for a long moment. Then he looked at Yun Qingshan and at the 2 senior council members, and then back at Mu. We need 3 days, he said. The full council. The settlement representatives. He paused. We've been waiting 2 years to be in a position to make this kind of decision. We need 3 days to make it correctly. You have 3 days, Mu said. He left them to it and went back to the base of operations and continued the reconstruction work. 3 days later, when he heard what the valley had decided, it was not what he had expected. It was something more complicated and more specific and more clearly the result of people who had been thinking about this question for 2 years without enough information to act on it, and who now had the information and had thought about what it actually meant for the community they actually were. He listened to all of it. He revised his reconstruction timeline. He continued. Chapter 21. The Valley community's answer to Mu's presentation was not a unified voice. He had not expected one. He had learned, in the years of botanical work that required him to read group dynamics the way he read root records, for the structure beneath the presented surface, that groups of people under significant stress tended to fracture along lines that were already present before the stress, and to fracture more cleanly than anyone expected. The Valley's fracture line was between people who had been waiting for the antidote and people who had been waiting for justice. And these were not the same people, and they had been sitting in the same rooms for 2 years developing what he recognized, from the specific quality of the silence when one group spoke in front of the other, as a fundamental disagreement about which thing came first. The Elder Council delivered the community's position in pieces. Fen Zhenbo spoke for the majority. Immediate remediation, administered as quickly as a safe protocol could be established, with full cooperation with whatever investigation Mu needed to complete. Dai Hongling, who was perhaps 40, with the specific contained intensity of someone who had been managing a long-held anger through professional commitment, delivered the minority position. No remediation without a public commitment from the sect to a full accountability proceeding before the regional tribunal. Not an internal review. A public proceeding with external authority. Mu listened to both without signaling his position. This was not neutrality for its own sake. He was genuinely weighing, and he wanted the weight to be accurate rather than the product of social pressure in the moment. When they finished, he looked at the room. Both of these positions are right about something, he said. The people who need the antidote now need it now. This is true regardless of what accountability structure exists or doesn't exist. The people who want accountability before remediation are correct that silent healing is a mechanism by which institutional wrongdoing escapes consequences. This has been demonstrated, historically, many times. I am not in a position to tell you which of these things matters more. I am in a position to research whether there is a way to address both that doesn't require choosing one over the other. Dai Hongling was watching him with the expression of someone who had heard versions of this response before and was calibrating whether this one was a genuine attempt to find a third path or a sophisticated way of delaying a decision. He understood her calibration. He would have calibrated the same way. I'll need time to research the options, he said. Not long. 3 days. Fen Zhenbo agreed. Dai Hongling nodded. The meeting dispersed. He was walking back through the valley's central path when Zhao Lihong appeared at his side with the particular quality of someone who has been waiting for a moment to speak and has chosen this one specifically. You're going to give them the antidote regardless of what they decide, she said. He walked for several paces before answering. I haven't decided that, he said. She matched his pace. She did not say anything else. The valley's ambient chi pressed flat against them both, the specific suppressed quality that he had stopped consciously registering but could still feel when he paid attention. He thought about what he had said and whether it was true. Chapter 22, he spent the 3 days reading. Not in the way Dai Hongling probably imagined he was spending them. Researching precedents for simultaneous remediation and accountability proceedings, looking for frameworks that satisfied both camps. He was doing some of that. But mostly he was doing what his cultivation practice was designed for. Extended contact with the contaminated soil, the contaminated plants, the chi fields of the valley's practitioners at the permissible boundary of his current rank. He needed to understand the mechanism more completely before he could evaluate what the options were. The toxin bonded to chi meridians in the surrounding tissue. He had established this on day 2 of the investigation. What he had not fully established was whether the bonding was uniform throughout a practitioner's system or whether it varied in concentration. He needed to know this because a partial remediation, treating the most acutely suppressed pathways first, buying time without full reversal, would require the toxin to be non-uniform in its distribution. He spent 6 hours in sustained contact with valley soil on the first of the 3 days. On the second day, he used branch mapper rank to touch the chi field boundary of 6 valley practitioners who had consented to the examination, reading the suppression's mechanism at the external level. He could not enter the field. That would require a different technique, but boundary reading gave him the distribution gradient. What he found? Uniform. Not completely. There were local variations based on each practitioner's specific cultivation pathways and the specific flow characteristics of their individual chi system. But the toxin's bonding mechanism was not concentrated in particular areas. It was throughout the system, in the chi-permeable tissue between meridians, distributed with the efficiency of something that had been specifically designed to resist localized treatment. You could not treat the children without treating everyone. You could not target the most acute breakthrough window cases without also triggering the full remediation mechanism, which required full system exposure to the antidote compound for a minimum effective treatment period. He sat with this for a long time on the evening of the second day. Then he went to find Yun Xingshan and confirmed what he'd found against her 2 years of observational data. Her records supported his analysis. The toxin did not have a partial treatment option. On the 3rd day, he returned to the Elder Council with his findings. He laid it out plainly. The toxin's mechanism was all or nothing. A treatment that helped the children would also begin reversing the suppression in every practitioner in the valley who received it. There was no surgical option. The valley healed together or waited together. He said this and watched the community's division become, briefly, unanimous. Because if the choice was between healing together and waiting together, there was no middle position that the remediation faction's accountability argument could occupy. You could not hold the antidote over some people's heads and give it to others. The mechanism would not permit the leverage. Dai Hongling absorbed this without looking away. Then the leverage we thought we had, she said, was always smaller than we assumed. The antidote works on the valley as a whole, Mu said, not on selected practitioners. The mechanism doesn't permit it. She was quiet for a moment. You could have told us this on day 3 of your investigation. I didn't know it on day 3, he said. I've spent the past week confirming it. A pause. All right, she said. Then we need a different approach to accountability. He was listening. Chapter 23. The meeting that followed was the longest in the Valley community's recent history. Mu attended the full 4 hours of it. This was not his practice. He typically presented information and then left the deliberation to the people it affected, which was his understanding of what it meant to respect a community's self-determination. But Dai Hongling had asked him to stay, and her request was specific enough that refusing it would have been a statement he wasn't trying to make. What she wanted was a witness who understood the botanical evidence. Someone who could answer technical questions in real time rather than having the deliberation slow down while someone went to find the expert. She was right that this was practically useful. She was also, he understood, establishing that the investigation and the community's political deliberation were connected rather than separate. She was treating his presence as continuous with his investigation, not as an external resource available for consultation. He registered this as meaningful and held it. The Valley community's position, after 4 hours, came to a vote. 38 for immediate remediation, prioritizing the children in the breakthrough window, proceeding with the full Valley treatment protocol as quickly as Mu could establish it as safe. 31 for leveraged accountability, not for withholding the antidote, as it turned out, but for a specific legal filing. A formal complaint before the regional tribunal, documented and submitted before the remediation began, establishing that the act of healing the valley should itself be understood as evidence in a proceeding, rather than as the resolution of a dispute that was now over. The 7-vote margin was not comfortable. Mew could see this in the room. The 31 who had voted the other way were not wrong about what they wanted, only about the mechanism. They had wanted accountability as a condition for healing. They were settling for accountability as a parallel process. The settlement was reasonable and would probably hold, but it was a settlement, not a resolution, and the difference was visible. He went back to the base of operations that evening and sat with the reconstruction notes. Dai Hongling had asked him, at the end of the meeting, to agree formally to testify before the tribunal when the proceeding was initiated. He had agreed. He had said yes before his mind had fully processed what he was agreeing to. What he was agreeing to was this: a formal evidentiary proceeding before the regional tribunal, in which he would present the botanical evidence, the family history, the root memory findings, and the genealogy of the toxin's development, which meant presenting Xianxia's role in the deployment, which meant testifying about the man his grandfather had called a student and later a warning, which meant making public a set of facts that would, depending on how the tribunal received them, have consequences he could not fully predict for a person who had, he still believed this, been deceived about the full duration of what he deployed. He sat with the reconstruction notes and did not begin the antidote work he had been planning to begin. Chapter 24. He did not begin it the next morning either. He told himself he was still planning, still establishing the safest treatment protocol, still working through the dosage calculations that needed to be correct before the first administration. These things were all true. They were also things he could have begun 2 days ago. Yin Xingshan found him in the base of operations on the morning of the second day, reading a root memory sample he had already read 4 times. She looked at the sample. She looked at him. She went to her own work table and began her day without saying anything. An hour later she said, without looking up from her work, the Dai family's youngest son is 8. He missed the previous breakthrough window by 6 months. The poisoning hit just as he was approaching it. His mother counted the days. Mew said nothing. The valley's oldest practitioner is 77, Yun Qingshan said. She was at Canopy Walker before the poisoning. She has been at Forest Speaker for 2 years. At her age, a 2-year cultivation regression is significant. The regression affects cognitive function over time. We've been managing it. It isn't going to be manageable indefinitely. He set down the sample. I know, he said. You agreed to testify, she said. The testimony will happen whether you begin the antidote work tomorrow or in 3 months. The agreement doesn't require you to delay. I know, he said again. She looked at him then, with the specific directness of someone who was deciding whether to push further or leave the space for the person to find their own way. The testimony requires you to describe Jianghe's involvement, she said. Yes. You don't want to do that to a man who was deceived. I don't know whether he was entirely deceived, Mew said. That's the problem. The root memory I have access to is incomplete. He's been suppressing something for 18 months. Whether what he's been suppressing is full knowledge of the duration or partial knowledge, or only the beginning of suspicion, I can't determine that without a closer read. And without that determination, I don't know how to characterize his culpability accurately. Yin Qingshan was quiet for a moment. An inaccurate characterization that errs toward mercy, she said, will be correctable. An inaccurate characterization that errs toward punishment is harder to walk back. She paused. What does the valley need from the testimony? He thought about this. The valley needs the testimony to establish that the poisoning was deliberate, he said. By whom? At whose commission? With what knowledge of its duration? That's what the tribunal needs to act. The granularity of what each person knew and when is relevant to proportionality, not to the fundamental question. Then testify to what you know with certainty, she said, and characterize what you don't know with certainty as what you don't know with certainty. He sat with this. It was not a complicated suggestion. It was the same principle he applied to every root memory reading. Distinguish between what the record shows and what you infer from the record. Say the first clearly. Say the second is inference. He had been so occupied with the question of what the full picture looked like that he had stopped asking whether the full picture was required before he could act. He gathered the reconstruction notes and began organizing them for the actual work. Chapter 25. He was in the valley's central path at midnight, sitting with both palms flat on the contaminated soil, when Jia Lihong arrived. He had been there for an hour. The midnight work sessions had become a practice. He slept in the early evening and woke late, and spent the hours between midnight and dawn in the specific stillness that allowed the root records to yield their clearest readings. There was less noise at midnight, less ambient qi movement from the valley's daily activity. The soil's signal was cleaner. Jia Lihong sat beside him without asking. This was consistent with her approach to his work sessions. She did not interrupt them, did not ask what he was finding, and did not require explanation for things she could simply observe. She simply sat, in the way she sat everywhere, alert, economical, present. They were quiet for a long time. My grandmother is in the valley, she said. He waited. She was a canopy walker, Jia Lihong said. Before the poisoning. She'd been a canopy walker for 12 years, and she was working toward forest speaker, and she was good at it. She practiced with the valley's resonance cultivation method, which you now know is what the sect was suppressing. She had 5 cultivation partners, people she'd been practicing alongside for years. They all advanced together. She paused. The poisoning hit. She's been stuck at forest speaker for 2 years. She was not looking at him. She was looking at the valley's center, where the chi flatness was most concentrated. She's 64 years old, she said. She has maybe 20 good cultivation years left. If the toxin clears now, if it clears in 6 months, that's 6 months of regression to recover from. On top of the 2 years she's already lost. She paused. I'm not asking you to decide faster. I'm not asking you to do anything you don't think is right. I'm telling you what the delay costs so that you have accurate information about it. He sat with this. He had been managing the decision by staying in the analysis. By telling himself he was still learning things that were relevant, still establishing things that needed to be established. These were all true. He had also been, underneath those truths, afraid of the testimony, afraid of what it would mean to make Jianghe's role fully public, to be the instrument of a process that would produce consequences he couldn't control for a man whose culpability he couldn't quantify with certainty. Accurate information, he had told the Valley community. Testify to what you know with certainty and characterize what you don't know as what you don't know. He had been applying less rigor to his own deliberation than he applied to his root memory readings. My grandmother gave me the rabbit, he said. Jia Lihong looked at him. Before I came here, she told me a story about a practitioner who spent 2 years resolving a problem that the people waiting for it would have preferred he resolve faster. He paused. She said the lesson was not that he was wrong to take his time. She said the lesson was that he should have known, from the beginning, that the time was not free. Time is not free, Jia Lihong said. No, he said. It isn't. He pressed his palms into the soil one more time, reading the root memory of the contamination that had been here for 2 years. Then he stood. I'm going to start the full reconstruction tomorrow, he said. The testimony question is separate from the antidote question, and I've been treating them as if they have to be resolved in the same sequence. They don't. Jia Lihong said nothing. Thank you, he said, for the accurate information. She nodded. Once, in the economy of the gesture she brought to everything she did. He went back to the base of operations and began organizing the reconstruction materials for the morning. The night air was flat with suppression. The valley's cultivators slept in their stagnant chi fields, not advancing, waiting for the soil to come back to life. He would begin making that possible in the morning. He should have begun 3 days ago. He filed that knowledge in the appropriate place, not as self-punishment, but as a data point about how he made decisions, accurate and unvarnished, the kind of honest record he would want if he were reading his own root memory 30 years from now. And he prepared for the work. Chapter 26, The Antidote Reconstruction, was not fast. Mew had known this before he began it. He had been constructing the timeline in the back of his mind since the first day in the valley, adjusting it as he learned more about the specific mechanism and the specific gaps in his knowledge. And what he had known from the beginning was that this was weeks of work, not days. He had a partial reconstruction from the substitute plant that Jia Lihong had obtained, 60% efficacy, which was sufficient to prove the mechanism was correct and insufficient to clear the toxin from the valley's soil and practitioners. To achieve full efficacy, he needed the plant from the sect's sealed cultivation gardens. He had been thinking about how to obtain it without triggering the specific set of problems that approaching the sect directly would create, and the thinking had produced no approach he was satisfied with. The sect's garden plants were not commercially available. The cultivation variety Mew needed had been developed specifically for the sect's internal research, which meant it was not in the outer market and not in any regional botanical catalog he had access to. His options were: obtain a sample through a sect member who had access and was willing to cooperate, find a wild population of the precursor species and attempt cultivation from that, or proceed with the 60% solution and accept the limitations. He was working through the third option's implications, what 60% efficacy meant for treatment timelines, dosage intervals, the specific practitioners whose suppression was severe enough that 60% might not be sufficient. When Yun Xingshan appeared in the doorway of the base of operations with the expression of someone who is managing the presentation of news that she is not certain will be received well. There's a cultivation survey team at the valley entrance, she said. From the sect. Mew set down his notes. The sect's representative who was here 2 weeks ago filed his report, she said. The report apparently prompted a more thorough follow-up investigation. The team has a specialist in toxin analysis. She paused. The specialist is the poison master's daughter. Mew looked at her. The poison master's daughter was someone who had been, in his reconstruction of the situation, a potential complication he had thought about in the abstract. A person whose existence complicated his understanding of Xianxia's culpability, whose proximity to the situation was both a risk and a potential resource, and whom he had thought about primarily as a variable rather than as a specific person who was going to walk through the valley's entrance. How long before they reached the settlement? He said. An hour. Perhaps less. He organized the notes on his desk. He considered what to obscure and concluded that obscuring specific things while leaving the reconstruction work visible was worse than having a clean workspace. It suggested exactly the kind of selective concealment that would prompt questions he wasn't ready to answer. He put all the notes in the storage cabinet and locked it with the cultivation key Xianxia had given him. Then he unlocked it and took the notes back out and spread them on the desk again, because concealing them was also a position, and concealing them presupposed a response to Su Meiwei's arrival that he hadn't decided on yet. He left the notes on the desk and went to meet the survey team. Chapter 27. Su Meiwei was 31 years old, with the specific cultivator's economy of movement that indicated extended daily practice, and she had the particular quality of someone who was conducting professional work in a location she was uncertain about. Not uncertain of the work, but uncertain of the reception. She assessed the valley in the first hour with the thoroughness of her specialty. Soil samples from 17 locations, cultivation chi readings at 6 elevations, a careful examination of the suppression mechanism's distribution pattern that she performed in the specific concentrated way of someone who has been thinking about a problem for a long time and is finally in proximity to the data she needs. Mew watched from a distance and read what her work revealed about her understanding of the mechanism. She knew more than the previous representative had known. She knew significantly more than a standard toxin analyst would know, because the mechanism she was examining was not in any standard toxin analysis curriculum. She had studied something specific and adjacent. When she came to the base of operations to introduce herself, formally, as the team's toxin specialist, she looked at the desk for approximately 2 seconds before she looked at Mew. That's an antidote reconstruction, she said. Not a diagnostic analysis. Yes, he said. She looked at him with an expression he was learning to read as her professional evaluation mode. The mechanism approach is correct. The substrate interpretation is sophisticated, more sophisticated than you should be able to do without the original research documents. She paused. You have access to knowledge of the toxin that isn't in any public record. Yes, he said again. Where did you get it? I was present for its development. Not this specific deployment formula, the foundational research. He watched her expression process this. I was my grandfather's assistant for 10 years. A pause. Who was your grandfather? She said. He told her. She stood very still for a moment. Then you know the compound's origin. Her voice had the specific quality of someone not asking a question. Yes, he said. She looked at the reconstruction notes. Your substitute plant is wrong for the full formula. You've correctly identified the mechanism, but the 60% efficacy you're achieving is a function of the substrate mismatch, not the formula itself. She reached into her cultivation kit, a structured carry case that held botanical specimens in preservation conditions, and produced a small container. Inside was a plant no larger than her hand, intact, sealed in a chi preservation field. This is what you need. I brought it because it's standard for toxin analysis of this compound class. I didn't know it was also the antidote substrate. She set it on the desk. Mew looked at it, and then at her. How did you know the compound class required this substrate? He said. She looked at him for a moment. My father taught me the toxin analysis curriculum when I was 17. He was very thorough. A pause that had the quality of something being organized behind it. He was thorough about the toxin. He was not thorough about the antidote. Chapter 28. The plant sample allowed him to complete the full formula reconstruction in 2 days. He worked with Xianxia for the first day on the substrate integration, the specific process by which the correct plant's chemical properties interacted with the toxin's bonding mechanism to produce the reversal. Su Meiwei contributed the technical analysis of the interaction that her specialty covered and that his root reading capability did not, which was the biochemical binding conformation rather than the cultivation chi mechanism. Together, the 3 approaches produced a more complete picture of the formula than any of them could have achieved individually. The resulting compound, at the end of the 2 days, was sufficient for 2 treatment doses. 2 doses was not a valley. He explained this to Su Meiwei on the second evening, when the reconstruction work was complete. He explained the timeline to full production, the requirement for a larger growing stock of the substrate plant, the estimated timeline to valley scale treatment. He did not, in this explanation, mention her father. She listened to all of it. Then she said, "Where did the toxin come from?" He looked at her. "You've told me about your grandfather's research," she said. "You've told me you know the compound's origin. You haven't told me who deployed it." She paused. "I've been reading your notes for 2 days. The reconstruction references are specific enough that I can trace the knowledge base. I know what my father taught me, and I can see his methodology in this formula." A pause. "So, I want to know whether you're going to tell me, or whether I need to conclude it independently." He sat with this. He had been managing this question with the same approach he managed most things he was not ready to act on. Holding it, examining it, assessing the implications from multiple angles before committing to a position. He had been telling himself that this was appropriate deliberation. He was aware that it was also delay. Su Meiwei was watching him with the expression of someone who had learned to read the difference between a person who was thinking and a person who was deciding whether to trust them. "I know you know," she said quietly. "You're deciding whether giving me this information is your decision to make." He looked at her. "Yes," he said. "It is," she said. "You found it. You know it. It becomes your decision to share or not share at the moment it enters your knowledge, regardless of whether the subject matter is also connected to my family." She was not performing calm. She was managing it. "Tell me," he told her. Not everything at once. He told it in the order that allowed it to be understood correctly, beginning with what he knew about his grandfather's research and Jianghe's early involvement, moving through the rupture and Jianghe's departure, arriving at the deployment, and what he knew about Ning Xiaoyu's deception, and what he believed about Jianghe's knowledge of the full duration. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. "He didn't know the full duration," she said. "I believe he didn't know when he deployed it. I believe he has known for some period of time since, 18 months, perhaps more. I cannot be certain of the exact point at which his suspicion became knowledge. He's been avoiding this valley for 2 years," she said. "I noticed. I didn't ask him about it because I didn't ask." A pause. "I should have asked. There was no way to know what the avoidance meant," he said. "I could have asked," she said again. "I had the right to ask. I chose not to." She looked at the notes on the desk. "What are you going to do with this?" "I've agreed to testify before the regional tribunal after the remediation," he said. "Everything I know about the botanical origin, the deployment, the responsible parties." She absorbed this. "Including my father. Including your father. With the specification that his knowledge of the full duration was incomplete at the time of deployment, and that the full duration was Ning Xiaoyu's decision and Ning Xiaoyu's deception." He looked at her. "I will testify to what I know with certainty and characterize what I don't know as what I don't know. His role in the deployment is certain. The exact boundaries of his knowledge are not." She nodded. It was a small nod, the nod of someone who has received information they already prepared for and is now dealing with the reality of it being confirmed. "I want the truth," she had said, when he was deciding whether to tell her. She had it now. Chapter 29, The Remediation Faction, learned about Su Meiwei's presence on the 3rd day. Mu did not know exactly how. The survey team's presence was not secret, and Su Meiwei's name was in their professional credentials, and the connection between her name and the Poison Masters was not obscure to anyone who had been tracking the investigation. He suspected Dai Hongling had a contact in the Regional Cultivation Authority's administrative records who had flagged the name when the survey team's credentials were processed. The remediation faction's response was delivered to him in the morning, in the form of Dai Hongling arriving at the base of operations with 2 of the faction's senior members. She was carrying herself with the specific, controlled energy of someone who had a clear position and was prepared to defend it. "The Poison Master's daughter is present in the valley," she said. "Yes," he said. "She needs to remain here until the tribunal proceeding is initiated, as a demonstration of good faith from the sect that there will be no obstruction of the investigation. She came on a legitimate survey assignment," he said. "She is not a representative of the sect's legal interests in this matter and cannot be held as a proxy for the sect's cooperation. She is the Poison Master's daughter," Dai Hongling said. "She has leverage value. She is the Poison Master's daughter who did not know about the poisoning, who is here performing professional work that has contributed directly to the antidote reconstruction, and who has no involvement in the decisions that harmed this valley." He stood. He was not a particularly large person, and he had no cultivation capability that would be useful in a physical confrontation. But he placed himself between Dai Hongling's group and the doorway to the room where Su Meiwei was currently working. "I will not allow this." Dai Hongling looked at him with the expression of someone who was revising their assessment of him. "You understand," she said, "that the faction you are now opposing is the faction that wants the same accountability you have committed to pursuing." "I understand that," he said. And I am asking you to pursue accountability in ways that don't involve holding a person responsible for the choices of her parent. These are not incompatible objectives. He looked at her. Su Meiwei's presence here, under her own will and without coercion, is already more cooperation from the sect's family network than any legal leverage would produce. She knows the truth. She intends to cooperate with the tribunal proceeding. He paused. If you hold her here against her will, you will have the leverage and you will have lost the cooperation. These are not the same thing, and the cooperation is more valuable. A long silence. You just made an enemy of the people who want the same accountability you do, Dai Hongling said. Then find a way to pursue accountability that doesn't require holding someone responsible for their father's choices, he said. I'll support every avenue that doesn't require that. She looked at him for another long moment. Then she turned and left with her two colleagues. He stood in the doorway for a moment after they were gone, feeling the specific physical register of having done something that required more immediate commitment than deliberation. He had placed his body before his strategy. The strategy was still sound, but the body had been first. He went back inside. Su Meiwei was at the workstation, still working, with the particular focused quality of someone who had heard what happened in the outer room and was choosing to continue working rather than process it in the moment. He sat down across from her. Thank you, she said, without looking up. The reasoning was accurate, he said. That's not why I said thank you, she said. He said nothing. She continued working. After a few minutes he picked up his own notes and continued as well. Chapter 30 Bark Decoder rank arrived without drama, which was how his advances tended to arrive. It came during extended contact with one of the oldest root systems at the valley's edge, a network of connected trees that had been growing in this location for approximately 300 years. Their root systems intertwined to the depth, where individual tree boundaries became less meaningful than the network's collective structure. At branch mapper rank, he had been able to read the individual trees' centuries-long memories. What Bark Decoder rank opened was the network itself, the communication channels between root systems, the accumulated ecological experience of a forest understood as a single organism rather than a collection of individual plants. He felt the shift happen, and then he felt the valley, not as a collection of individual soil samples and individual practitioners and individual plants, but as a whole, the integrated chi field of a valley with 2 years of cultivation suppression layered over 800 years of cultivation history, both present simultaneously in the root network memory. He could read both. He could feel the specific pattern of the toxin's distribution, the specific quality of the suppressed chi beneath it, the specific shape of what this place had been before it was harmed. He also felt something he had not felt in any of his previous readings. Movement. The toxin was moving. He had understood the compound as static, distributed through the soil and bonded to the practitioner's cultivation meridians, suppressing rather than progressing. This had been his model, supported by everything he had read up to this point, consistent with his grandfather's foundational research on the compound's mechanism. The compound in this valley was not static. He tracked it through the root network, following the gradient of concentration change across the time span the root system had recorded. The movement was slow, weeks per kilometer, the specific pace of a compound that was diffusing through soil rather than being actively transported. But over 2 years the cumulative movement was measurable, and the direction was consistent, and the direction was toward the valley's primary water source. He withdrew from the root memory carefully, taking specific attention not to carry the shock of the finding back into his normal awareness unprocessed. He sat on the ground beside the tree's root system. He counted his breaths. He brought himself back to the specific present. Then he ran the calculation. At the current diffusion rate, the toxin would reach the valley's groundwater table in approximately 6 months. The groundwater was the valley's backup, the source that fed the springs and the shallow wells and the irrigation channels that the primary water system supplemented rather than replaced. Once the toxin reached the groundwater, it would not be possible to remediate it with the antidote. The antidote addressed the compound's bonding mechanism in soil and in living systems. It did not address the compound dissolved in groundwater, which would spread through the water table, which would recontaminate any remediated areas through their water intake, which would make the remediation moot. He had 6 months. He had been working as if he had 6 months' worth of time, which was true in the sense that the antidote reconstruction required that time scale. He had not been working with the urgency of a deadline, because he had not known there was a deadline, because the timeline he'd been operating under was a century without intervention, the duration of the toxin in soil without antidote treatment. A century had just become 6 months. He went back to the base of operations and told Yun Qingshan, then Su Meiwei, then Scholar Wei Canlon. He told each of them with the same precise language, the finding, the calculation, the margin of error in the estimate, the implications for the treatment timeline. Then he called a meeting of the valley's elder council and told them. Fun Jinhua listened to the full explanation without interrupting. When Mu finished, he was quiet for a long moment. The remediation faction's leveraged accountability approach, he said. The one we voted 38 to 31 to not pursue. Would not have worked, Mu said. The timeline the approach required, sect response, tribunal negotiation, pressure to cooperate. That is a months to years process. The groundwater gives us 6 months before it doesn't matter. Fun Jinhua looked at him. You didn't know this when the vote happened. No, Mu said. I found it today. A long silence. All right, Fun Jinhua said. What do you need from us to accelerate the timeline? Chapter 31. Mu was in the valley's eastern grove when Yun Qingshan found him with the groundwater analysis. He had spent the morning reading soil samples from the valley's lower elevation, the land that sloped toward the water table, where the toxin's concentration was highest not because it had fallen there first, but because it had been migrating there for 2 years, drawn by the natural hydraulic gradient of the terrain. He had been tracking the migration rate for 3 days. The numbers had been getting worse in an arithmetic progression that had a fixed endpoint. Yun Qingshan read the projection over his shoulder without speaking for a long moment. 6 months, she said. Before the groundwater contamination becomes irreversible, he said. Yes. She sat down on the exposed root of the largest tree in the grove, an old cedar that Mu had been reading daily because its root system extended 4 meters toward the water table, and its growth rings held the most complete record of the toxin's movement he had access to. She sat with her hands pressed flat on the bark in a gesture that was not root reading. She did not have the power, but was the posture of someone who needed a moment of contact with something solid. The remediation faction's timeline doesn't work, she said. No. Dai Hongling's leveraged accountability strategy required the sect to respond to public pressure through formal channels. Formal channels moved in months. 6 months was not enough for a tribunal filing, a sect response, a negotiation, and a remediation authorization. Not if the remediation had to wait for the accountability to be completed first. She's going to need to change her position, Mu said. She's going to argue. She's going to argue, and then she's going to change her position, he said. Because Dai Hongling has been counting the same children Jia Lihong counted. She knows what the deadline costs. He was already thinking about what came after that. What partial accountability now would look like when full accountability later was still the goal. He was thinking about it in the dosage terms that came naturally to him. How much accountability was effective without being destabilizing? How much delay was acceptable before the delay itself became a harm? How to sequence the remediation and the accountability so that one supported rather than undermined the other. He was thinking about all of this and also thinking about Su Meiwei. She was currently on the ground floor of their base of operations, reviewing Mu's partial reconstruction notes with the professional attention she had been applying to everything since she arrived. She was a competent chemist. She had identified the substitute plant error and corrected it. She had helped them reconstruct the full antidote to proof of concept. She did not know her father had made the problem she was helping to solve. Mu had been telling himself he was waiting for the right moment. He had been telling himself this for 4 days. He was aware, at a level he was not entirely comfortable with, that the right moment was not what he was waiting for. He was waiting for the version of the conversation in which telling Su Meiwei the truth about her father did not hurt her. That version did not exist. The waiting was cowardice dressed as consideration. He told Yun Qingshan, I'm going to tell Su Meiwei about her father today. Yun Qingshan looked at him. Before or after you talked to Dai Hongling? Before. Is that the right order? I don't know, he said. But I've been delaying it for 4 days, and I'm running out of reasons that aren't actually just the discomfort of being the person who delivers news that can't be undelivered. He put the soil samples back in their labeled containers and stood up. The cedar's root system was already contaminated at the lower terminus, its mineral uptake starting to carry the toxin's suppression signature upward through its water channels. 2 more months, and the tree would show visible cultivation stagnation, a tree this old, that had been accumulating qi for a century, going still. He walked back toward the base. He had been telling himself that knowing more before speaking was prudence. But there was a point where knowing more became an excuse to continue not speaking, and he had been at that point for 4 days at minimum. The dosage for difficult truths was not different from any other compound. Too little changed nothing. Too much destroyed the patient. And the correct amount did not become more correct by being administered later. Su Meiwei was at the work table when he came in. She had reorganized his notes since the morning. Not in a way that altered their content. She had kept his notation system and his organizational structure, but in a way that made the sequencing clearer. She had added 3 marginal notes in her own hand that identified assumptions he had not flagged as assumptions. She looked up when he came in. he said. I need to tell you something about your father and the valley. Her hands went still on the notes. She said, carefully, yes. All right. He sat across from her and told her everything. Not in order. He told her the pieces in the sequence that made the logic clearest rather than the sequence in which he had learned them. He told her about the flower and his grandfather. He told her about the tribunal records Wei Qianlong had brought. He told her about the grandfather's fear of the antidote-toxin combination and the decision to withhold the antidote knowledge from Xianxia. He told her that Xianxia had deployed the toxin believing the duration was 2 years and that the full century specification had been Ning Xiaoyu's alone. He told her all of it. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. She was looking at her hands, at the marginal notes she had added to his pages, at the neat professional handwriting that was not going to change because of what she had just been told. He didn't know the full duration, she said. No. A silence. Does that matter legally? Mu said. I think it matters significantly. He said it. And then from the room's other end, Scholar Wei Qianlong looked up from the archived documents he had been cataloging since early morning and said, into the question she had directed at Mu. It matters significantly. And Grand Elder Ning Xiaoyu knew he did not know. Chapter 32, Su Meiwei did not cry. Mu had been uncertain what to expect. He had delivered difficult information to people before, diagnostic root readings that found things the patient had not wanted found, assessments of contamination severity that exceeded what the community had hoped to hear. The responses were as different as the people were different. Some went quiet. Some became immediately practical. Some needed the information confirmed twice before they would organize themselves around it. Su Meiwei did none of these things. She sat with the information for several minutes in a silence that was specific in quality, not shock, not grief arriving, but the particular quiet of someone finding that what they had been told matches something they already knew and had been carrying without language for it. I suspected, she said finally. Mu said nothing. Not specifically, she said. Not that he had done this, in this valley, to these people. But I have been watching him for 2 years. The way he handled the requests from this region. The way he avoided. She paused. There is a specific quality to how my father avoids things. I know it the way you know a plant by something other than its name. I've been watching that particular quality for 2 years, and I came on this assignment partly because I wanted to understand it. And now you understand it. Now I understand it. She looked up from her hands. He didn't know the full duration, she said again. Not asking this time. Saying it with the same precision she brought to chemical notation, putting a specific fact in a specific place so she knew where it was. He believed the Ning Xiaoyu's specification, Mu said. 2 years. Reversible by cultivation circulation. He thought this was a temporary measure. But he's known for 18 months that it isn't. Mu was careful. I believe so. Based on what I can observe of his behavior at distance. He's known for 18 months, and he's been suppressing it. She said this without inflection, not as an accusation, not as a defense. As a fact that she was placing in the sequence with the others. Because the alternative is facing what it means. Yes. Another silence. This one's shorter. Does that matter legally? She said. The suppression is a man who deployed something believing it was temporary, and then discovered it wasn't, and then did nothing for 18 months. Is that the same thing as the man who knew from the beginning? Scholar Wei Qianlong had put down the document he was reviewing. It is not the same thing, he said. He spoke from across the room with the precision of someone who had been waiting for this particular question and had the answer prepared. The initial deployment, with false specifications provided by Grand Elder Ning, that is Ning Xiaoyu's primary culpability. The 18 months of suppression after discovery, that is a separate charge, and it belongs to your father. But the distinction is significant. In formal tribunal terms, your father could face a censure and mandatory cooperation. Ning Xiaoyu is facing potential expulsion and punitive remediation costs. Su Meiwei absorbed this. A censure, she said. At minimum, Wei said. Possibly more, depending on the tribunal panel and the community's formal position. But the legal separation of his culpability from Ning's is real and defensible. He should still face something, she said. Yes, Mu said. Wei said. The question is whether what he faces is proportionate or punitive. The distinction matters not only for him, but for the precedent it sets for how similar cases are treated. Su Meiwei was quiet again. She picked up the marginal note she had written in Mu's reconstruction log. A small correction about a reaction temperature she had identified as slightly optimistic, and looked at it. I came here to understand what my father was avoiding, she said. I understand it now. She put the note down. What do you need from me to finish the antidote? Mu said. The cultivation garden plant. The one from your kit. You have the sample. It's not enough for valley-scale production. No, but there's more in the sect's sealed gardens. Access would require. I can get access, she said. I'm still officially the sect's survey representative for this region. My access hasn't been revoked. She said this with a careful neutrality that covered something complicated. I should tell my father before we proceed. Not to ask permission. To give him the information before he receives it from someone else. Mew did not argue with this. She had just been told something that reorganized the last 2 years of her understanding of her own family. She was proposing to use the next thing she did to give her father the chance to be told by her rather than ambushed by circumstance. That was not a delay. That was a different kind of precision. The precision of someone who knew that how a person received information affected what they did with it. He recognized the instinct. He had spent this entire story operating by the same logic. I want to read his root memory before we decide anything further, Mew said. Sumeiwei looked at him. Not to find more evidence against him, he said. To understand what he actually knows. What he's suppressing, and what he's genuinely been deceived about. There may be layers to Ning's deception that we haven't uncovered yet. She considered this. He won't agree to be read. No. It would need to be incidental contact. Her expression was difficult to read. Not objection, not agreement. Something more considered than either. Then we need to get close enough to him for incidental contact, she said. That's harder than getting access to the cultivation garden. Chapter 33 Scholar Wei Canlin's legal analysis took the rest of the afternoon. He spread the tribunal records across the work table with the spatial organization of someone who had been working with archived documents for long enough that physical layout functioned as a thinking tool. Related documents adjacent, contradicting documents separated by a hand's width, uncertain evidence at the margins where it was visible, but not treated as central. You sat across from him. Su Meiwei sat at the end of the table. Zhao Lihong had come in midway through and settled on the floor with her back against the wall, which was her preferred position when she was paying serious attention to something she was not going to participate in yet. The formal distinction, Wei said, comes down to the specification documents. He placed 2 records side by side. One was a technical brief dated 2 years and 4 months ago, the document that had defined the toxin's deployment parameters as provided to the deployment specialist. The other was a cultivation record from the sect's internal archives that documented the toxin's actual properties, including the full duration specification. The technical brief shows 2-year duration, reversible through ambient qi circulation over that period. He pointed to the relevant section without touching the page. The cultivation record shows the actual duration, which is measured in centuries, and the actual mechanism, which is permanent unless specifically countered. The 2 documents were produced by the same office. Ning Xiaoyu signed both. He gave the deployment specialist a false specification, Su Meiwei said. Yes, and retained the correct one internally. The internal record was not accessible to the deployment specialist under the sect's information partitioning protocol. Wei's finger moved to a clause in the archive document. This protocol is designed for sect security. In this case, it was used to ensure that the person being asked to deploy the toxin did not have access to its true parameters. That's premeditated deception, Zhao Lihong said from the floor. Yes, Wei said. In tribunal terms, it's classified as material concealment in a directed deployment. The deliberate provision of false technical specifications to a practitioner being asked to perform an act is a significant aggravating factor. In my father's position? Su Meiwei said. Wei looked at her directly, with the consideration of someone who was about to say something that mattered. Your father was deceived in the initial deployment, he said. He bears culpability for the act of deployment, for agreeing to suppress a cultivation community's qi development, but not for the duration or the irreversibility. Those were Ning's alone. He paused. The 18 months of suppression after discovery is a separate matter. He knew by month 7 that the duration specification was false. There is evidence of this in his behavior that would not be definitive in a tribunal proceeding, but would be highly suggestive. What would the tribunal do with that? Su Meiwei said. A censure for the initial deployment. A formal requirement to cooperate fully with the investigation and remediation effort. Possible community service obligations to the valley. And then a separate determination on the 18 months. Wei was precise. The 18 months is where it becomes more complicated. He knew. He did not act. The harm that continued in that 18 months is real. Cultivators who lost advancement time, they could have recovered earlier. Children who passed through development windows that could have been caught sooner. The valley community's formal position on that specific harm will matter to the tribunal's determination. He should still face something for it, Su Meiwei said. Not angry. Exact. Yes, Wei said. The question is what, and the valley community has standing to make that case. Mew had been listening with the specific quality of attention he brought to information that was about to require a decision he couldn't quite see yet. Something in the sequence wasn't resolved. He said, Wei, If Ning Xiaoyu disputes the material concealment charge, if he claims the specification differential was an administrative error rather than deliberate deception, what evidence do we have that proves intent? Wei was quiet for a moment. The internal record, he said, which establishes that he held both documents simultaneously, and testimony from anyone who can confirm that the distinction between the two specifications was known within Ning's office. Who was in Ning's office at the time of the deployment? By the records, 2 administrative staff, both of whom have since left the sect, and the poison master's liaison. Xianxia would have had a liaison, Mu said. He was thinking as he spoke, following the thread. A contact within the sect's administration who coordinated the deployment logistics. That person would have seen both the technical brief given to Xianxia and the internal cultivation record. Yes, Wei said slowly. That's correct. And if that liaison is still traceable, that is a piece of evidence we do not currently have, Wei said, but a piece worth finding before the formal proceedings. Su Meiwei had been following this with the same attention. I want to read his root memory before we decide anything, Mu said again. He said it to the room rather than to any one person. Xianxia's, not to build a case against him, but because there are layers to what Ning told him and layers to what Xianxia suppressed afterward, and I can't calibrate what the valley should ask for and what the tribunal should find without understanding what he actually knows versus what he was deceived about versus what he chose not to know. That's 3 different categories, Zhao Lihong said from the floor. Yes. Can you read all 3 from a handshake? Bark decoder rank, he said. It's enough for what I need. He had been at Bark decoder rank since the first week in the valley. He had been reading everything around him. The trees, the soil, the contamination matrix, the valley's geological memory. He had been reading everyone he had touched since then with the careful delimitation of someone who understood that the power came with responsibility he had not asked for. He had not touched Xinjiang in 14 years. The meeting would need to be arranged in a way that made the contact natural. A greeting. A formal handshake between cultivators meeting on professional ground. I need to get into the same room as him, he said. A consultation request, Su Meiwei said. She had reached the same conclusion several seconds earlier. He could tell by the way she said it. Not proposing, confirming. The Valley has sent formal requests to the sect for toxin analysis support. The sect has ignored them. A new request, specifically for a botanical consultation on remediation methodology, professionally framed. Xianxia is the sect's current poison master. He would be the appropriate respondent. He knows the Valley is investigating, Mu said. Yes, he's been avoiding the assignment for 2 years. But a formal botanical consultation is different from an investigation summons. It gives him a professional frame to accept without acknowledging anything. You thought about this. He'll know who I am, he said. Same family name. He was my grandfather's student. Yes, she said. He'll know exactly who you are. And he'll come anyway. A pause. Because the alternative is continuing to not know what you've found. And the suppression of what he knows is already costing him more than he can keep paying. Mu said, You're reading him. I've been watching him for 2 years, she said. You don't need root reading to see a person carrying something they can't put down. Chapter 34. The consultation request was filed through the formal Regional Cultivation Coordination Office on a Thursday. The language was precise and professionally neutral. A request for a poison master level consultation on a botanical remediation methodology, specifically regarding the interaction between cultivation suppressing toxins and aquatic root systems in valley geology. It named Shen Mu as the requesting specialist and specified the valley's investigation base of operations as the meeting location. It did not mention Su Meiwei. It did not mention Wei Canlin's archive records. It did not mention the antidote. Zhanghe's confirmation arrived on Saturday. He would attend a consultation on the following Tuesday. His reply used the same professional neutrality as the request, which was itself a kind of language. A person who was coming to a meeting they were afraid of choosing the register that made the meeting sound like something they were not afraid of. Mu spent Sunday and Monday working on the antidote production documentation. Not because it was urgent. The priority was still obtaining sufficient cultivation garden plant for valley-scale remediation, but because the work kept him grounded in the problem's actual structure. The antidote was real. The toxin's mechanism was real. The groundwater timeline was real. Everything else was context around a chemistry problem that had a correct solution if you applied the right compounds in the right sequence at the right concentration. Zhao Lihong found him on Monday evening, sitting with a contaminated soil sample and his notation log. She sat beside him without preamble and looked at what he was writing. You're not writing about the soil, she said. He looked at the page. She was right. He had been writing about the structure of the consultation, the specific sequence of how the conversation would need to go, what he would need to learn, what he could and could not say without triggering the defensive retreat that a person like Xianxia would be primed to make. I haven't seen him in 14 years, Mu said. I know. He was at my grandfather's greenhouse for the last 3 years I was there. I was 12 when he left. He stopped. He was trying to find the word for what Xianxia had been at that stage of Mu's life. He was the person I learned from by watching someone learn. My grandfather taught me directly. But watching Xianxia learn the same material a decade earlier than I was encountering, it showed me the shape of the knowledge before I had the capacity to understand it myself. Zhao Lihong said, "That's a complicated person to meet in a room." Yes. Do you know what you're going to say to him? No. I know what I need to find out. I know I need the handshake. After that, it depends on what I read. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, with the directness she always brought to things that needed directness, "Don't decide what you think about him before you read him. You've already decided some things." He looked at her. "You've already decided he's primarily a victim of Ning's deception," she said. "That's probably true. But if you go in with that decided, you'll read the root memory looking for evidence of it rather than reading what's actually there." He said nothing for a moment. "You're right," he said. "I know." She stood up. "Read him the way you read the valley's oldest trees. Like you don't already know what you're going to find." He spent Monday night with the contaminated soil and his notation log and the specific discipline of trying to empty himself of conclusions. Tuesday arrived cold, with overcast light that made the valley's damaged cultivation chi more visible than usual. The flat, suppressed ambience of a landscape where the chi was present but not moving, like a river that had learned to stop. Xianxia arrived an hour before the scheduled time. Mu was outside when he came, not waiting or not appearing to wait, examining a soil sample near the base of operations entry path. He heard the footsteps and looked up. 14 years. The man was 51 now. He had been 37 when he left the greenhouse. He was thinner than Mu remembered, and the specific quality of his stillness was different. A stillness that Mu, with his current knowledge of people's root memory signatures, recognized as the stillness of someone who had been practicing quiet for a long time. Not because they were naturally quiet, but because quiet was what they had left when other things had been taken away. Xianxia saw him. Stopped. He looked at Mu for a moment with an expression that was too complex to be any single thing. Then he said, with the formal register of the consultation request, "Specialist Shun. Thank you for seeing me." "Thank you for coming," Mu said. They stood in the cold, overcast air for a moment. Then Mu extended his hand. The handshake was the standard greeting between cultivators of approximately equivalent standing. Formal, brief, the right palm extended. Xianxia took it without hesitation, which was itself a kind of courage. His hand was dry, steady, warm in the way that people who had been cold for a long time were not. Mu counted to 10 and released. He had read a great deal in those 10 seconds. Chapter 35. What the root memory of 10 seconds gave him was not a summary. It was texture. The first layer was what all root memories gave in brief contact. The present state of the organism, the most recent accumulation, the thing that was currently happening. In Xianxia's case, the current state was controlled, careful, monitoring every input and output with the precision of someone who had been managing a very delicate situation for a very long time. A man walking a path he had walked so many times that the walking itself had become automatic while he focused all his attention on what might cause him to fall. The second layer was the weight of what was being carried. This was the root memory's equivalent of a tree's water stress lines, the physical record of sustained difficulty in the organism's recent history. Xianxia's water stress lines covered 18 months in a coherent arc. The knowledge arrived at some point 18 months ago. The decision not to act on it arrived at approximately the same time. The two facts had been living together inside him for a year and a half in a combination that root reading registered as the specific strain of a person who knows something they cannot unknow and cannot act on without destroying the story they have been telling themselves about who they are. Mu went deeper. The third layer was older, the extended root memory of the years preceding the 18-month knowledge. This was the territory he had come for. He moved through it carefully, with the precise attention Zhao Lihong had told him to bring, not looking for what he expected to find, but reading what was there. What was there was genuine. The man who had deployed the toxin 2 years ago had believed what he had been told. Not because he was credulous, but because he had trusted cultivation authority in the specific, earned way of a person who had built a career within an institution by being exactly as good at his work as the institution required him to be. He had been given specifications. He had reviewed them. He had identified no discrepancy, because the discrepancy was in a document he did not have access to. He had deployed the compound believing he was delivering a 2-year suppression that the cultivation authority had determined was necessary to prevent a regional conflict. He had been wrong. He had been deceived. Both of these things were true, and they were not contradictions. The fourth layer. Mu went carefully here, not pressing but following the memory's natural current. The way you followed a contamination trace through root systems by moving with the direction of the plant's growth rather than against it. The fourth layer was older still. He found it in the accumulated record of a man who had spent his adult life working within the confines of what the sect permitted him to know. A man who was genuinely skilled and genuinely limited. A man who had spent the last 18 months applying those same skills to the project of not understanding what he now understood. And then, in the deepest accessible layer, the place where the root memory stored what was most protected, most layered over, the things the organism had spent the most energy not returning to, a face. The memory from Chapter 6. The embedded fragment in the poison flower's botanical root record. The face he had been unable to identify then because he had not had the context. He understood it now. The face was his grandfather's. Not his grandfather as Mu had known him in his last years. Old, deliberate, the specific patience of someone who has spent a lifetime learning to slow down. This was an earlier version. Younger, mid-career, still with the full force of someone who had not yet had the experiences that would teach him caution. And the expression on his grandfather's face was the expression Mu had now seen on it once before, in the Chapter 6 memory. The expression of a man who is doing something he trusts, completely, without reservation. He was giving something. In the root memory's context, the layer of xianxia's deepest history, what he was giving was clear. A small box, the kind used to transport cultivation specimens. And the expression of what he was receiving it, xianxia's face, from the other side of the exchange, was the expression Mu recognized from Jia Lihong's description of him with children, from the valley's elder council when they had finally been given information they had been waiting for. The expression of someone who has been trusted with something that matters. His grandfather had given xianxia the flower's cultivation records deliberately, not as a breach, not in a moment of weakness, as an act of genuine trust, at a specific moment in a specific relationship, teacher and student at the point where the teacher believed the student was ready for the thing he had been preparing to give. Something had happened between that moment and the rupture. The root memory didn't hold the content of the rupture. That would require a longer reading, a direct conversation, a willingness on Xianxia's part to offer what he was still protecting. But it held the shape of the rupture's aftermath. A specific grief. The grief of someone who had been trusted and then not trusted, who had held something given to them in an act of faith, and had it taken back before they could understand what they had done to lose it. Mu released the handshake. He looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was watching him with the expression of someone who knew exactly what had just been read. There was a long silence. The overcast light held. The valley's flat chi ambience surrounded them. Then Xianxia said, "Your grandfather trusted me before he was afraid of me." He said it quietly, with the precision of someone who had been carrying the sentence for a long time. "I never understood the difference between the two." "What changed?" Mu said. "I think I do." Xianxia looked at him. "He gave you the records and then realized what the combination of the records and the antidote knowledge could become," Mu said. "He wasn't afraid of you. He was afraid of the combination in any hands, including yours, including his own." Xianxia was very still. "He was wrong," Mu said. "About you. I don't know if that helps." A very long silence. "What do you need from me?" Xianxia said. It was not a surrender. It was not a negotiation. It was the specific question of a man who had been waiting for long enough that the waiting itself had become indistinguishable from the rest of his existence, and who had come to a valley he was afraid of because someone with his family name had asked him a professional question, and who was now standing in overcast light in front of that person and understanding that the waiting was over. "I need the cultivation garden plant," Mu said, "in sufficient quantity for full valley remediation, and I need you to be present when we produce the antidote, so the valley community can ask you what they need to ask." Xianxia said, "Yes." One word, but it landed in the space between them like something that had weight. Chapter 36, he gave Xianxia the question he had asked and walked him to the base of operations entrance without speaking. Xianxia left in the direction of wherever he was staying. Some accommodation in the valley's outer settlement, Mu assumed, though it struck him only now that he did not know. He watched the man's back until the overcast light absorbed it, then stood alone at the threshold and let the morning be what it was. He had read a root memory. The experience of reading people was different from reading plants in the same way that treating a fever was different from treating a drought. The mechanisms overlapped, the attention required was similar, but the specific texture of the encounter was its own thing. Plants held memory without judgment. They did not hold grief about the memories they contained. A tree that survived a forest fire stored the record of the fire without storing shame about having survived it. Xianxia's root memory held the fire and the shame simultaneously. Miu went back inside and sat at the work table with a blank sheet of notation paper and the specific discipline of writing what he had found before his own interpretation had time to layer over it. What the root memory gave him. 14 years of a man who believed he had acted correctly, not comfortable with what he had done. The discomfort was present in the root memory the way water stress was present in a drought year's growth ring, measurable and specific, but convinced that the parameters he had been given were the parameters that existed. The deployment was a professional act with a professional limitation. 2 years. Reversible. What changed at month 7 of year 2? A document. He had accessed an internal cultivation record, not Ning's original, but a secondary analysis of the toxin's behavior over time that a junior researcher had compiled from field observation in the valley. The secondary analysis showed no signs of clearing. The chi suppression was not weakening on the projected timeline. Someone had checked and found that the checking produced numbers that did not match the specifications. Xianxia had read that document. He had filed it. He had gone home. 18 months ago, in the root memory's texture, was the moment of encounter with what you could not unknow. And the decision, not made once but remade continuously, every week, every month, every time the valley came up in sect administrative discussions, to not bring it forward. Not because he didn't know what he should do. Because knowing what you should do and being able to do it are different problems, and he had been living in the gap between them for a year and a half. This was what Miu had found. And beneath it, in the deepest layer where the root memory stored the things most protected, the face. His grandfather's. Younger than Miu had known him. Full-faced, still with the particular energy of a cultivator at the height of their productive period. And the expression, complete trust in the person he was handing the box to. Not a transfer under pressure. Not a calculated exchange. The genuine expression of a teacher who had decided the student was ready. Something changed between that moment and the rupture. Miu sat with his notation paper and wrote what he could reconstruct from the root memories surrounding context. The deepest layer had given him the moment of giving. The layers adjacent to it held the aftermath. The specific quality of a relationship altered, a student who had been trusted and then not trusted, and who had spent the rest of his professional life in the structure of a sect that required obedience precisely because the greenhouse had taught him that trust was conditional. What had changed was something Xianxia had said. He had said something, described something about the flower's potential, and his grandfather had heard it and changed. Not immediately. In the root memory, the change was not a single moment, but a sequence, a gradual withdrawal of the specific quality of openness that had characterized the teacher-student relationship. And then the antidote knowledge was gone from what Xianxia had access to. And then Xianxia himself was gone. He had not known why. Miu had enough, now, to understand why. His grandfather had given the records in trust. Xianxia had discovered, through his own analysis of the flower, that the concentration mechanism worked in reverse, that what healed in one dosage could suppress in another. He had told his teacher what he found because that was what a student did with a discovery. His grandfather heard it and understood what it meant. The antidote plus the toxin was a tool with a weaponizable edge. And the person who now knew both sides of that tool was a student, talented, trained, and 18 years old. In an era when cultivation conflicts were not rare and cultivation organizations had interests that were not always aligned with individual conscience. He had taken the antidote knowledge back, not because he didn't trust Xianxia specifically, because he was afraid of the combination in any hands, including his grandson's, eventually, including his own. Miu looked at what he had written. He had one more thing to do before the meeting that was coming. Chapter 37, he told Su Meiwei first. Not because she had the highest standing in the conversation about her father. She was the least objective person in it, and she knew that, and she had said it directly. But because she had spent 2 years watching her father avoid this valley, and she had come here partly to understand why. And the thing she had come here to understand now had an answer that she deserved to hear from someone who was trying to give it accurately rather than strategically. They sat on the ground floor of the base of operations, in the morning light that came through the ventilation slats on the eastern wall. He told her what he had found in Xianxia's root memory. He told it in order. The present state layer, the 18 months of suppression, the document at month 7 of year 2, and then the deepest layer, the grandfather's face, the moment of the box, the trust in it, and what must have come immediately after that changed everything. He told her the theory he had constructed about what Xianxia had said and what his grandfather had understood by it. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. She was looking at the ventilation slats, at the light coming through them in narrow bars, at the dust moving in the bars of light, in the specific aimless way of things with no direction. He discovered it himself, she said. The suppression mechanism. Yes. He was 18. Approximately. The records put him in the greenhouse until your grandfather removed him from it at 20. She was quiet again. He discovered something, and he told his teacher, she said. And his teacher's response was to take the knowledge back and send him away. A pause. And then 20 years later someone asked him to use the thing he had discovered. Yes. And he did it because someone in authority told him the parameters, and he believed the parameters because the only person who had ever told him his judgment about this thing was untrustworthy had just taken away his access to all the knowledge he'd been building. Mew said, that's one way to read it. What's the other way? He was a professional cultivator who deployed a compound that suppressed the cultivation advancement of an entire community for reasons he could have questioned but did not, he said. The relationship history explains the context. It doesn't change what happened to the valley. Sumeiwei looked at him. No, she said. It doesn't. A pause. My father made a wrong choice. He had a reason for it that I can understand. He could have unmade it by coming forward 18 months ago. He didn't. All of those things are simultaneously true. Yes. What are you going to do with what you found? Mew said, I think that's primarily your decision. She looked at him with the expression that several people had given him at various points in this investigation. The expression of someone who had asked a person for guidance and received the navigation problem back. I'm his daughter, she said. I can't be objective about this. No one here is objective, he said. That's the condition we're working in. Yun Qingshan has been treating this valley's sick cultivators for 2 years without knowing the origin. Wei Qianlan has been building a legal case for accountability since before I arrived. Jia Lihong's grandmother is in this valley. I'm the grandson of the man whose flower caused this and whose fear prevented it from being fixed. No one is objective. The question is which of us has standing to make which decision. And you think I have standing to decide what to do about my father. You're the person most affected by what he did after the 18 months began, he said. The valley has standing on the deployment itself. The tribunal has standing on the formal accountability. But the 18 months of your father sitting with knowledge he didn't act on, that affected you too. You came here because something was wrong and you couldn't name it. Now you can name it. A long silence. Tell him I know what you found, she said. Tell him I want to meet him. In the valley? She looked at him steadily. Here. So he can see what he's been avoiding. Chapter 38. The message went that afternoon. Mew wrote it in the formal consultation register, brief, professional, reporting that the root reading had produced information relevant to the investigation that he wished to discuss directly. He did not use Su Meiwei's name in the text. He named himself and his rank and the valley address and asked for a meeting at Jianghe's earliest convenience. He went back to work. There were 3 things that needed doing regardless of when Jianghe responded, and he did all 3 in the next 2 days with the methodical attention he brought to cultivation chemistry problems when the variables were complex enough to require sustained concentration. First, the antidote production documentation. Yun Qingshan had been managing the progress log, but the methodology itself was stored in Mew's notation system and needed to be codified in a form she could work from independently. He spent a full day writing the production methodology in the step-by-step format the tribunal archive would require for a public filing. Clear, complete, reproducible by a trained practitioner who had not been present for the original development. He made 2 copies. One for Yun Qingshan, one for scholar Wei Qianlan. Second, the botanical substitution analysis. Su Meiwei had identified his original substitute plant as incorrect and provided the correction from her kit. The kit had held enough for a proof of concept, but not for valley-scale production. The difference between the substitute and the correct plant was a specific molecular qi-binding interaction that could not be replicated by growing conditions alone. He needed the correct plant in quantity. He wrote a formal request to the sect's cultivation garden through the regional authority office, citing his tribunal archive filing and the public interest classification of the antidote methodology. It was unlikely to be approved before Jianghe responded. He filed it anyway, because the filing created a record that the request had been made. Third, Jia Lihong. She had been running her own parallel operation since the beginning. Her investigation into the remediation faction's internal dynamics, her mapping of the valley's contamination distribution, her counting of the 73 children. She had been doing all of this without being asked because she had assessed what was needed and had the capacity to do it and did not require permission to act on that assessment. He found her on the 2nd evening in the valley's outer grove, counting something. She had a small notebook and was making marks. Breakthrough windows, she said, without looking up. Updated count. 3 more children passed the lower threshold in the last 2 weeks. They're now in the window. The total is 76. I didn't ask, he said. I know. She made a mark. But you're going to need the number when Jianghe comes. Mew sat down on the ground beside the outer grove's boundary stone and looked at the valley in the late afternoon light. The contamination was not visible to the ordinary eye. No discoloration of the soil, no visible damage to the surviving plants, nothing that announced itself. It was in the qi. In the absence of a specific frequency of cultivation energy that should have been present in a valley of this landscape, and was not. He's going to come, Zhao Lihong said. Yes. How do you know? Because she asked him to. He meant Su Meiwei. And because he's been making the decision to not come for 18 months, and the weight of that decision is not decreasing. She closed the notebook. Are you ready for what happens after he comes? Mu looked at the valley. I'm going to present the root memory findings to the Elder Council, he said. With Su Meiwei present. With Scholar Wei's legal analysis. With a full accounting of what the deployment was, and what the 18 months of suppression was, and what the distinction between them means for accountability. And then the valley decides, he said. That's what I said from the beginning. You said it, she agreed. And then you also made about 12 decisions that affected the valley without consulting the valley. I know. Is that what you're going to keep doing? He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, the antidote methodology is in the tribunal archive now. Written. Accessible. I filed it 2 days ago. She looked at him. I didn't consult anyone before I filed it, he said. I made that decision alone. Because it was the decision that gave the valley the most protection and gave me the least control, and I didn't trust myself to make it if I gave myself time to reconsider. A long pause. That's the most honest you've been about how you make decisions, she said. Yes. Good. She stood up. Jiang is going to come. And when he does, don't decide what the valley should do with him. Ask them. Chapter 39. Jiang He came 3 days after the message. He arrived in the valley's main entrance in the early morning, alone, with a travel pack that contained nothing tactical. Mu could read the pack's contents from the weight and distribution as Jiang He walked, and the particular quality of stillness that Mu now recognized as the stillness of a man who had been suppressing something for 18 months and had decided to stop. The valley's surviving community saw him arrive. This was not incidental. Mu had not staged it. Su Meiwei had not staged it. But the valley's morning hours were when the outer settlement's cultivators moved through the main paths, and a man arriving with no escort at the hour that suggested he had walked through the night was an event that registered with the particular attention that survivor communities gave to anything that broke the expected pattern of their days. He walked to the base of operations. Mu was outside. Jiang He looked at him. 14 years. The same interval that had passed in Jiang He's root memory since the moment of the box and the trust and everything that followed. Mu had not been the reference point in that story. He had been 12 years old when Jiang He left the greenhouse, a child in the background of the rupture, not the person whose trust had been given and then revoked. But he was the person standing here now, and he was the grandson of the man who had revoked it. He said, "You have the antidote." It was not a question. "Yes," Mu said. "I suspected," Jiang He said. "From the beginning. From the regional authorities' report that described you as a botanical specialist with a family connection to the toxin's source. I suspected that the family connection went further than recognition." Mu waited. "Your grandfather hid it from me," Jiang He said. "Because he thought I would do exactly what I did." "He was right," Mu said. A silence. "He was right," Jiang He said, "about the outcome. He was wrong about the mechanism. He thought I would weaponize it intentionally. I deployed it because I trusted someone who told me its limitations. Yes. He was afraid of me being given the combination and using it badly. What happened was that I was given half the combination and trusted someone else's assessment of the other half." He looked at Mu with the expression of a man who had been rehearsing this understanding for a long time and was now saying it aloud for the first time. His caution produced the outcome he feared. "I know," Mu said. "I don't know if that helps." "It doesn't help the valley," Jiang He said. "I know." He looked at the base of operations entrance. "My daughter is here," he said. "Yes. I'd like to see her." "In a moment," Mu said. "First I need to know, what are you prepared to do?" The question sat between them in the morning air. Jiang He looked at him with the expression of someone who had spent the walk here deciding the answer and had arrived at it before the valley's outer settlement was visible. "What do you need?" he said. "The cultivation garden plant," Mu said. "In sufficient quantity for full valley-scale remediation. And the sect's sealed formula for the toxin's complete molecular structure, which will allow a more efficient antidote production. And your presence before the valley's elder council for whatever accountability process they establish." He had not asked for an apology. He had not framed any of this as restitution. He had framed it as operational requirements, because he had found, through months of working with this community, that operational framing gave people who were ashamed the specific task that made the shame productive instead of paralyzing. Jiang He said, "Yes." One word. Mu looked at him for a moment. "All three," he said. "All three," Jiang He confirmed. "Without negotiation. Without negotiation." A pause. "I should have come forward 18 months ago. I know that. The only thing I can do with knowing it is not waste any more of the time I've already cost them." Miu looked at the valley. Then he said, "She's inside." Chapter, "You packed this before you came," she said. "Yes." A pause. "Before you received the message." "Yes." She looked at the root ball. Then she said, "Then you had already decided." "Yes," he said. "I had already decided. I was waiting for someone to ask the right question." He provided the sealed formula documentation in the same meeting. A full technical record of the toxin's molecular structure and its interaction with cultivation chi systems, which resolved 3 questions in Miu's partial reconstruction that had been taking approximate values where exact values were needed. The production methodology became significantly more efficient with the complete formula. Yun Qingshan could see it immediately and said so without directing the observation at Jianghe. Dai Hongling's remediation faction attended the Elder Council meeting that evening. Miu had expected the meeting to be difficult. He had expected the faction to push back against whatever accountability framework Jianghe's voluntary arrival implied, to argue that cooperation was not the same as accountability, to demand formal tribunal process rather than community reckoning. What he had not expected was that the faction's arrival would coincide with Jianghe presenting himself to the Elder Council before they asked, making a formal statement of his role in the deployment, acknowledging the suppression of the secondary analysis report, and requesting whatever formal accountability process the Valley chose to establish. The remediation faction watched this. Dai Hongling had built her position on the argument that the sect would not voluntarily produce accountability, that the antidote would be used to protect perpetrators from consequences by resolving the symptom while the cause went unaddressed. What was happening in front of her was the cause presenting himself without a demand that he do so. She could not find a position that demanded more than what he was already doing. She could, and did, demand that the formal tribunal process proceed in addition to the community accountability, that Jianghe's cooperation with the Valley's Elder Council did not replace the formal legal proceeding that would address Ning Xiaoyu's responsibility. She was correct about this and said so clearly, and Miu agreed with her, and Scholar Wei Qianlong agreed with her, and Jianghe agreed with her. Ning Xiaoyu's responsibility was not resolved by what was happening in this room. What was happening in this room was what could happen in this room. The rest would take longer. The antidote production began 2 days later at full scale. Miu was in Yun Qingshan's cultivation workspace when the Heartwood Reader rank advanced. It happened without ceremony. He was in contact with the root ball that would become the production stock, reading its biological history to confirm it would propagate correctly in the Valley's specific soil conditions, and the rank's threshold passed in a moment he almost didn't notice because he was focused on the propagation analysis. The 5th rank. New capability, root memory of animals. Complex organisms. Non-botanical. He had not expected to notice the difference immediately. He noticed it immediately. The soil beneath his feet was suddenly textured with the small historical presences of everything that had lived in it, everything that had died in it, every organism that had accumulated its years in contact with this specific ground. The Valley's biological history opened to him at a depth that the plant reading had suggested but not delivered. He stayed very still. He could read Jianghe from here. The man was 10 meters away, in conversation with Su Meiwei, close enough to register at the new rank's expanded sensitivity. He did not read him. He had the information he needed. The root memory of a living person was not his to access without specific reason. Rank gave capability. It did not remove the responsibility to choose when to use it. He went back to the propagation analysis. That evening, a scout from the Valley's outer boundary settlement sent word of new arrivals on the main road. A formal sect delegation, 12 people, with the sect's enforcement insignia. Grand Elder Ning Xiaoyu. He had received word of Jianghe's arrival in the valley and had not waited for a report. He had come directly. Miu read the scout's description, the number of people, the insignia, the formation, and thought about what Ning Xiaoyu was walking toward. The tribunal archive, which could not be unregistered. The valley community, which had now received the information Miu had spent 2 months deciding how to give them. The antidote, which was already in production. The formal accountability process, which Jianghe had already agreed to and Dai Hongling had already documented. And Shun Jianghe, who was no longer protecting him. The Elder Council should know, Yin Qingshan said. Yes, Miu said. He was already moving toward the door. And Su Meiwei. And Wei. And Jia Lihong, she said. She already knows, he said. She's been watching the outer road since Jianghe arrived. He went out into the evening air. The valley's qi, still suppressed, but beginning. In the areas nearest the children's treatment sites, to show the first faint signs of the antidote's effect, the first small recoveries of cultivation frequency, the sound of something that had been held under starting to breathe again. He walked toward the boundary. Whatever was coming, it was coming with less leverage than it had brought. Chapter 41. Ning Xiaoyu's enforcement team arrived at sunset. 12 people. The enforcement insignia of the sect's administrative authority displayed on their outer robes with the deliberate visibility of people who had been told to make their standing clear before they made anything else clear. They came to the valley's main entrance, not the outer settlement path, which was a choice that communicated, "We are not visitors. We are here in an official capacity." Mu was at the boundary when they arrived. He had come there with Jia Lihong when the scout's message reached them, and he had arrived in time to see the formation approach from the north road. Jia Lihong stood slightly behind him and said nothing, which was her version of being prepared. Ning Xiaoyu was in the middle of the formation, not the front, where a confrontational elder would position himself, but the center, where someone who had decided to present as administrative rather than martial would stand. He was 70 years old by appearance, which in cultivation terms meant very little. He wore the expression of a man who had prepared extensively for what he was about to say. Mu read what he could at distance. Bark decoder rank, the 4th rank, permitted reading of organisms within a 10-meter proximity. Ning was 30 meters away and moving closer, but the distance would compress in the next minute. He watched the approach and prepared his own reading with the specific neutrality Jia Lihong had told him to bring, not looking for what he expected to find, but reading what was there. At 15 meters, the reading became possible. What he found in the surface layer of Ning's root memory in those few seconds of proximity was this: genuine fear. Not the fear of a man who was afraid of physical consequence. His enforcement team gave him confidence against that. The fear of a man who had built a structure of narrative management around a specific set of events and who had just learned that one of the primary supports of that structure had walked into the valley under his own power. He was right to be afraid. Xianxia had already spoken with the Elder Council. Scholar Wei Canlin's formal record of the meeting was already filed with the regional tribunal as a supplementary document to the archive Mu had deposited. The specific fear Ning carried, that Xianxia would say something, was the fear of someone who had arrived at an event that had already happened. Ning stopped 6 meters from Mu. He looked at him. He said, "Specialist Shun, I hope the investigation has been proceeding constructively." He had not announced his purpose yet. He was opening in information-gathering mode, seeing what Mu offered before committing to a frame. "The antidote production has begun," Mu said. "The methodology has been filed with the tribunal archive. The full accounting of the toxin's origin and deployment is part of the record." A very brief pause. "I see," Ning said. "You should see Xianxia," Mu said. "He's in the valley." He came voluntarily. Nothing changed in Ning's expression, but the root memory surface shifted in a way that Mu could read even at distance. The specific ripple of a person absorbing information that confirms what they feared. "I came," Ning said, "in my capacity as Grand Elder with administrative responsibility for this region, to observe the investigation's progress and ensure the sect's appropriate interest is represented in any formal proceedings. The Valley's Elder Council has a meeting scheduled for tomorrow morning," Mu said. "You're welcome to attend as an observer." Ning looked at him for a moment. He looked at Jia Lihong. Then he said, "That would be appropriate." He moved past. The enforcement team followed. Jia Lihong waited until they were 30 meters away and then said, very quietly, "He's going to spend tonight managing Xianxia." "Yes," Mu said. "Can Xianxia manage him?" Mu thought about the root memory he had read in Xiangxia's handshake. The man who had come voluntarily, who had packed the cultivation garden plant before the message arrived, who had sat with the Elder Council and confirmed the deception without protection. "Yes," he said. "I think so." "You're not certain?" "No." She turned back toward the base of operations. "Then we should probably be in the building Xianxia is in tonight rather than the one Ning is in." Chapter 42. The morning meeting was not what Ning Xiaoyu expected. He expected Xianxia to have reverted. This was a reasonable calculation. The night between Ning's arrival and the morning meeting would have given him access to Xianxia, the opportunity to remind him of what was at stake for both of them in the formal proceedings, the chance to realign their positions toward a shared narrative. A man who had been protecting a story for 18 months could be reminded that the protection was still worth maintaining. What Xianxia had done instead, in the night between Ning's arrival and the morning meeting, was write a supplementary statement that he provided to Scholar Wei Canlon at 6 in the morning, before the meeting began. The statement detailed the specific documentation he had been given by Ning's office at the time of the deployment, the specific discrepancy between those documents and the cultivation record he had accessed 18 months later, and the specific conversation he had had with Ning's administrative liaison when he had tried to report the discrepancy. The liaison had told him the timing was not appropriate for internal review. The report had been received and would be addressed at a more suitable moment. The report had never been addressed. Mu read the supplementary statement at the meeting and saw Ning's face in the second minute of reading it. Ning shifted tactics in real time. He did not argue with the statement's accuracy. He did not contest Xianxia's account. He presented an alternative frame, and he did it with the professional precision of someone who had spent decades managing institutional narratives. He said, the deployment was carried out in good faith with the information available at the time. The duration specification in the technical brief represented our best understanding of the toxin's mechanism. When that understanding was updated, as Xianxia's report indicates, the appropriate institutional response would have been immediate review. The failure to initiate that review is a process failure that I accept institutional responsibility for. A failure of process, not a deliberate deception. The Elder Council listened. Scholar Wei Qianlan said, the cultivation record showing the true duration was produced by the same office that produced the technical brief. Ning said, yes. The records coexisted in the office's documentation without the discrepancy being flagged for review. This is the process failure I am accepting responsibility for. Grand Elder. Wei kept his voice neutral. The cultivation record shows your signature on both documents. Routine administrative signatures, Ning said. The documentation was voluminous. The specific discrepancy between two technical specifications in the same research area would require close technical reading to identify. You signed a document specifying 2-year duration, Wei said, and a document specifying century duration, both in the same month, both concerning the same compound, both in a review package that contained 43 distinct documentation items, Ning said. Technical specifications, research records, administrative approvals. The routine signature covers the package, not the individual items within it. He met Wei's eyes steadily. It was a coherent argument. It was not provably false. The routine signature claim was technically valid for the sect's administrative practice. Mu knew it was false. The root memory read at 15 meters had given him the fear, and fear of Xianxia's testimony implied knowledge of what Xianxia's testimony contained, but root memory readings were not tribunal evidence. He had read at range. He had read a surface layer. It was not verifiable. Mu looked at Ning across the meeting room. Ning was keeping exactly 15 meters of distance. He had counted. He was managing the gap with the precision of someone who knew what 10 meters meant to a bark decoder practitioner. He knew about root reading. He knew about Mu's rank, which meant he had read something about Mu before arriving in the valley, which meant he had been preparing for this meeting longer than his arrival suggested. Dai Hongling said, from the remediation faction's seated position, we can continue this analysis at the formal tribunal proceeding, where the document authentication process will apply. The question before this meeting is whether the valley's remediation can proceed without the sect's obstruction. Can it? Ning said. The sect has no interest in obstructing remediation. Then the enforcement team's purpose here is observation, he said. The sect's interest in ensuring the investigation proceeds through appropriate formal channels. Mu looked at Xianxia across the room. Xianxia was watching Ning with the expression of someone who had expected exactly this, and had prepared for exactly this, and who was choosing, in this moment, not to escalate. Not yet. The morning meeting ended without resolution on the accountability question, which Ning had managed successfully. But the supplementary statement was in the record. The tribunal archive was accessible. The antidote production was underway. He had contained the meeting. He had not contained the situation. Outside the meeting, Jia Lihong fell into step beside Mu and said, he's going to try to discredit the documentation. I know, Mu said. Can he? The document authentication process at the formal tribunal proceeding is independent of the sect's administrative structure. The records exist in the tribunal archive. He cannot modify them there. But he can argue they don't mean what Wei says they mean. Yes, Mu said. He has a coherent technical defense. We need something he can't argue away. The liaison, she said. The one who received Xianxia's report and buried it. Yes. Do you know where they are? No. But Wei has the administrative records from that period. If the liaison filed a receipt for Xianxia's report, there's a document trail. He stopped walking. And then there's a new arrival. She looked at him. Someone came in with Ning's delegation, he said. Third from the left in the formation. I read a root memory fragment at range when they passed. Too brief to be certain. But the fragment had a specific quality, like reading a palimpsest. Something recent written over something older, deliberately. Chapter 43. Mu spent the afternoon analyzing what he had read in that brief fragment. The specific quality he had described to Jia Lihong was technically called root opacity, a condition that occurred when a practitioner with access to root reading techniques applied them to their own root memory, deliberately introducing interference patterns that made the historical record less readable to outside practitioners. It was not a common technique. It was not taught in standard cultivation curricula. It required specific botanical knowledge to execute. He had read it once before, in theoretical terms, in his grandfather's research notes. The notes had described it as a technique used by cultivators who needed to conceal their movements from tracking practitioners. Someone in Ning's delegation had been deliberately obscuring their history. He told Yun Xingshan first, because she had been in the valley for 2 years and knew every face that had come through it during that time. The third from the left, he said, traveling with the enforcement team, carrying documentation cases. She thought about it. Not sect enforcement, she said. Too well-dressed for administrative staff, but not senior rank. A specialist of some kind. Can you describe the face to me? She described it. He drew it in the margins of his notation paper. Rough, approximate, enough to compare. Zhao Lihong came in while he was drawing. She looked at the drawing. She said, they were at the valley's outer market 2 weeks before you arrived. I didn't connect them to Ning's delegation because they were traveling alone. 2 weeks before my arrival, presenting as a remediation specialist, asking technical questions about the toxin's distribution pattern. She paused. I thought they were regional authority. I noted them and moved on because there were more urgent things. You sat with this, a specialist in toxin analysis, arriving before him, asking specific technical questions, traveling alone, and now appearing in Ning Xiaoyu's enforcement delegation. He thought about what the tribunal archive filing had done. It had made the antidote methodology publicly accessible. It had also made the toxin's documentation part of the public record, the existence of the compound, its general mechanism, the acknowledgement that it could be reconstructed by a sufficiently skilled practitioner. Someone had been here before him. Someone who had read the valley's contamination pattern before he arrived had also, presumably, been taking samples. They could reconstruct the toxin, he said. Zhao Lihong said, how close? Close enough to present a reconstruction as evidence that the formula is publicly accessible, he said. If they can demonstrate the toxin can be independently derived from the botanical source, Ning's defense gains a significant element. The knowledge was already in the world, not exclusive to his office, and therefore his personal culpability for the deployment is diffuse. Yun Xingshan said, can that argument work? Scholar Wei Qianlong appeared in the doorway of the workspace. He had been listening from the corridor with the still patience of an archivist who had learned that hallways carried conversations worth attending to. It can work as a complicating factor, he said, not as an exculpation, but it can shift the tribunal's focus from deliberate malice towards systemic knowledge management, which is a more ambiguous charge. The more ambiguous the charge, the less severe the likely outcome. So Ning brought someone who can provide him that argument, Zhao Lihong said. Or the someone approached Ning with the argument when they realized what they had. Mu said. Either way, Wei said, if they deliver a viable reconstruction to Ning before the tribunal proceeding, the formal proceeding becomes significantly more complicated. He paused. How viable is a reconstruction likely to be? You thought about this. He thought about the toxin's molecular structure, which he now knew completely from Jianghe's sealed formula documentation. He thought about what a reconstruction from botanical samples alone would look like, without the sealed formula, working from plant analysis and contamination sampling. Incomplete, he said. The toxin has a specific synthesis mechanism that requires the flower's full cultivation record to replicate. Without that record, a reconstruction would be an approximation. Technically viable in general terms, but wrong in at least 3 specific ways that a trained analyst could identify. You could identify it, Zhao Lihong said. Yes. Then if they present a reconstruction, you can demonstrate it's flawed. Yes. If I can see it before it's submitted to Ning. She was already thinking about this in the specific way she thought about problems that involved people moving through spaces, not analytically, but spatially. She was mapping where the specialist was, where the documentation was, how the movement would have to work. They're staying in the valley's outer settlement, she said. They arrived with the enforcement team's equipment allocation, which means their materials are in the sect's designated accommodation. We can't access the sect's accommodation. I can't, she said. I've been moving through this valley for 3 months. I know which entrances the enforcement team hasn't secured yet. A pause. I'm not going to steal anything. I just want to see what they're working with. Mu looked at her. The specialist has a name, she said. Third from the left. I'll find it. Chapter 44. She came back 3 hours later with a name, a function, and a piece of information that changed the shape of the problem entirely. The specialist's name was Shan Beiyu. Their function, according to the sect documentation Zhao Lihong had read through a window from an adjacent rooftop, was independent toxicological analyst, a freelance designation that the sect had been using to engage outside specialists for plausible deniability purposes. The piece of information was this. Shan Beiyu had already deployed the toxin, not in the valley. In a different location, a smaller cultivation community in a neighboring province. The documentation Zhao Lihong had read was not the reconstruction analysis she had expected to find. It was a deployment record. The compound Shan Biyu had synthesized, their reconstruction of the toxin from botanical samples, had been used in a different valley, in a different conflict, 3 months ago. People in that valley could not advance their cultivation ranks. And the antidote was not there. Mu sat with this for a long time. He sat in the specific way he sat when the problem being presented to him was not the problem he had prepared for. Still, hands flat on his knees, reading the information the way he read a plant's root memory, following the data through its implications without hurrying toward a conclusion. The valley's accountability question had just expanded. It was no longer about Ning Xiaoyu, Shen Jianghe, and the specific community that had been poisoned 2 years ago. It was about a methodology that had been observed, reconstructed, and deployed in a second location. The toxin had escaped the bounded context of the original crime and become a tool in someone else's hands. The antidote was also a tool, and he was the only person who had it. Jia Lihong sat across from him with the specific patience she brought to moments when she had delivered something significant and was waiting to see how it was received. "How did you find the deployment record?" he said. "They had it in a documentation case on the workspace table," she said. "The window was at angle. I could read the header in the first 3 sections. Enough to confirm. The case is normally kept closed?" It was open. They were working. He thought about the implications of that. The case was open because they were actively working on the reconstruction to give Ning. They had already deployed a prior synthesis. They were not investigative. They were operational. "They came here for 2 things," he said. "The reconstruction, which strengthens Ning's defense, and possibly the antidote methodology, which is now in the tribunal archive and publicly accessible." "Why would they want the antidote?" Yin Qingshan said. "Because the antidote is worth something," he said. "In a context where someone is willing to use the toxin, the antidote is worth more. You can sell the suppression and the relief as a package. You can use the antidote as leverage over a community you've already poisoned." He paused. "The synthesis ghost is not here to help Ning. They're here to study the solution as much as the problem." Jia Lihong said. "The tribunal archive." "Yes," Mu said. "The methodology is accessible. They can read it. They can reproduce the antidote. And then they have both sides. Can we stop them?" He thought about this. "The archive filing was designed to be irreversible," he said. "Multiple deposits. Public access. I cannot unfile it. And I should not. The Valley's community needs the antidote knowledge to be publicly held, not dependent on my single copy. Then they can access it." "Yes," he said. "We cannot stop them from reading the archive. What we can do is ensure that when they present their reconstruction to Ning, we are present to demonstrate its flaws, and ensure that the separate deployment in the neighboring province becomes part of the formal tribunal record before Ning can use Shan Beiyu's cooperation as a defense element." "Can you demonstrate the reconstruction's flaws without examining it?" Yin Qingshan said. "If I can get them into a room where they present it publicly," Mu said. "I request a formal technical review. I ask to see their methodology. In a public review, before the Elder Council, I evaluate their reconstruction and present the 3 specific ways it's wrong. Their reconstruction is invalid. Ning's argument loses its primary supporting element. And they'll agree to a public review?" Jia Lihong said. She sounded skeptical. "They'll agree," Mu said, "because refusing a public review of a claimed reconstruction implies the reconstruction can't survive scrutiny. If they're here to provide Ning with a usable argument, they can't afford the implication of refusal." He stood up. "I need to submit the request tonight, through the Elder Council's formal channels, before they can present to Ning privately." Chapter 45. The formal technical review request went to the Elder Council that evening. The language was precise. As the Valley's primary toxin analyst and the reconstructed antidotes developer, Shen Mu was requesting a formal evaluation session of any independent reconstruction claims presented in connection with the ongoing investigation. The request cited the tribunal archive filing and the public interest classification of the antidote methodology. The Elder Council approved it by morning. Shan Beiyu's reaction, when the formal request reached them through Ning's administrative channel, was what Mu had predicted: a 2-hour silence followed by an acceptance in formal register. They had calculated the same implication he had and reached the same conclusion. Refusal was worse than participation. The review session was scheduled for the following afternoon. Mu spent the morning with Jianghe. This was not planned. Jianghe was in the base of operations reviewing Yun Qingshan's production log, and Mu came in for his own work, and they were in the same room for an hour before either of them acknowledged the other directly. It was not uncomfortable. It was the specific quality of shared space between people who have said the important things and are now in the operational period after the important things have been said. Jianghe said, at some point. "The liaison who buried my report." Mu looked up. "His name was Peng Taiming," Jianghe said. I know because I've thought about it for 18 months. He processed the report, and I received a receipt. If the receipt is still in the sect's administrative records, and if Wei Camlon can access it, Wei has already requested the administrative records from that period, Mu said. Zhang He looked at him. When? 3 days ago, Mu said. Before you arrived. A pause. He moved faster than I expected, Zhang He said. He's been building this case for 2 years, Mu said. Before I got here. Your arrival accelerated his timeline, but the structure was already there. Zhang He was quiet for a moment. He looked at the production log. The antidote, he said. Yes. It's working. In the children. Yes. How many have cleared so far? 14. The breakthrough window cases have priority. All 11 of them have been treated. Mu paused. The enhancement effect is real. All 11 are advancing faster than they would have without the toxin exposure and the specific clearing mechanism. Zhang has set down the production log. That's not something I expected, he said. When Ning commissioned the deployment, the rationale was suppression only, not enhancement, not something that leaves a positive trace in the people it's cleared from. Your grandfather's flower, Mu said. He bred it for healing. The suppression mechanism was a secondary property. The healing mechanism was still present in the compound. Zhang has said nothing. The children who are clearing, Mu said, are going to be stronger cultivators than they would have been if the valley had never been poisoned. A long silence. That doesn't fix what was taken from them, Zhang has said. No, Mu said. It doesn't. The afternoon review session was held in the valley's Elder Council chamber. Shan Beiyu presented their reconstruction in the formal register appropriate to a technical review before an assembled council. They had the professional composure of someone who was confident in their work, which suggested they had not identified the 3 flaws Mu had. He let them finish the full presentation. Then he requested the detailed methodology documentation. They provided it. He read it for 11 minutes in silence. The council waited. Zhao Lihong, at the back of the room, was watching Shan Beiyu's face with the attention she brought to people who were managing their presentation of confidence. Mu set the documentation down. There are 3 specific errors in this reconstruction, he said. He described the first, the synthesis temperature specification, which was close but slightly optimistic. At the temperature Shan Beiyu's methodology specified, the compound would form correctly in controlled laboratory conditions but would be unstable under field cultivation conditions, degrading at a rate that made deployment scale use ineffective. He described the second, the catalyst timing in stage 3 of the production process. The reconstruction's timing would produce a compound that suppressed cultivation qi, technically viable, but that lacked the specific binding mechanism that made the original toxin persist in the soil rather than degrading after initial exposure. Without the binding mechanism, the compound could not produce the century duration effect that characterized the valley's poisoning. He described the third, the molecular structure of the root-reading interaction component. The reconstruction showed a slightly different molecular arrangement in the component that produced the toxin's cultivation suppression effect. The difference was small. The difference meant that anyone with root-reading capability who examined a contamination site would find a different qi signature than the one in this valley. The reconstruction would not match the botanical record. In summary, he said, this reconstruction could produce a short-term cultivation suppression effect under specific conditions, but it does not replicate the toxin used in this valley. It cannot be used to argue that the original compound synthesis is publicly reconstructible, because it is not what was reconstructed. He looked at Ning Xiaoyu across the room. Ning's expression had not changed, but the root memory surface at 12 meters, close enough now that Mu had been reading since the session began, had shifted in the way of a structure losing a support. Dai Hongling said, "Are these errors correctable?" Mu said, "Not without the flower's complete cultivation record, which exists in 2 places. The grandfather's original research, which was destroyed, and the sect's sealed archive, which Zhang He has now provided to the tribunal." He watched Ning process this. The reconstruction had failed. The supporting element for his technical defense was invalid. The sealed formula was in the tribunal record. The supplementary statement was in the tribunal record. The liaison's receipt, which Wei Canlon had found in the administrative archive request, was in the tribunal record. The structure of Ning's narrative had been built around the argument that the knowledge was distributed, the culpability was diffuse, and the duration was an honest error. Each element had been addressed. Shan Beiyu, sitting with their invalid reconstruction, set into the silence, the neighboring province deployment. Every head in the room turned toward them. They had not intended to say it. Mu could see that. It had come out in the specific way things came out when a person had been holding something for too long and the silence became a pressure they could not maintain. They said it and immediately understood what they had said. Mu said, "Tell the Elder Council about the neighboring province." And Shan Beiyu, with the expression of someone who had just lost the last calculation that had made silence worth maintaining, began to talk. Chapter 46. Shan Beiyu talked for 40 minutes. Not all of it was useful. Some of it was the specific pattern of a person who had held a contained secret for too long and whose threshold had been crossed by the simultaneous pressure of the failed reconstruction, the public review, the elder council's attention, and the specific statement of "tell us," delivered by someone who had just dismantled their professional credibility in front of an assembled room. But the structure of what they said was consistent, and it was specific, and when Scholar Wei Canlon asked clarifying questions, which he did, for times, with the precision of an archivist who knew that a panic disclosure contained significant amounts of useful information embedded in less useful amounts of self-justification, the specific elements held up under questioning. The neighboring province. A cultivation community there that had been developing a trade consortium that threatened a sect-aligned merchant faction's market position. Shan Beiyu had been approached, not by Ning, not by anyone from the sect directly, by the merchant faction, who had heard rumors about a specific cultivation suppression compound that had been used in the region and wanted to know if it could be reproduced for commercial application. Commercial application. The thing that Ning Xiaoyu had commissioned as a political instrument had been converted in someone else's imagination into a commercial service. Cultivation suppression, for hire, to resolve commercial disputes. The neighboring province's community had been targeted 3 months ago. The compound Shan Beiyu had deployed was the reconstruction, the incomplete version with the 3 errors Mu had identified, which meant it was a 2 to 3 month suppression rather than a century-long one. The affected community was recoverable without the full antidote, given sufficient time and cultivation chi support. Mu said. The location. Shan Beiyu gave it. How many people? The whole community, they said. About 200. Mostly mid-rank cultivators. Children. A pause. I didn't. There are families. The elder council had been silent throughout. Fun Jinhua, the most careful of the valley's elders and the one who had spent the most time being skeptical of outsiders, said, "You are in this valley gathering information about a compound you have already used on an innocent community." It was not a question. Shan Beiyu said, "I came to Ning with the reconstruction offer. He engaged me as a technical consultant. I needed the complete formula to make the reconstruction viable for. I needed to know the errors in my version." "You needed the antidote too," Mu said. Silence. "You needed both," he said. "The complete formula to fix your reconstruction, and the antidote to hold over the community you already poisoned." Shan Beiyu said nothing. The Elder Council voted in 20 minutes. The vote to expel Shan Beiyu from the valley was unanimous, including the 2 elders who had been most skeptical of Mu's investigation in its early stages. Ning Xiaoyu abstained, which registered its own implication. His enforcement team's separation from the synthesis ghost had been completed in the previous 30 minutes of testimony, Ning having demonstrated through his posture and expression the specific distancing of a man cutting a loss before the loss attached to him. Dai Hongling, from the remediation faction, said, "The neighboring province's community needs the antidote methodology." Mu said, "Yes. Can they access the tribunal archive? The archive filing is public. They can access it. They'll need a practitioner who can execute the methodology from the documentation." He paused. The reconstruction errors Shan Beiyu used mean the suppression is shorter duration. The community can recover with cultivation chi support. The antidote would accelerate the recovery and eliminate the residual suppression. It would take a month either way. Then they should have it a month sooner rather than later, Fen Jinhua said. Yes, Mu said. Shan Beiyu was escorted from the valley before noon. Before they left, they turned at the valley boundary and said, "You have the only complete antidote knowledge. How long before someone does to you what was done to your grandfather's notes?" Mu said nothing. He watched them go. Then he went back to the base of operations and sat with the question that had been asked. Chapter 47. The question was not idle. He had been carrying the antidote methodology in his memory since the beginning. The reconstruction he had built from his grandfather's technique, verified against the contamination data, refined through the work with Yun Qingshan and the correction from Su Meiwei. He had not written it down in its complete form. The tribunal archive filing contained the framework and the botanical identification, but not the specific synthesis notation that made it executable. His grandfather had done something similar, kept the knowledge internal, held it as a protection, and then the protection had been made irrelevant by the fact that the toxin knowledge had survived even without the antidote knowledge, and everything the grandfather feared had happened anyway. Mu sat with Scholar Wei Canlon for 2 hours that afternoon. Wei had the specific attentiveness of an archivist who understood that the most important information was often the information that had not been written down yet. "The methodology needs to be documented," Mu said. "Not in my notation system, which requires familiarity with my convention set to interpret, in a format that can be executed by any trained botanical practitioner from a cold start. How many pages? 12 at minimum. More with the synthesis variants for different contaminant concentrations. We can expand the current tribunal archive filing to include the full synthesis documentation, Wei said. The public access registration covers editions as well as the original. The deposit in multiple archives applies to editions. I want it filed before I leave the valley. Wei looked at him. You're leaving? After the documentation is complete, Mu said. The neighboring province's community needs a practitioner who can implement the methodology. The archive filing gives them access to the knowledge. A practitioner on-site gives them someone who can troubleshoot the execution. You're going there yourself. Yes. The antidote production here is at 40%, Wei said. The valley's full remediation requires. Xianxia can manage the production, Mu said. She's been co-managing it for weeks. The methodology documentation will give her the full synthesis notation she needs to handle any complications without me. He paused. I should have done this sooner. I've been keeping the complete methodology in my own head in a way that made the valley's remediation dependent on my continued presence. That's not different from what my grandfather did. Wei was quiet for a moment. He kept the antidote knowledge internal because he was afraid of what would happen to it in the world, he said. Yes. You've been keeping the synthesis notation internal because you thought about this honestly. Because I was still deciding how to use it, he said. Which became how to use me. I have been thinking about the antidote as an instrument of decision-making for so long that I failed to notice I had stopped deciding anything with it and was just holding it. Wei said, the complete documentation. Yes, all of it. The synthesis notation, the concentration calibration, the variant formulas for different contamination depths. Public. Multiple archives. Irreversible. And then you leave to address the neighboring province. Yes. Jia Lihong appeared in the doorway. She looked at Mu for a moment, reading the room with the speed she brought to situations where someone had just made a significant decision. She said, you're not protecting yourself. You're protecting the people you might accidentally read. He looked at her. The gloves, she said. You started wearing them. I thought it was because you didn't want to receive information you hadn't consented to receiving. But it's the other way around, isn't it? You don't want to read people who haven't consented to being read. He had started wearing gloves when the bark decoder rank made every handshake a potential history. He had described it to himself as a boundary practice. Jia Lihong had just named what the boundary was actually for. Yes, he said. She came fully into the room and sat across from him. The documentation first, she said. Then the neighboring province. Yes. I'm coming with you. He had expected this. He had also not decided whether to argue with it. He decided not to argue with it. Chapter 48. The documentation took 4 days. Not because the synthesis notation was difficult. Mu had the methodology in complete form in his memory, and translating memory into written notation was not significantly harder than the original development work. It took 4 days because he had not anticipated how much context the written version required that the memory version did not. When you held knowledge in your own head, your own familiarity with the relevant botanical theory was implicit. You did not need to explain why the stage 3 catalyst timing was sensitive to temperature variation, because you knew the underlying chemistry. When you wrote for someone who might be reading the methodology without that familiarity, you needed to explain the why alongside the what. He ended up writing 18 pages. He brought them to Xianxia on the 3rd evening and asked her to read them, as if she were a botanical practitioner who had not been present for the development process. She read for an hour. She made 12 marginal notes. He revised accordingly. The final documentation was 22 pages, complete, executable from a cold start by any trained botanical practitioner. He filed it with the tribunal archive through Wei Canlin's formal channels. Multiple deposits. Public access. The confirmation arrived the following morning. The methodology was in the record, accessible, irreversible. He went to the ceremony site for the last time before leaving. The ground there had been changed by the antidote's partial progress. Not cleared, not in the areas that had not yet received the concentrated treatment, but beginning to shift. The failed transcendence chi in the upper soil layers had started moving differently. Less static. More processable. He pressed his palms to the ground and read the root memory of the site. The site's history went back before the ritual. The ceremony circle's ground held centuries of accumulated cultivation chi from practitioners who had used this location for standard cultivation practice long before the hierarchy had chosen it for their ascension attempt. The overlay of failed transcendence chi sat on top of that history but had not erased it. The ground remembered what it had been. He sat with the site's history for 20 minutes. Then he went back and finished his preparations for the departure. Su Meiwei came to find him the evening before he left. She had been in the valley throughout. Her sect audit had been postponed pending the formal tribunal proceedings, which would take months to schedule. She was technically in a liminal position, no longer functioning as the sect's survey representative, not yet formally resigned, her status pending the audit outcome. She had been doing practical work while the status resolved, helping Yun Qingshan with the production chemistry, reviewing the documentation for accuracy. She said, "The neighboring province." "Yes. My father's deposition for the tribunal is scheduled for next month," she said. "He'll need to be in this valley." "He knows," Mu said. "He's committed to the accountability process." "I know he is." She was quiet for a moment. "The neighboring province community, they'll need someone who knows the production methodology. The documentation is sufficient for an experienced botanical practitioner." "But you're going anyway," she said. "Yes. Because you can troubleshoot what the documentation can't anticipate." "Yes." She looked at him. "You're going because the documentation existing doesn't mean the knowledge has actually been distributed until someone uses it somewhere else." He had not named it that way. But yes, that was what he was doing. The methodology was in the archive. The methodology was also in his head. Until it was in the hands and practice of practitioners who were not him, it was still primarily his. The distribution he was trying to achieve required someone to go somewhere and do the work. "Yes," he said. "Jia Lihong is going." "Yes." "Then I'll stay with the valley until you return," she said. "The antidote production needs continuity in the production chemistry." She said it practically, without asking if this was what he needed, because it was evident that it was what was needed and she had the competence to do it. This was what Jia Lihong had been calling his fatal flaw, in different words, for months. He deliberated the decisions that were already clear. He had been deciding whether to go to the neighboring province for 2 days after it became obvious that going was the correct decision. Su Meiwei had named what he was doing and provided the practical support for the decision without waiting for him to finish deliberating. "Thank you," he said. She nodded and went back to the production workspace. Chapter 49, The Canopy Walker rank advanced on the 3rd day of the road to the neighboring province. He was reading a stand of old-growth trees on the route's midpoint, century-plus organisms whose root systems connected to the regional Qi network in ways that gave him travel-relevant information about the terrain ahead when the rank's threshold crossed. The 6th rank. He stayed still in the act of reading while the capability shifted. The tree's root memory deepened, yes. But more immediately, he became aware of the route's ambient information in a way he had not been before. Every plant he was in proximity to was now a potential source of not just its own botanical history, but the accumulated intersection history. Every creature that had touched it, sheltered near it, been in contact with it. The ecosystem's memory was suddenly textured in a way that made the previous rank's reading feel like reading a surface. He put his hands in his pockets, not away from the trees, away from the possibility of skin contact with anything he did not intend to read. Jia Lihong, walking beside him on the road, said, "You just stopped." "Rank advance," he said. She looked at him. "Good advance or concerning advance?" "The new capability is reading root memories of people with direct skin contact," he said. "Not proximity sensing. Contact. I need to be more careful about what I touch." She considered this. "You've been wearing gloves." "Yes." "Are they sufficient now?" He looked at his hands in their pockets. Bark Decoder rank had allowed limited reading at range. Heartwood Reader rank had allowed reading of animals at range. Canopy Walker rank opened full human root memory reading through direct contact. The gloves were thick enough to prevent skin contact. Whether they prevented Qi transfer at this rank, he was not certain. "I'll test it carefully," he said. "With me?" she said. It was not a question. He looked at her. "You've been my traveling companion for 3 months," she said. "I trust your judgment about when to stop and what you're doing. If you need to test the glove's effectiveness, test with someone whose root memory you're already somewhat familiar with." This was practical in the specific way Jia Lihong was always practical. She had identified the best available option and stated it without asking whether he was comfortable with the offer. He was not entirely comfortable with it. He said, "Your root memory is private. I've read fragments at range, but not deliberately." "I know," she said. "I'm offering consent. That's what makes it different." He put his gloved hand against her arm. He read nothing. The gloves held. He exhaled. She said, "Good, good," he said. They walked on. On the 5th day, they reached the neighboring province's affected settlement. The contamination there was immediately readable. The same Qi suppression signature as the valley, but less concentrated, less deeply embedded. Shan Beiyu's reconstruction was the incomplete version with the 3 errors. The suppression was real, but shallower. The root memory of the settlement's boundary trees held a 3-month history of gradually declining Qi flow, not the 2-year history of the valley's older trees. more recoverable. He read the settlement elder in the standard greeting. The elder, who had been told to expect a botanical specialist from the regional authority, shook his hand with the usual firmness. The gloves held. The elder showed him the affected community, 212 cultivators, approximately 40 of them mid-rank with significant advancement frozen, the rest at lower ranks that had less to lose in the short term. There were children, 16 of them in the standard cultivation awareness stage where the suppression was most costly. 16 children. He thought about 76. He asked the settlement elder to arrange a meeting the following morning with the community's senior practitioners. He asked Jia Lihong to walk the boundary and get a distribution map of the contamination's extent. Then he went to the settlement's medicinal garden, which was not a cultivation garden, just an herb garden for standard medicinal use, and read the oldest plant there, a 20-year medicinal elder that had been growing at the garden's center since before the contamination. Its root memory held the settlement's pre-contamination history, what it had been, the cultivation practice the community engaged in, the specific techniques they used. He read for an hour. Then he sat back and began planning the remediation. The methodology in the archive was correct. The steps he needed to take were the same steps Yin Qingshan was taking in the valley. He would adjust for the shallower contamination depth and the different soil composition. He would need different concentration calibrations for the antidote application. He could do this. It would take 3 weeks. He had never been more certain of something in his professional life. Chapter 50. The antidote production in the neighboring province required modified concentration ratios. Shan Beiyu's reconstruction error, the molecular structure deviation in the root reading interaction component, had produced a compound with a different binding depth in the soil. The suppression affected the upper cultivation qi channels more than the lower ones, which was the reverse of the valley's pattern. The antidote needed to be formulated for shallow layer binding rather than deep layer penetration. He spent the first 2 days in the settlement's medicinal garden, reading soil samples and calculating the modified ratios. He wrote the modifications in his notation paper and cross-checked them against the archived methodology, tracking where the deviation from standard required an explanation so that anyone reading the archive later could follow the adjustment. Everything he worked out here went into the archive as a supplementary deposit. Not because he expected to leave before the work was done, he intended to stay through the full 3-week remediation, but because the principle of distribution required that what he learned from applying the methodology somewhere new was itself available. The knowledge should compound, not concentrate. Jia Lihong brought him dinner on the 3rd evening and sat across from him while he ate. She said, "The 16 children. I've met with their families," he said. "All 16 are in the pre-breakthrough cultivation stage. The suppression has been active for 3 months. Their advancement windows are not critical yet. The timing is better than the valley situation was. We have more room. But the sooner the better." "Yes." She ate for a moment. "Then, you went from 3 weeks of deliberating before starting work in the valley to starting work here in 2 days." "I know," he said. "What changed?" He thought about how to answer this accurately. "The valley took me a long time to start because I was deciding whether to use the antidote as leverage," he said. "I kept thinking about what the decision to give it freely meant, what it cost, whether a different approach would produce better accountability outcomes. I was treating it as a strategic resource and then feeling bad about treating it as a strategic resource. And now the methodology is in an archive that anyone can access. It is not a strategic resource anymore. I cannot use it as leverage even if I wanted to. The decision I kept deliberating was made by filing the complete documentation." He paused. "I made that decision 2 weeks ago. Since then, every time I've encountered a problem, I've started working on the problem. Because there's nothing else to deliberate." She said, "You accidentally fixed your fatal flaw by removing the thing that gave you excuses to exercise it." "Possibly," he said. "Or I fixed it because I've spent 3 months watching what the deliberation costs people who are not me." She nodded. "The 76 children," she said. "Yes." "Jia Lihong's grandmother," she said. "Now cleared." "Yes." And Zhanghe presented himself voluntarily. "And the methodology is in the archive. And Ning Xiaoyu is suspended pending formal proceedings." "Yes." "And now 16 children here," she said. "Yes." She looked at him. "Is this what it's going to be?" she said. "You find the next place. You go. You start the work." He thought about this. "I'm a botanical specialist with the antidote to a specific toxin that someone has demonstrated they're willing to deploy commercially," he said. "As long as the toxin's deployment potential exists and the antidote's practical implementation requires specific expertise, there will be places where what I know is needed." "So yes," she said. "Yes." She ate her dinner. After a moment she said, "I'm going to need better boots for this." He looked at her. "You've been wearing those boots since before the valley," she said. "I assumed this was going to be a single assignment." You went to one place and fixed the problem and came home. A pause. You don't have a home, do you? The valley, he said. I'll go back. After the next place. After this place, he said. And after the formal tribunal proceedings. And after Sue Mayway's audit resolves. And then the next place, she said. He said nothing. All right, she said. Better boots. I'll manage the logistics. She stood up. The 16 children's breakthrough windows. I counted. The 3 closest to the threshold are 7, 9, and 11 years old. The 7-year-old is named Meng Xiao. She has been watching you work from the garden wall every morning. He had not noticed this. She's been doing it every morning, he said. Since your second day, Jia Lihong said. I think she's waiting for you to notice her. He put down his notation paper. He went to the garden wall. Meng Xiao was 7 years old with the specific watchfulness of a child who has been paying very close attention to something and has decided to wait until the adult notices rather than interrupting. She was sitting on the top of the garden wall with her knees pulled up and her eyes on him. He said, I hear you've been watching. She said, Are you going to fix it? Yes, he said. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she reached into her pocket and produced a small carved wooden figure, a rabbit, roughly made. The kind of thing you made when you had too much time and not enough to do. She held it out to him. He looked at the rabbit, then at her. My older brother made it, she said. He said when someone came to fix things, I should give them something that takes a long time to make. He took the rabbit. It was small in his gloved hand. The carving was imprecise and clearly done with love. He looked at Meng Xiao. Tell your brother, he said, that I'll take good care of it. She nodded, satisfied in the way children were satisfied when something happened exactly as they had expected it to. Then she climbed down from the wall and went back inside. He stood in the medicinal garden holding a carved wooden rabbit. He put it in his coat pocket. He went back to his notation paper and continued the concentration calibration. 3 weeks. He had work to do. Chapter 51 The 3-week remediation in the neighboring province completed on schedule. The 16 children in the breakthrough window were treated in the final week. Meng Xiao was first, not because she was the youngest or the most urgent by the numbers, but because her grandmother had requested it for her on the grounds that children should not be required to wait for adults to finish deliberating the order. He treated her in the medicinal garden, with her grandmother present and Jia Lihong there as a witness. The process was not dramatic. He administered the antidote compound as a botanical preparation, a cultivation tea, essentially, mixed to the specific concentration calibrated for the shallow layer contamination. The clearing process was visible at Canopy Walker rank. He read her chi field in the hour afterward and watched the suppression layer dissolve. Watched the cultivation channels that had been blocked for 3 months begin to move again. Watched the nascent cultivation chi in a system that had never had the chance to develop properly start to reach toward its growth conditions. She did not advance that day. She was 7 years old, and her cultivation chi had been suppressed since she was 7 years old minus 3 months. What she had, after the clearing, was the potential to advance. She asked him if she would be able to cultivate now. He said, You could have before. The suppression prevented it. Now the prevention is gone. She considered this. How long before I can do something, she said. That depends on what you practice and how, he said. Some people advance quickly. Some people take their time. The pace is less important than the direction. She nodded, with the satisfied seriousness of a child who had received a complete answer and was filing it. On the final day, he trained 4 of the settlement's senior botanical practitioners in the specific modified technique for shallow layer contamination remediation. The documentation in the tribunal archive covered the deep layer version, the valley's version. He wrote the shallow layer modification into a supplementary filing, which Wei Qianlong confirmed the archive had received before Mu's group departed. The settlement elder offered a formal send-off and a supply package for the road. Mu accepted the supply package and declined the formal send-off. He and Jia Lihong left early on a gray morning with the specific quality of departure that comes after completion. Not the relief of escape, but the satisfied weightlessness of a thing finished. He carried the wooden rabbit in his coat pocket. He had taken it out twice in 3 weeks to look at it. Once when the first child's treatment had not gone as smoothly as predicted, a temporary complication in the clearing process that resolved itself in 6 hours, but that had required those 6 hours of careful observation. Once when Meng Xiao had watched him from the garden wall on the last morning, checking to make sure he still had it. He put it back both times. Jia Lihong, on the road, said, You ready to go back? Yes, he said. The tribunal proceedings are scheduled for the month after next, she said. Wei filed the formal request while we were gone. I know. He sent the update. Ning will try to delay. He'll try, Mu said. The procedural appeals available to him are limited now. The formal record is complete. His misunderstanding defense has been undermined. His independent reconstruction expert has confessed to a separate deployment and been expelled from the valley. His primary witness is the person who has cooperated most fully with the investigation. Xianxia. Yes. They walked for a while in the gray morning. Jia Lihong said, "The valley. What do you think it's going to look like when we get back?" He thought about the antidote production Xianxia had been managing, the breakthrough window children who had been waiting for treatment, the remediation timeline that had been progressing without him. Different, he said. She said, "Good different or worrying different?" "I don't know yet," he said. "That's what makes it interesting." Chapter 52. They encountered Ning Xiaoyu's enforcement team on the road 2 days from the valley. Not at the valley's boundary, 2 days away, on the main road, in a position that made the encounter's planning evident. They had been placed to intercept anyone returning from the direction Mu had gone. The enforcement team served papers before speaking. The papers were formal documents in the sect's administrative register, claiming that the antidote methodology documentation Mu was carrying constituted proprietary cultivation knowledge derived from sect-controlled materials. Specifically, the sealed formula Xianxia had provided. The sect's argument was that the sealed formula was sect property, and any methodology derived from it was therefore under sect intellectual cultivation authority. Mu read the papers. The argument had enough technical standing to generate significant delay. The sect's intellectual cultivation authority was a real legal structure. It applied to modifications of existing sect research, which the antidote methodology arguably was, since it was built in part from the sealed formula specifications. The enforcement team's lead officer said, "We require you to surrender any written documentation of the antidote methodology for inspection under sect intellectual cultivation authority, pending formal review of the proprietary claim." Mu said, "The methodology has been filed with the Regional Tribunal Archive as a public access document. The filing does not preclude sect intellectual cultivation review of the underlying work. The Tribunal Archive filing, once completed, creates a public interest protection over the documented material that supersedes sect intellectual cultivation review authority where the scope of that protection is contested," the officer said. "Pending resolution of the scope question, the documentation is subject to inspection." This was going to take hours, possibly days. He was standing with the enforcement team's papers in his hand, and the enforcement team's 6 members arranged across the road, when he realized he could not hear Jia Lihong behind him. He did not turn to look. She had been there when the papers were served. She had read the situation the way she read all situations, fast, accurately, already moving toward the solution before most people had finished processing the problem. She had no written documentation being contested. She had not been named in the papers. There was no legal basis to hold her at the interception point. He continued arguing with the enforcement team's lead officer about the scope of the public interest protection clause. He was not certain how long he argued. He was certain that when he finally agreed to a review appointment at the sect's nearest administrative office, which the officer accepted as a sufficient compliance gesture, he had bought approximately 4 hours. Jia Lihong rejoined him on the far side of the interception point. She said, "Filed. Emergency basis?" he said. "Imminent public harm," she said. "The 16 children in the neighboring province, plus the 76 in the valley, all receiving or pending treatment with the methodology." Wei's assistant met me at the tribunal annex. Wei had briefed them to expect me. She paused. "The methodology is now in the tribunal's formal possession as an emergency public harm filing. The sect's inspection authority does not override a tribunal emergency possession." The enforcement team's papers had just become ineffective. She looked at him. "You kept them busy," she said. "I had a long argument ready about the public interest protection scope," he said. "Was it a real argument?" "Parts of it," he said. "The core legal point is actually unclear. But the deadline was what mattered, not the argument's merit." She smiled. It was the specific smile of a person who had done something well and was not pretending otherwise. "The enforcement team is going to report this to Ning," he said. "Yes. He's going to escalate." "He's been escalating since the review session," she said. "Every move he's made since then has been escalation. He's running out of options that don't require him to do something his enforcement team won't follow." Mu thought about the root memory fragment he had read from Ning at range on the day of the review session. The fear beneath the maintained surface. The specific fear of a man who knew what Xianxia had said and who had been managing the consequences of Xianxia having said it. "He's going to make a mistake," Mu said. "Yes," Jia Lihong said. "He almost certainly is. And when he does, Scholar Wei needs to be positioned to receive it." "I'll write to Wei tonight," she said. They continued on the road to the valley. Chapter 53. He came back to 73% antidote production and 3 children already treated. Yun Qingshan met him at the base of operations with the production log in one hand and the expression of a woman who had been managing a complex cultivation chemistry operation in her colleague's absence and was simultaneously relieved at his return and mildly offended that he had thought she might not manage. 73%, she said. The breakthrough window cases are all scheduled. 3 done. No complications in the clearing process. The third child, the 11-year-old boy, she said. Treating this morning. He went to the treatment room. Yun Qingshan administered the antidote while he read the clearing process from the position of the third child's chi field boundary. The child's name was Fu Wei. He was 11 years old and had been in the lower range of the breakthrough window for 4 months. The clearing process in his system should have been equivalent to the first 2 children. It was not equivalent. The clearing was faster. The suppression layer dissolved in 40 minutes rather than the hour-plus timing of the first 2 treatments. And in the final minutes of the clearing, as Fu Wei's cultivation qi began to move freely again, something else happened. The cleared qi field had a different structure than it should have. He read it carefully. The cultivation channels were open. That was the antidote's work, expected and correct. But the channel's capacity was different from what the pre-poisoning baseline would have been. Not damaged. Not reduced. Larger. He stayed with this, reading, checking the reading against what he knew of cultivation qi physiology at the Canopy Walker ranks level of resolution. Yin Qingshan, he said. Read his qi field. She came and read. She was branch mapper rank. Her reading was less detailed than his, but calibrated to the same underlying qi physiology. She read for a minute. Then she said, his cultivation ceiling is higher than his pre-poisoning baseline should have predicted. Yes, he said. She looked at him. From the antidote. From the toxin-antidote interaction, he said. The toxin suppresses cultivation qi development in cultivation-naive systems. When the antidote clears the suppression in a system that has never had active cultivation qi, the clearing process interacts with the system's nascent cultivation potential. He paused. It doesn't just clear. It marks. The cleared channels retain a trace of the toxin-antidote interaction that appears to expand the system's cultivation capacity. Yin Qingshan was very still. The child was suppressed for 8 months, she said. 8 months of blocked cultivation development. And now his cultivation ceiling is higher than it would have been without the poisoning. A long silence. That's not, she stopped. Started again. That's not how suppression works. Suppression reduces potential. Clearing returns it to baseline. It doesn't, I know, he said. And yet this is what I'm reading. Fu Wei, who had been sitting quietly during the treatment and the discussion afterward, said, does this mean I'm better now? You looked at him. Yes, he said. It means you're better. And it may mean you're better than you would have been if none of this had happened. Fu Wei considered this with the specific philosophical openness of an 11-year-old who had not yet decided whether that was a good thing or a complicated one. Okay, he said. Chapter 54. Yin Qingshan verified the enhancement effect in the 4th child and the 5th. Each time, the cultivation ceiling expanded beyond the pre-poisoning baseline. Not dramatically. Approximately 8 to 12% improvement in cultivation capacity, based on the qi field readings Mu and Yun Qingshan took in collaboration. Consistent across the children treated so far, appearing specifically in systems that had been suppressed before active cultivation qi had been established, those whose qi development had been blocked from the beginning rather than arrested mid-development. Yun Qingshan said, we need to understand the mechanism before we proceed with more treatments. The mechanism doesn't change the safety profile, Mu said. The antidote clears the suppression. The enhancement is an additional effect in specific physiological conditions. It doesn't produce harm. It produces an effect we didn't predict, she said. Which means there may be other effects we haven't predicted. This was exactly right, and he said so. They spent 2 days running the mechanism analysis. He used the Canopy Walker ranks reading capability on plant analogs, the 4th zone herbs processing of the failed transcendence qi, which was structurally similar to the toxin-antidote interaction in cultivation-naive systems. The qi-binding mechanism that the antidote used to clear the suppression had a specific secondary interaction with undeveloped cultivation potential. It marked the cleared channels with a trace signature that the system's own development process subsequently used as a template, expanding around the trace rather than returning to the pre-suppression baseline. It was, as his grandfather had designed the flower, primarily a healing mechanism. The healing mechanism, encountering systems that had been blocked before they could develop, healed in a way that made the development larger. The flower was designed to heal, he said to Yun Qingshan. The grandfather was trying to grow something that helped cultivators recover from damage to their qi systems. The toxin was a secondary property, discovered by xianxia, that the grandfather didn't intend. But the healing properties are primary. She said, The enhancement is the flower doing what it was designed to do. Yes, in conditions the grandfather never expected it to be in. The remediation faction came to him on the evening of the second day of mechanism analysis. Dai Hongling said, "The valley was denied a generation of enhanced cultivators." He said, "The valley was denied a generation of standard cultivators. What you're describing as enhancement is the antidote doing its designed function in systems that had been suppressed at the point of their initial development. It's not a bonus. It's a correction that happens to overshoot baseline. The effect is still real," she said. "Yes. And it represents what these children's cultivation potential would have been if they had been able to develop normally in an environment that supported enhanced cultivation rather than one that suppressed it." He looked at her. She was making a subtle and important distinction. "You're saying the valley's pre-poisoning cultivation environment was already enhanced," he said. "I'm saying the valley was developing resonance cultivation," she said. "Before the poisoning. The collective cultivation practice that the sect wanted suppressed. The technique that enhanced individual advancement through cooperative practice." She paused. "The children who were suppressed before they developed were suppressed in a valley that was already producing enhanced cultivators through resonance cultivation. The antidote is not giving them something extra. It's giving them the baseline they would have had if the valley's cultivation tradition had been allowed to continue." He sat with this. She was right. The enhancement effect was not an accident of the antidote's chemistry. It was what the valley's children should have had the valley been allowed to be what it was. Dai Hongling said, "We want to announce it. The public announcement will attract the wrong kind of attention," he said. "If it becomes known that the antidote produces cultivation enhancement, the demand for it will shift from humanitarian to acquisitive." "That's true," she said. "It's also the valley's information to share or not share. Not yours." He said nothing. She was right about that too. Chapter 55. The Elder Council voted in the morning meeting 6-2 in favor of public announcement. Mew was not a council member and did not vote. He sat at the back of the room and listened to the arguments. The arguments in favor of announcement. The valley's community had a right to share its own story, including the elements that cast the poisoning in its worst light. The enhancement effect was evidence of the poisoning's full scope that the tribunal proceedings should have access to. Concealment of a positive outcome was as distorting as concealment of a negative one. The arguments against announcement, tactical timing, the attention it would draw, the risk of acquisitive demand. He had made the against announcement argument before the meeting. The council had heard it and noted it and voted 6-2. He accepted this. After the meeting, Fen Jinhua, the most skeptical of the valley's elders, the one who had been hardest to convince at the beginning, found him in the corridor. Fen said, "You're not happy with the vote." "I respect the vote," Mew said. "That's not the same thing." "No," he said. "I think the timing is wrong. I think the announcement will accelerate Ning's escalation before the tribunal proceedings are formally scheduled. I think it will bring parties into this situation who have acquisitive motives before the formal accountability structure is complete enough to manage them." "All possible," Fen said. "Yes. And you had your analysis and we had ours," Fen said. "And ours said this is our story to tell on our own timeline." He said, "Yes, I understand that." Fen looked at him. "You disagreed, and then you let us decide. That's different from what you were doing in the first weeks." "I know. What changed?" Mew thought about how to answer accurately. "I understand the difference now between decisions that require my expertise and decisions that require the community's authority," he said. "The antidote's chemistry is my domain. When to tell the story of what the antidote did, that's the community's domain. I kept confusing the two because I was the one with the information, and I thought holding the information meant holding the authority." Fen said, "It took you long enough." "Yes," he said. "It did." The announcement went out through the regional cultivation network on a Thursday afternoon. By Saturday morning, Ning Xiaoyu arrived at the valley in person. Not with his enforcement team, not the 12-person force he had been operating through, not in the administrative capacity he had been claiming. He came with 40 sect cultivators in full sect formation, which was not the administrative capacity of a grand elder conducting an inspection. It was the enforcement capacity of someone who had decided that managed accountability was no longer achievable and was moving to direct action. He stood at the valley's main entrance and said, "In the formal register of a grand elder invoking sect authority, the valley's antidote production is hereby classified as sect cultivation property under emergency sect intellectual authority provisions." Mew was not at the entrance. Scholar Wei Qianlan was. Wei said, "The antidote methodology is a public access document in the tribunal archive. The antidote production is operating under the valley community's autonomous authority as documented in the investigation record. Grand Elder Ning, I need to inform you that your arrival with 40 cultivators and sect formation has been noted in the Regional Tribunal's security monitoring system as of 12 minutes ago. A silence. Your tribunal hearing date, Wei said, is in 6 weeks. Anything that occurs at this valley in the next 6 weeks will be part of the formal record. Ning Xiaoyu looked at the valley. He had come to take control of the antidote. The legal structure that would have let him do it no longer existed. The documentation was in the archive. The community had authority over its own production, and the regional tribunal was watching. He had 40 cultivators, and he had nothing to do with them that wouldn't become part of the formal record. Mu arrived at the entrance 2 minutes later. He looked at Ning. He looked at the 40 cultivators. He looked at the valley behind him, the treatment operation, the elder council chamber, the production workspace, the children who had already been cleared and were now, for the first time in their lives, beginning to develop the cultivation potential that was their inheritance. He said, Grand Elder, the Valley's Elder Council has tea prepared. If you'd like to discuss the tribunal proceedings scope, the Elder Council is available this afternoon. Ning Xiaoyu stood at the Valley's entrance with 40 cultivators and the specific expression of a man who had arrived prepared for a confrontation and found a meeting invitation. He said nothing for a long moment. Then he said, this afternoon. He followed Mu into the valley. Chapter 56. Ning Xiaoyu spent 3 days in the valley behaving perfectly. That was the part Mu found most interesting. He had arrived with 40 cultivators and a stack of legal papers, and he had immediately, on seeing Scholar Wei standing beside Jia Lihong, recalibrated. Not retreated, recalibrated. The legal papers were filed correctly with the Valley's Elder Council rather than presented as demands. The 40 cultivators were housed in the perimeter camps they had set up rather than distributed through the settlement. Ning himself took the guest quarters that were offered and thanked the Valley Elder, who showed him to them by name. He was reading the situation. Mu recognized the skill because he practiced it himself, just through a different medium. On the first day, Ning attended the morning production check and asked 3 precise questions about the antidote's composition stability. He did not make suggestions. He observed Meng Xiao playing near the eastern herb rows and said nothing. In the afternoon, he walked the containment perimeter with one of the valley's senior farmers and listened more than he spoke. On the second day, he sat in on the full tribunal documentation session that Scholar Wei was conducting, taking notes in a small book he kept close to his chest. At no point did he attempt to redirect the process or challenge the records being assembled. When Mu's methodology for the root reading confirmation procedure was read into the official transcript, Ning nodded once, almost involuntarily, as if acknowledging something he'd already calculated. On the third day, he requested a private meeting. Mu agreed. Jia Lihong's expression when he told her was controlled, which meant she was unhappy. At least let me be in the building, she said. He won't say anything useful if you're in the building. That's precisely what I'm worried about. He understood what she meant. A private meeting with Ning Xiaoyu. No witnesses, no transcript. Whatever was offered or discussed would exist only in 2 people's accounts afterward. Ning was too careful to threaten. He would offer something. And if Mu accepted or showed interest, there would be no record of that either. I need to hear what he says, Mu told her. I won't agree to anything. That's what you plan. Plans change in rooms. I know. He met her eyes. I'm telling you anyway so you know that I know. She let him go. The meeting room was one of the valley's smaller administrative spaces, a low-ceiling chamber with 2 windows facing the herb fields. Ning was already seated when Mu arrived, his small notebook on the table in front of him, closed. He gestured to the chair across from him with the practiced ease of someone who had conducted many negotiations in borrowed rooms. Mu sat. He kept his gloves on. You've built something significant here, Ning began. Not preamble, observation. He meant it. The valley built it. I provided a methodology. A methodology that no one else in the 4 provinces could have provided. Ning's tone was level. That's worth acknowledging accurately. Mu waited. The tribunal documentation will proceed, Ning said. I've spoken with Scholar Wei and I understand the record is essentially complete. There's nothing I can do to change what happened, and I'm not here to attempt it. Then what are you here to attempt? Ning opened his notebook. On the visible page, Mu could see a column of figures, cultivation hours, antidote yield projections, what looked like a population estimate for the neighboring province. The sect's position after the tribunal ruling will be difficult. Censure for the xianxia determination, possible expulsion-level findings for my own involvement in the suppression period. The sect's funding for Eastern remediation work will be suspended during review, which means the populations in 2 of the 3 affected territories will face a resource gap. He looked up. The gap can be addressed. The sect has financial instruments that operate independently of tribunal oversight during the review period. If the methodology documentation is reclassified from suppressed emergency knowledge to proprietary technique under active licensing, the legal framework shifts. The affected territories receive continued funding. The censure findings are reduced by one tier. He paused, and the sect's cultivation research division would extend a significant grant to the valley's ongoing work. Mew looked at the notebook page. The figures were real. The gap Ning was describing was real. What the reclassification means, Mew said, is that anyone who needs the technique has to apply for a license through the sect, through a streamlined process, controlled by the sect. Ning did not deny it. The answer is no, Mew said. Chapter 57. Ning did not move. He had anticipated this. Mew watched him absorb the refusal and calculate forward. The funding gap is real, Ning said. I'm not constructing it as leverage. There are children in the Eastern Territories who will face a resource shortfall if I know the funding gap is real. Mew kept his voice even. I've been looking at the same population projections you have. The gap is approximately 6 weeks of antidote production at reduced output, assuming the valley's current cultivation rate. That's a genuine problem. Then you understand. I understand that the correct response to the gap is to document the methodology completely and file it with the tribunal so that any trained cultivator in the affected regions can learn to produce the antidote without licensing from anyone. He watched Ning's expression, which is what Scholar Wei and I have already done. Silence. The grant would allow the valley to expand production capacity significantly, Ning said. Within your existing framework, no strings attached to the technique itself. Simply an investment in the valley's ability to produce at higher volume. And the reclassification? A separate negotiation, which you're conducting at the same time. I'm exploring options. These are two separate, Ning Xiaoyu. Mew said the name quietly. Not hostile, simply precise. You arrived here with 40 cultivators and a stack of legal papers. In 3 days, you have correctly identified that Scholar Wei's documentation is complete and that direct interdiction won't work, correctly identified that I have more goodwill in this valley than you do, and correctly identified that the resource gap is something I care about. This is all accurate. You're also trying to link a legitimate grant to a reclassification that would restore the sect's control over access to this technique. Ning closed his notebook. The answer is no to the reclassification, Mew said. If the sect wants to offer the valley a grant with no strings attached, file the paperwork with Scholar Wei and I'll review it. If the grant is contingent on anything relating to the methodology's documentation status, I'm not interested. The resource gap in the Eastern Territories will be addressed through the tribunal's emergency provision process, which Scholar Wei filed for yesterday. He stood. You've conducted yourself well here, he said. It was genuine. That's worth acknowledging accurately. He left Ning sitting with his closed notebook. Jia Lihong was waiting in the corridor. She had, he noticed, positioned herself close enough to the door that she would have been able to hear the room's general tone, if not its content. He offered a grant, she said, linked to reclassification. I declined. She exhaled slowly. He'll have a formal political appeal filed before the tribunal within 2 days. I know. He began walking toward the production area. The documentation is complete. The appeal won't change the record. It doesn't need to change the record. It needs to delay the ruling long enough for the sect's legal division to find a procedural challenge. She fell into step beside him. We need the tribunal to move faster than their appeal. Scholar Wei knows that. Scholar Wei is one scholar. The sect has 30 legal specialists. Then we'd better make sure the documentation is so complete that there are no procedural gaps to find. She was quiet for a moment. Then, you're more calm about this than I expected. I'm not calm. I'm focused. He glanced at her. There's a difference. They reached the production area. Meng Xiao was there, seated near the herb rows with a small carving tool, working on what appeared to be a second wooden rabbit. She looked up when Mew approached and held it out without preamble. For my sister, she said. She hasn't been treated yet. She's in the 2nd Eastern Territory. The 2nd Eastern Territory. The one in the resource gap. Mew looked at the half-finished rabbit in her small hands. We'll get there, he said. I promise. He was very careful not to touch her hands when he said it. Chapter 58. The synthesis ghost came back on the 4th night. Not openly. Mew was doing a late check of the production records when he noticed a figure near the eastern herb perimeter who didn't move with the posture of any of the valley's residents or Ning's encamped cultivators. Too still. Too aware of the sight lines. He walked toward it directly, which was the opposite of what an ambush protocol would expect. The ghost stepped out from behind the herb row barriers. Different clothes than before, working farmer's clothes, well-worn, convincingly local. Shan Beiyu, the name Jia Lihong's investigation had attached to the role. Up close, in the low light of the production lamps, they looked younger than Mew had expected. You're not supposed to be here, Mu said. The tribunal expulsion. The expulsion applies to the formal valley administration area. The ghost's voice was neutral, carefully modulated. This is the perimeter. That's a creative reading. I've had good legal advice. A pause. I'm not here to cause problems. People who aren't here to cause problems generally don't sneak in at night. I needed to talk to you without Ning's people seeing and without your legal specialist knowing. The ghost looked at him steadily. I'm offering you something. Mu waited. The neighboring province deployment, the ghost said. I know you know about it. I know you've been filing with the tribunal. What you don't have is the complete synthesis record, which compounds I used, which variant, the exact protocol. Without that, the remediation team you've consulted can address the surface symptoms, but not the secondary cascade that will develop in approximately 8 weeks. 8 weeks. Mu processed this. In exchange, the ghost continued, the enhancement documentation. The cultivation sealing effect your antidote produces in naive systems. If you share that with me, I'll give you the full neighboring province synthesis record. The remediation team can stop the secondary cascade before it develops. The children there get better outcomes. The children there. It was a real offer. The secondary cascade was plausible. More than plausible, it was something Mu had already flagged as a concern in his remediation consultation notes. The ghost would know this. They'd had access to his documented methodology. Put your hand out, Mu said. The ghost hesitated. You want to negotiate? I need to know what I'm negotiating with. He kept his voice even. Root reading requires contact. You've read my file. You know what I do. If you want this conversation to go anywhere, put your hand out. Another hesitation. Then the ghost extended one hand, palm up, in the lamplight. Mu removed his right glove. The contact lasted 3 seconds. The ghost's root memory was older than he'd expected, layered with technical training and organizational structure, and underneath it all, recent. For months ago, a village on the northeastern coast of the neighboring province. Children in the street. Adults who didn't know what was happening to them. The ghost standing at the edge of it, watching, with an expression in the memory that wasn't satisfaction and wasn't guilt, but was something worse than either, professional assessment. The victims were real. The secondary cascade was real. And the ghost had knowingly deployed the compound in a populated area because someone with authority over them had given an order. Mu put his glove back on. The enhancement documentation is publicly filed with the tribunal, he said. It has been since the day after we expelled you. Anyone can access it. You don't need me to share something that's already in the public record. The ghost's expression shifted. The synthesis record for the neighboring province. Mu continued. You're going to provide to the tribunal remediation team directly, tonight. Because if you don't, those children develop secondary cascade complications in 8 weeks, and you will have to live with that in addition to everything else you're carrying. He looked at them carefully. I think you came here because you wanted someone to tell you that you have to give it up. That there's no version of this where you keep the deployment record as leverage. There isn't. The ghost stood very still. Who gave the deployment order? Mu asked. Long silence. Then, I want immunity documentation before I say that name. I'll wake Scholar Wei up right now. Chapter 59. Scholar Wei drafted the limited immunity agreement in 40 minutes, working by lamplight at the production area's record table. Jia Li Hong, who had been woken immediately, stood reading over his shoulder and interjecting 3 modifications that he accepted. The ghost, Shan Beiyu, sat across from them and watched the process with the focused attention of someone who had spent years in technical roles and understood that documentation quality determined outcomes. The name on the immunity agreement, once it was signed, was a senior synthesis sect administrator 2 levels above Ning Xiaoyu. Mu read it once, set the paper down, and looked at Jia Li Hong. File everything, he said. Tonight. She was already moving. The filing went to 3 simultaneous tribunal records. Shan Beiyu's complete synthesis record for the neighboring province deployment, the identity of the administrator who had authorized it, and Mu's own documented account of the nighttime contact, including the root memory reads content. He wrote the last document himself, in precise methodological language, noting what he had perceived and what he could not have perceived from a 3-second contact, and why his conclusions fell within the confidence thresholds his technique supported. He sent a separate filed note to the neighboring province remediation team with the secondary cascade intervention protocol attached. By the time dawn came up over the herb rose, Ning's encamped cultivators were visibly agitated. Word had reached them. 2 of them approached the valley's Elder Council building and were met by Scholar Wei at the door with a copy of the filed documentation. Mu watched from across the production area as Scholar Wei handed over the papers with the patient expression of someone who had already thought through every response to every objection. Dai Hongling found him there, standing with a cup of morning tea that had gone cold. She was one of the valley's senior cultivators, a woman in her 60s who had been farming this land before the synthesis sect had shown any interest in the valley, and she had a way of appearing beside people at significant moments that Mew had stopped trying to explain. "I watched you during the expulsion hearing," she said, taking up a position beside him. "When you had the full synthesis record and they didn't know you had it, and you released it one piece at a time because you were still deciding how much to trust us with." Mew didn't answer. "And last night you had something the ghost wanted," she continued. "The enhancement documentation. And instead of using it as a counteroffer or releasing it strategically or waiting to see what it was worth in the negotiation, you told them it was already public." She looked at the Elder Council building where Scholar Wei was finishing his conversation with Ning's cultivators. "You just gave everything away. All at once. To the tribunal, to the remediation team, to anyone who can read a public record. The ghost needed the synthesis record to go to the remediation team, not to me. Keeping the enhancement documentation private wouldn't have changed that." "No," she said. "But 3 arcs ago, with the antidote methodology, you kept things measured. Dosed out information because you were afraid of what happened if too many people had access to what you knew." She picked up his cold tea, looked at it, set it back down. "You just did the thing you wouldn't do then." He thought about Meng Zhao's half-finished rabbit, about the Second Eastern Territory, about the 3 seconds of a coastal village in the ghost's root memory. "I know what happens when someone decides that control over information is more important than what the information is for," he said. "I've been reading root memories of that decision for a year." She nodded, as if this was an answer she'd expected and was glad to hear confirmed. The ghost was arrested by the tribunal team that arrived mid-morning. Shan Beiyu cooperated fully with the arrest. The immunity agreement covered their deployment actions, but not the earlier tribunal testimony falsifications, and they seemed to understand this and have accepted it as the cost of the thing they were getting out from under. Mew watched the arrest from across the valley and didn't feel what he'd expected to feel. Chapter 60 Ning Zhaoyu's formal political appeal was filed on the 5th day. Scholar Wei read it carefully, identified 4 procedural challenges that the sect's legal team had embedded in the appeal structure, and filed preemptive responses to all 4 before the tribunal had a chance to consider them individually. The response filing was, Jia Lihong explained to Mew, a technique called closing the windows. If you knew which objections were coming, you addressed them in advance and forced the challenging party to either find new objections or abandon the procedural strategy. The tribunal's reviewing panel met on the 7th day. Ning was present via formal messenger. Scholar Wei represented the valley's interests. Mew submitted a written account and did not attend in person. The ruling came back 12 days later. Censure for the Jianghe determination. Sustained. Expulsion-level findings for Ning Zhaoyu's involvement in the suppression period. Sustained, with a formal suspension pending full tribunal hearing. The sect's Eastern remediation funding was transferred to independent tribunal administration for the duration of the review period, which meant the resource gap Ning had identified was closed through a channel that didn't require anyone to reclassify the methodology. The senior administrator, whose name Shan Beiyu had provided, was summoned for questioning. Mew did not know what would come of that yet. The day the ruling arrived, the valley held a quiet meal in the main gathering hall. Not a celebration. Most of the people present were too tired for celebration, and the work wasn't finished. The neighboring province remediation was ongoing. The secondary cascade intervention was being administered. Meng Zhao's sister was on a treatment list. After the meal, Mew walked out to the valley's oldest herb section, the one at the western boundary that had been cultivated before any of the current residents had been born. The plants here were different from the production rows. Older root structures, deeper soil, decades of careful tending layered into the earth. He sat down at the edge of the section and removed both gloves. He had been doing this more carefully since the canopy walker advancement, approaching passive contact as a practice rather than avoiding it entirely. The gloves were still the right boundary for people, for situations where reading without consent would be a violation. But the valley's root memories were different. They didn't belong to any individual consciousness. They were the accumulated record of a place. He pressed both palms flat against the soil. The contact was nothing like reading a person. No emotional layers, no suppressed fears, no decisions he wasn't supposed to witness. What came through was older and slower, a texture of time rather than experience. The Western Herb section's root memory ran back farther than Mew had expected, past the current valley's memory, past the synthesis sect's first surveys, to a period before the contamination. Before, he followed the thread carefully, not forcing it. What he was reading wasn't exactly knowledge. It was more like the ghost of a structural pattern in the root systems themselves. The way the pre-contamination plants had been cultivated, the spacing, the soil composition they'd been adapted to. Something in the layered record of how the roots had been tended before the poisoning changed the chemistry of the ground. Resonance cultivation. He wasn't certain of the name. The root memory didn't use names, but the pattern was recognizable once he saw it. A cultivation technique adapted to the valley's specific soil composition, designed to increase herb production yields through a kind of synchronized growth cycle that moved through the field in phases rather than all at once. Whoever had designed it had understood the valley's microecology at a level that the current cultivation methods didn't reach. The technique was preserved in the root memory of the plants themselves, because the plants that carried it had been propagated from the original stock for generations. It wasn't lost. It was just unread. He sat there for a long time with both palms in the soil, tracing the pattern, feeling it clarify. For a speaker, the advancement had come quietly, without announcement. Sometime in the last week, between the filing and the ruling and the meal, he had crossed a threshold he hadn't been consciously tracking. Reading a place's root memory required a different quality of attention than reading a person's. More patience, less certainty about what he would find, more willingness to let the reading take the shape the land offered rather than the shape he was looking for. He had managed all of that, it seemed, without noticing. When he finally lifted his hands from the soil and put his gloves back on, the valley was quiet around him. The production lamps had come on in the eastern rows. Someone was singing softly near the gathering hall. He took out his documentation journal and began writing down the resonance cultivation pattern before it faded. Not a research note, a proper methodology document, the way he had learned to write them. Assumptions, variables, confidence thresholds, gaps. Everything someone who wasn't him would need to replicate what he'd found. He wrote for an hour. When he was finished, he closed the journal and looked out at the western herb section in the lamplight. The valley had been poisoned. The technique for healing it had been preserved in the soil all along, waiting for someone who could read at the right depth. He thought about what Dai Hongling had said, about giving everything away, about the difference between controlling information because you were afraid of what would happen without control and releasing it because what it was for mattered more than what it was worth. He would file the resonance cultivation methodology with the Valley Elder Council in the morning. Openly. No licensing. No strategic release. He didn't need to think very long about that part. Chapter 61 Mew filed the resonance cultivation methodology with the Valley's Elder Council at dawn, while the production lamps were still on in the eastern herb rows, and the gathering hall was quiet from the previous night's meal. The filing process took longer than he expected because the Elder Council's recording secretary had questions. Not obstructive questions, the kind of questions that indicated someone was paying close attention. What was the spatial requirement for the collective practice? How many practitioners constituted the minimum? Was there a maximum? Was the technique suitable for cultivators below the second rank? And if not, at what development threshold did it become applicable? Mew answered each question from the documentation journal, which he had written the night before with the specific precision of someone who understood that the technique's value depended on how completely it was transferable. Dai Hongling arrived during the last question. She read the document over the secretary's shoulder and did not interrupt. When the secretary was done, she said, "You found this in the western section's root memory." "Yes." "How long does it go back?" "The practice predates the current valley's residents by at least a century. The root memory doesn't give exact dates, it gives growth patterns. The oldest layer I could trace had been cultivating this way for so long the technique had become structural. The plants grew expecting it." She was quiet for a moment. "The sect's legal objection will arrive before the week is out," she said. "They'll claim the technique is derived from sect knowledge and therefore proprietary. Scholar Wei has already filed a preemptive response asserting the technique's pre-sect origin based on the geological root memory read. The filing is dated 3 hours ago." Dai Hongling looked at him with the expression she wore when she was revising an assessment. "You filed that before you came here. I wanted to close the windows before they could open." She sat down at the recording table. "Show me the technique." Not a request. Not a command. A practitioner who had spent 2 years frozen at her rank asking to learn something that might be the reason she was frozen. Mew sat down across from her and described the resonance cultivation method from the root memory's pattern. The spatial arrangement, the synchronized breathing cycle, the specific quality of relational attention that the technique required. Not trust in the abstract, awareness. The ability to feel when the person cultivating beside you was in a different phase of their cycle and to adjust. It was, he said, the most human cultivation technique he had ever read the pattern of. Every other technique he had encountered treated cultivation as an internal process that happened in proximity to others. This one required the others. Dai Hongling listened with her hands flat on the table. When he finished, she said, "If this technique had been openly practiced, the sect's rank structure would have collapsed within a generation. Yes, Muse said. That's what they were protecting. Not just economic interest. The entire hierarchy of authority is rank-dependent. A technique that advances practitioners faster collectively than individually and requires genuine trust rather than hierarchical submission to function is incompatible with the authority structure at its foundation. She looked at the window. Outside, the eastern herb rows were bright in the early light. 3 valley residents moved through them with the easy competence of people who had been farming this land for years and had only recently been permitted to remember it. The sect didn't just want to control the technique, she said. They needed to prevent people from knowing it existed. They needed people to believe their cultivation path could only be walked alone. Chapter 62. Scholar Wei Canlon read the resonance cultivation documentation twice before he said anything. This was unusual. He was a fast reader with the professional habit of forming preliminary conclusions before the second pass, which he then revised. Reading something twice in silence meant the first pass had not produced a conclusion he trusted. When he finished the second reading, he set the document down and looked at Mew with an expression that was the most animated Mew had seen on the archivist's face in the months of their collaboration. You found it, he said. The root memory pattern was in the western section, preserved in the plant propagation because the original stock never changed. No, you found it. Wei stood up, which he rarely did mid-conversation, and walked to his reference shelves. He pulled 3 volumes that had been marked with multiple page flags and laid them on the table beside the documentation. 7 years. I have been looking at references to a collective cultivation practice that appeared in historical records from 8 different provinces, all from the same 200-year period, all described in fragments because the records were edited after the sect achieved regional authority. Every time I found a reference, the original source document had been partially destroyed or reclassified. He was moving through the flagged pages with the energy of someone who had waited years for this confirmation. I knew something existed. I had its shadow. I did not have the methodology. He looked up. This is the methodology. Mew watched the archivist work. This was the Wei Canlon who existed outside the professional precision. The one who had spent 7 years on a historical puzzle and had just found the piece he'd been missing. The historical suppression events you found, Mew said. This is what they were suppressing. Not just suppressing, erasing. The sect's authority is built on the premise that cultivation advancement requires sect instruction, sect resources, and sect oversight. Resonance cultivation demonstrates that advanced practitioners develop faster in genuine community than they do through any hierarchical instruction system. If this technique had been in public practice for the last 300 years, he paused, the sect's model of authority would have had no ground to stand on. The hierarchy of rank would have no disciplinary power if anyone could advance faster by trusting their neighbors. The valley wasn't just politically inconvenient, Muse said. No. The valley was the last surviving community proving the sect's fundamental model of cultivation authority is wrong. Wei set down the volume he was holding. This changes what we owe them. Mew waited for him to explain. The tribunal's finding is accountability for a criminal act. Censure, formal acknowledgement, the warrant for Ning Xiaoyu. That is justice for what was done to specific people in a specific place. He looked at the resonance cultivation documentation. This is different. This is evidence that the sect has been suppressing an entire model of human cultivation development for 3 centuries. The debt isn't to the valley. It's to everyone who would have developed faster, farther, and with more sovereignty over their own cultivation path if this technique had been freely practiced. A pause. That is not a debt that accountability proceedings address. No, Muse said. What addresses it? Publication, Muse said. The same way we addressed the antidote. Wei looked at him. The tribunal archive. Tonight, if you can prepare the filing framework. The same multi-deposit structure. Public access registration. Irreversible without institutional collapse. Wei sat back down, but not to rest. To work. He pulled his documentation materials toward him with the focused economy of a man who had been waiting 7 years for a project of exactly this nature. I'll have the filing ready by midnight, he said. Chapter 63. Mew found Dai Hongling in the western herb section that afternoon, standing at the edge of the oldest planting beds with her hands at her sides, and her cultivation chi partially extended, not a formal practice posture, but the kind of unguarded extension that happened when a cultivator was thinking about something else and their chi drifted outward. He had been looking for her specifically. He had read the resonance cultivation documentation. He had spoken with Scholar Wei, and he had been sitting with the same question that Wei had named for 3 hours, what we owe them. Dai Hongling. She turned. The cultivation chi drew back, disciplined. There's something we haven't said clearly, he said, about what the valley is owed. The tribunal found for censure, and not that. Something larger. He stopped beside her at the western planting bed's edge. The accountability proceedings address a crime committed against the valley's residents, against specific people, against the lives that were stunted during the suppression period. He looked at the oldest plants in the bed. But the technique that's preserved in this soil, the sect didn't just suppress it here. They suppressed it everywhere, for 300 years. They made it impossible for every community that developed it to sustain the practice. The valley is the last surviving example of something that should have been widespread. Dai Hongling was very still. What was denied to the valley's residents is calculable, Mu continued. 2 years of frozen advancement. The children's breakthrough windows. The seniors who lost advancement years they won't recover. That is specific, named harm. What was denied to everyone else who would have practiced resonance cultivation if it had existed in the public domain? That's not calculable. It's too large. You're saying the accountability proceedings don't reach the actual scale of what was done. I'm saying they reach what they can reach. She turned to face him. I know, she said. I've known since the first week of the investigation that what we were building a case around was smaller than the wrong. We asked for what was achievable. We built the case around what we could prove and what the tribunal could address. A pause. We made choices about what to pursue. Practical choices. Because demanding everything means getting nothing, and getting nothing meant no remediation, and no remediation meant Meng Zhao's sister doesn't get treated, and the children's breakthrough windows close, and Jia Lihong's grandmother never advances past the rank she was frozen at. Yes, Mu said. What are you asking me? Nothing. He looked at the herb rose. I'm telling you that I understand why you made the choices you made, and I think they were right. I'm also telling you that the technique is now in the tribunal archive, publicly filed, irreversible. And whatever the accountability proceedings achieve, this is what the valley actually has to give back. She looked at the western section. The technique, she said, being practiced everywhere. Without sect suppression. That's what right would look like. Not just for the valley. For everyone the sect would have suppressed in the next 300 years if the technique had stayed buried. She was quiet for a long moment. The afternoon light was changing in the herb rose, that slow amber shift of late afternoon, and the plants in the western section caught it differently than the production rose. Older, deeper rooted, their shadows longer. Then file it, she said. Let the sect object. Let them spend their remaining political credibility trying to suppress a technique that's already in the public tribunal archive. She paused. I'll testify to its pre-sect origin if the tribunal needs a valley residence account. Scholar Wei will want that, Mu said. He's been building the historical case for 7 years. She almost smiled. Send him to me. Chapter 64. The first collective resonance cultivation session was, by design, small. Mu and Jia Lihong and Scholar Wei, in the valley's western herb section, on an evening 3 days after the tribunal filing. Scholar Wei had no cultivation practice. He had, as he explained, always considered himself an archivist whose contribution was institutional rather than personal. But he had been in the valley long enough that the ambient qi from the remediation was interacting with his baseline cultivation qi in ways he hadn't tracked. And when Mu read his qi pattern at forest speaker range, he found the specific signature of a practitioner who had not yet organized their natural talent into formal technique. You've been cultivating without knowing it, Mu told him. Wei looked at this information with the expression of a man recategorizing a known fact. For how long? Probably since you arrived. The valley's ambient qi is richer than it was. The remediation has been rebuilding the spiritual density for 60 days. A practitioner potential in an environment like this develops whether or not they're formally practicing. Wei considered this. Note to self. Ambient qi affects untrained practitioners. Yes, which is one of the reasons the valley's residents advanced so quickly under ordinary conditions before the poisoning. And is one of the reasons the sect poisoned a valley that was producing advanced cultivators at above-average rates. Wei said, with the specific satisfaction of an archivist adding a confirmed data point to a thesis. The three of them positioned themselves in the western section's oldest beds. The resonance cultivation technique's spatial requirement was simple: proximity, awareness, and the willingness to feel another cultivator's cycle and respond to it rather than maintaining independent rhythm. Mu explained this in practical terms. He did not have a formal pedagogical vocabulary for it because the technique itself didn't use one. The root memory he had read contained no instruction manual, only pattern. He translated the pattern into language as accurately as he could. Jia Lihong listened with the focused attention she brought to any tactical problem. Scholar Wei listened with the focused attention he brought to historical texts. They began. The first 20 minutes were uneven. Mu could feel Jia Lihong's cultivation cycle, steady, structured, the product of years of formal practice, and Wei's tentative qi, unorganized but genuinely present. His own cycle moved at its natural pace, and then, following the technique's pattern, began adjusting. Not matching them, responding. The way root systems in the same soil reached toward each other without touching. Something shifted in the 15th minute. He felt it as a warmth in the air between them, not metaphorical, something his cultivation qi sensed as actual thermal change. Jia Lihong's cycle had locked into a phase relationship with his own, not synchronized, but complementary. The way two instruments playing different parts in the same piece resolve into something that is more than either alone. Wei's qi, unstructured as it was, fell into the gap between their two cycles with an intuitive accuracy that formalized cultivation practice would not have produced. Because he didn't have a technique to maintain, he simply responded to what he felt. And what the technique required was response, not method. The session ran 90 minutes. When Mu came out of the practice state, he looked at Jia Lihong. She looked back at him. She said nothing for a moment. Then, I advanced a half rank. He had felt it when it happened, a change in her cycle's quality in the last 30 minutes. The half-rank advancement was visible as a change in her qi's density. He hadn't expected it to happen in the first session, and from the expression on her face, neither had she. In 90 minutes, she said. The technique is efficient, he said. She looked at the Western herb beds. The sect suppressed this. Yes. She was quiet for a long moment. What do we do with the efficiency? If practitioners advance faster collectively than individually, the rank hierarchy becomes a different kind of institution, Mu said. Eventually. That's going to be a long argument. Yes. He looked at Scholar Wei, who was sitting in the herb beds with his hands in his lap, and an expression that suggested the archivist was experiencing something he did not have existing vocabulary for. Scholar Wei, how are you? Wei looked up. I believe, he said carefully, that I may need to expand my professional self-description. Chapter 65. The antidote production reached 80% on the 38th day of the remediation campaign. Yun Xingshan announced this at the morning production check with the specific satisfaction of someone who had managed a complex logistics operation through multiple crises and was now watching it converge on the outcome she had planned for. 80% meant the valley could be fully remediated in the next 3 weeks, assuming stable production and no new complications. The children's breakthrough window treatment was already complete. All 73 children treated, enhancement effects documented and filed with the Tribunal Archive, the documentation public. Mu attended the announcement and said nothing, which was appropriate because the operation being announced was Yun Qingshan's. She had built the production framework. She had trained the distribution team. She had managed the logistics through Ning Zheyu's arrival, through the ghost expulsion, through the enhancement effect discovery, and the valley's vote to announce it over Mu's objection. She had held the production stable through all of it. The morning after the announcement, he walked through the production area with the specific purpose of reading where he was no longer necessary. The cultivation techniques he had documented were being applied correctly by 3 practitioners who had never met him before the remediation. The antidote production schedule was being managed by Yun Qingshan's team without his input. The resonance cultivation sessions were being organized by Dai Hongling, who had taken the methodology Mu filed with the tribunal and was running twice-weekly practice sessions with the valley's cultivators. Scholar Wei was at the Tribunal Archive building, working on the expanded historical investigation the resonance cultivation evidence had opened. Jia Lihong was at the Tribunal Communication Office, managing the response coordination for Ning Zheyu's warrant. The things Mu had built in this valley were running without him. He walked out to the Western herb section in the late morning and sat beside the oldest planting beds. He did not remove his gloves. The forest speaker capability was still relatively new. The adjustment of reading a place's root memory instead of a person's was still a different quality of attention that required deliberate practice to approach carefully rather than reflexively. He had read the valley's western section twice since the breakthrough. He did not need to read it again. He was sitting because he was trying to figure out what he was doing next. Su Meiwei found him there. She had been in the valley for 3 days since the ruling. She had attended the proceedings, she had submitted her written statement in support of Jianghe's testimony, and she had spent the subsequent time in the production area working on antidote quality analysis. The quality analysis was not something she had been asked to do. She had simply noticed something about the antidote's stability in varying temperature conditions that was relevant and had begun documenting it. She sat down beside him in the herbs section with the directness of someone who had made a decision and was not going to approach it obliquely. I'm resigning from the sect, she said. He had been expecting this. He had been watching the progression of her professional relationship to the sect for 3 months. The gradual accumulation of evidence that the institution she had dedicated her training to was built on the same suppression logic that had been used to justify her father's deployment. Not a dramatic break. A professional assessment that the employment had become untenable. Have you filed the paperwork? He asked. This morning. Scholar Wei witnessed it. Your access credentials, revoked automatically on filing, with a 14-day transition period. I've already completed my work handover. She looked at the Western herb beds. The sect will conduct an audit of my activities here. It will include the plant provision and the tribunal cooperation. They'll characterize it as property theft and obstruction. What do you need? I need someone to testify that the plan I provided was standard equipment for toxin analysis and that I acted in good professional faith based on the evidence available to me at the time. I'll do that, he said. I'll add a root memory account of what I read in your chi field during the early investigation, which will document the absence of any intent to harm the sect's interests. She nodded, not the relieved nod of someone who had been uncertain about the offer, the acknowledging nod of someone who had factored the offer into her calculation. What are you going to do? She asked. He looked at the herb rose. The ancient grove sage rank's threshold was visible to him in the same way that Forest Speaker had been visible before he crossed it. A change in the quality of what he could sense, a richness just beyond what his current capability could fully resolve. The threshold was there. He had been approaching it without deliberately seeking it, which was the right way to approach it. There are other contaminated regions, he said. The neighboring province's secondary cascade intervention is complete, but the long-term remediation will need oversight. And there's the question of where the toxin formula ended up, outside the archived versions, and whether Shan Beiyu's administrator contact distributed it before they were summoned. That's a year of work, she said. At least. She was quiet for a moment. I have a qualification in toxin analysis and no current employer, she said, and a specific professional motivation to ensure this particular formula doesn't appear anywhere it shouldn't. He looked at her. That's not a statement requiring a response right now, she said. I'm providing information you can use when you're planning your next step. No deadline. He looked back at the herb rose. The valley's production would reach full remediation in 3 weeks. The technique was in the tribunal archive. The formula was documented. The methodology was documented. The resonance cultivation technique was being practiced in the Western herb section twice a week by practitioners who hadn't known it existed a month ago. He had done what he came to do. He was approaching the edge of what he could do here. The next step was somewhere else, with a contamination problem that required exactly what he had spent a year building the capability to address. He thought about Su Meiwei's professional qualification, her specific motivation, and the fact that she had described the offer without pressure and without drama. Next week, he said, come find me, and we'll discuss the neighboring province timeline. She stood. I'll bring the stability documentation from the production analysis. It's relevant to storage during transport. She walked back toward the production area. Mew sat in the Western herb section and felt the ancient grove sage threshold the way you felt weather changing. A certainty that was not yet an event, a knowing that something was about to be different. Not yet, but close. He had time to sit in the oldest herb beds of a valley that had been poisoned and healed and was figuring out what it was now. That seemed like the right way to approach a threshold. He sat. The afternoon passed. The herb beds grew quietly around him. Chapter 66. The sect audit notification arrived by formal messenger on the 3rd day after Su Meiwei's resignation. Mew read the document she brought him. 3 pages, formal legal notation, listing 6 specific activities during her valley assignment that the sect's audit committee was characterizing as potential violations of her professional obligations. The plant provision was the most serious item. Unauthorized transfer of sect cultivation resources to a non-sect investigative operation. The tribunal cooperation was listed as disclosure of sect proprietary cultivation knowledge to external legal authority without authorization from sect leadership. He read through the characterizations carefully. They were not entirely wrong as characterizations. A cultivation plant from the sect's sealed garden had been provided to him. Sect-specific knowledge about the toxin's origin had been disclosed during the tribunal proceedings. The question was whether those actions constituted violations or whether they fell within the professional obligations of a sect representative conducting an official assessment. The first item, he said, the plant provision. Your position would be that it was standard equipment for toxin analysis work. It is standard equipment, she said. The sect's toxin analysis protocols specifically require the analysis specialist to carry a range of botanical specimens relevant to the suspected toxin class. I selected the plant based on my professional assessment of what the situation required. And the toxins class identification that allowed you to make that professional assessment came from reviewing the publicly available contamination data I was assessing. He looked at her. That's accurate. Yes. The second item, the tribunal cooperation. I testified about what I directly observed during my assignment. I did not testify about any sect internal communications or classified research. What I disclosed was my own professional observation of the remediation process. He set the document down. Your defense is coherent. You'll need documentation from my side. A root memory account of what I observed in your chi field during the early investigation, establishing that your intent was professional assessment, not institutional harm. I know. She met his eyes. The audit will also include a character assessment process. The sect will contact individuals who have professional history with me and request statements. My father will be contacted. There it was. The piece she hadn't said first. What do you need? He asked. Nothing from you, she said. I need to know what he's going to say. I can't read him without his consent. I'm not asking you to. She looked at the document on the table between them. I'm telling you that whatever he says about me to the audit committee is his choice to make. I'm not going to ask him to lie or to shade the truth in my favor. I'm asking you, she stopped. Started again. I'm telling you that he's going to be in a position where the thing he does about his daughter will be the first public thing he's done since he arrived in this valley. And I don't know what he's going to do. And I'm trying to be honest with you about that uncertainty because you're going to file a root memory account on my behalf, and you should know what the surrounding picture looks like. Mew looked at the western herb section through the window. The resonance cultivation session was running. He could see 3 cultivators in the older beds, positioned the way Dai Hongling had set up the practice. Xianxia is going to testify for you, he said. She looked at him. I can't read his root memory without contact and consent, he said. What I can tell you is that a man who came to this valley voluntarily, who testified truthfully against Ning Xiaoyu knowing what it would cost him personally, who spent 6 weeks doing cultivation remediation work in the Eastern Herb section as a non-voting advisor rather than going back to the facility where he had resources and rank. That's a man who has been deciding, for 2 months, what he's going to do next. And what he's going to do is testify for you. Without being asked. She was quiet. Filing my account this afternoon, he said. Come by in an hour, and I'll walk you through what I'm going to say. Chapter 67. Xianxia provided his character statement to the sect's audit committee 3 days later. He submitted a written account rather than waiting for the committee to contact him. He had received notification of the audit through the sect's standard communication channels and had responded before they reached out. Mew learned of this when Su Meiwei told him, with the specific flatness of someone relaying information before she had fully processed her emotional response to it. The statement was brief. Xianxia described his daughter's conduct during the valley assignment as exemplary, documented the plant provision as consistent with standard toxin analysis protocols, and provided his professional assessment. As the sect's former poison master and the person with the most direct knowledge of the toxin class being analyzed, that her methodology decisions had been correct. He noted, at the statement's end, that he was providing this account in his capacity as a cultivation professional with direct relevant expertise, not as her father, because his professional assessment and his paternal one were identical, and he wanted the committee to weight the professional one. Mew read the statement's text that Su Meiwei had copied out by hand and thought about what it had cost Xianxia to write it. Not the content. The content came easily when you believed it. The cost was the institutional exposure. He had spent 18 months suppressing information about the poisoning because he was afraid of what facing it would mean. The character statement was the opposite of suppression. It was a public, institutional record in his name, attached to a proceeding that would be archived. He had made himself easy to find. Fen Jinhua arrived at the production area late that afternoon and asked to speak with Mew. This was unusual. Fen was the valley's most consistent skeptic, a former senior cultivator who had spent 2 years watching the sect's representatives come and go while his cultivation rank stayed frozen, and who had never approached Mew directly without being approached first. He said, Xianxia, the statement. Yes. He's trying to become the thing he was supposed to be, Fen said, before he took the wrong assignment. Mew looked at him. I think so. That's a specific kind of effort. Fen was quiet for a moment. The afternoon production check was running around them. Practitioners moving through the herb rows with the routine efficiency that Yun Qingshan's training had produced. He can't undo what was done here. The 2 years. The children. The seniors who won't recover the advancement they lost. Another pause. But he's not trying to undo it. He's trying to become a different person from the one who did it. That's a different project. Yes, Mew said. Is it enough? Mew thought about this carefully. Not the automatic answer, the real one. I don't know, he said. The Valley needs to decide that, not me. The Valley is going to decide it by watching what he does for the next 10 years, Fen said. That's how communities make that determination. Not through a formal proceeding. Through accumulation. He looked at the herb rows. Which means he needs to be somewhere the accumulation is visible. He's staying in the Valley? He asked the Elder Council yesterday. He wants to remain as a cultivation resources consultant. The council tabled it for discussion. Fen's expression was carefully neutral. I'll be at that discussion. Mew looked at him. Which way are you leaning? I'm leaning toward the position that the Valley's community accumulation process requires the presence of the person being assessed, Fan said, which is not the same as forgiving him. It's the acknowledgement that forgiveness, if it comes, requires proximity. He paused. Ask me again in 5 years. Chapter 68. Ning Xiaoyu's formal hearing was scheduled for the 17th day of the following month. Scholar Wei delivered this information at the morning briefing with the satisfaction of someone who had filed enough preemptive responses to force the scheduling. The procedural challenges Ning's legal team had embedded in the appeal structure had each been individually addressed. The tribunal's reviewing panel had declined to grant the aggregate delay that the individual challenges, taken together, were designed to produce. They tried something called cascade objection, Wei explained. Each individual objection technically valid, each individually addressable in a day or two, but the sequence timed so that resolving one produced a new procedural gap that generated the next. Designed to push the hearing past the 6-month window that would have required a full reinitiation. And, Zhao Lihong said, I filed responses to all 7 anticipated cascade stages simultaneously, with an explanatory note to the reviewing panel identifying the structural pattern and requesting batch consideration. The panel considered the batch. He allowed himself a modest pause. The hearing is in 17 days. Mu would be a required witness. This was established. His root memory testimony had been ruled admissible, his foundation had been demonstrated, and his specific accounts of the investigation's key moments constituted the most direct evidence of several factual disputes that Ning's defense would contest. He was not, for the moment, thinking about the hearing. He was walking through the Antidote Productions Eastern Output section with Yun Xingshan, watching the 95% completion mark approach with the specific attention of a practitioner who knows a milestone is significant and wants to be present for it rather than hear about it afterward. 3 days, Yun Xingshan said, if the Eastern section maintains current output. Possibly 4 if the night shift rotation needs adjustment. The enhancement effect documentation, it's filed? Everything filed. The tribunal archive has the full methodology, the enhancement effect parameters, the treatment protocol for the children's breakthrough window cases, and the long-term monitoring recommendations. She looked at him. There's nothing left to file. It's done. He had been asking variations of this question for 2 weeks. She had answered patiently each time. He understood that the repetition was his way of confirming that the thing he had been most afraid of, a gap in the record, a piece not properly archived, the knowledge lost the way his grandfather's notes had been lost, had not happened. 73 children treated, she said. All of them. Everyone who was in the breakthrough window when remediation began. The 3 who were on the edge of the window, and we weren't sure about. I went back to check their chi development last week. 2 of them are advancing. She paused. 1 isn't quite there yet. But her chi path is clear, which means when she reaches the threshold, it'll be clear to cross. He thought about Zhao Lihong's 64-year-old grandmother. About the calculation she had given him, precise and unsentimental. The number of good cultivation years remaining if the toxin cleared in time. He had not yet asked for an update. He did not need to. The ambient chi of the valley had been changing for weeks, the specific richness of a cultivation environment being restored. The practitioners he passed in the production area moved with the ease of people whose chi paths were clearing. He could feel it in the air. The antidote was working. 3 days, he said. For at most, Yun Xingshan said. Stop worrying. Chapter 69 Full remediation day was overcast, with a low-pressure system moving through that kept the temperature mild and the light even. The antidote had reached 100% production 3 days after Yun Xingshan's estimate. The extra day had been intentional. She had pushed the final production phase to accumulate a 10% surplus that could address any shortfalls in distribution without requiring a second production cycle. Mu stood at the Western Herb section's boundary at dawn and watched the distribution teams deploy. There were 9 teams, 1 for each major area of the valley. Each team had 3 practitioners, 1 trained by Yun Xingshan in antidote administration, 1 from Zhao Lihong's coverage mapping operation, 1 medical monitor trained by Pei Wanjun. Every affected practitioner in the valley had a team coming to their location. Every team had their specific route, their specific recipients, their specific timing protocols. He had built the methodology. He had trained the first practitioners. He had documented and filed every piece of knowledge that the process required. He was not administering any of the treatments himself. There was no reason for him to be anywhere but the boundary of the Western section, watching the system he had built work without him. The first treatment team left the distribution center at 5 past dawn. Zhao Lihong tracked their position on the coverage map. Yun Xingshan coordinated the timing communications. Pei Wanjun staffed the medical monitoring station. The treatments were routine. He had written the protocol to make them routine. The antidote in a cultivation-grade herb solution, administered by practitioners who had run the procedure enough times on the test populations that they could do it in their sleep. By mid-morning, he could feel it in the valley's ambient qi, a change in the quality of what the air carried. Cultivation qi paths clearing, dozens of them. The specific sensation of something that has been suppressed finding its natural movement again. He had felt it once before in a small-scale test. At full valley scale, it was different. It was the difference between hearing a single note and hearing the chord it belongs to. Old practitioners who had been frozen at their ranks for 2 years felt their qi paths clear and sat down, or didn't sit down, or stood very still in the middle of whatever they were doing. One woman in the production area, 70 years old, forest speaker rank, frozen there since the poisoning, sat down on the ground and pressed both palms flat against the soil of the eastern herb section and held them there for 20 minutes. Mew watched from across the area and did not approach. This was hers, not his to witness closely. The enhancement effect in the children had been documented. He had seen the projections. He had not seen the manifestation. By afternoon, it was visible. The youngest treated practitioners, the children who had received their antidote doses 5 weeks earlier, were moving through their cultivation practice with a fluency that didn't match the advancement timeline for their age and training level. Not dramatically faster, not impossibly fast, but faster than the historical records indicated they should be. The toxins clearing had left something behind in the qi paths it had suppressed, and the something was creating an additional development pathway that normal cultivation didn't produce. He was sitting on the western section's boundary wall, watching 2 children practice their first cultivation forms, when he felt the ancient grove sage threshold move. Chapter 70. The breakthrough did not announce itself. There was no moment when the day became a different day or the valley became a different valley. What happened was slower than that. As the remediation spread through the valley's cultivation qi fields, as dozens of practitioners felt their qi paths clear and begin moving after 2 years of stagnation, the ambient qi of the entire location changed in quality. Forest speaker rank allowed Mew to read the root memory of places. He had read the western herb section twice. He had read the elder council building's courtyard. He had read the old ceremonial ground at the valley's center that dated back centuries. What he had been reading were snapshots, specific locations, bounded memories, the accumulated experience of a place in its immediate vicinity. Ancient grove sage unlocked something different. He felt it as an expansion rather than a change, not a new thing he could do, but the old thing extending deeper. Forest speaker's root memory reading reached into years. Ancient grove sage reached into geological time. The difference was the difference between reading a cultivator's memory of their life and reading the memory of the civilization they were part of. He pressed his palms to the ground without planning to. He was sitting on the boundary wall and his hands went flat against the stones and the stones carried him down. The valley's geological root memory was 800 years deep. Not the superficial soil memory he had read before, the actual rock, the deep earth, the accumulated cultivation qi that had been settling into this specific location for centuries. And it was not natural accumulation. The valley's qi density, the specific quality of its soil, the way its ambient qi supported cultivation advancement, these had been cultivated. Someone had worked this land at the geological level, pressing cultivation qi into the rock itself, creating the conditions that had made the valley exceptional for 8 centuries. It was not coincidence that this valley had developed resonance cultivation. It had been grown to support it. The same way he grew a specific herb in specific soil conditions to produce a specific result. Someone had spent generations developing this valley's geological foundation to produce a community of practitioners with the specific capabilities resonance cultivation required. Someone had planted this valley. He sat with both palms against the stones as the afternoon light moved across the western herb section, and the remediation teams made their final rounds, and the valley's cultivation qi reached the fullness that 8 centuries of careful geological cultivation and 2 years of toxic suppression and 60 days of antidote production had been moving toward. Jialihong found him there at dusk. She sat beside him on the boundary wall and looked at the herb section in the evening light without speaking for several minutes. Done, she said finally. Yes. She was quiet. Then, grandmother advanced today. In the first hour. He had thought she would. The frozen forest speaker with 20 good cultivation years left if the toxin cleared in time. She sat in the western section for 2 hours after the treatment, Jialihong said. She said the soil felt like it recognized her. He looked at the ancient herb beds in the evening light. It does, he said. This valley has been cultivated for 800 years specifically to support practitioners like her. The founding generation built the geological qi structure to sustain resonance cultivation. It's not the herbs that recognized her. It's 800 years of intention she's finally able to feel. Jia Lihong looked at him. You read the deep geology. Just now. And someone planted this valley, he said. Intentionally. Cultivated the ground itself to produce the conditions for a specific practice that the sect spent 300 years suppressing. The founding generation of this community was not the first generation to tend this place. They were the inheritors of something much older. He paused. And the thing they inherited is intact. The poisoning didn't touch the geological foundation. 2 years of toxin on the surface. 800 years of intention in the rock beneath. Jia Lihong looked at the valley around them in the last of the evening light. We need to tell the Elder Council, she said. Tomorrow, Muse said. Tonight, let them have this. She nodded. They sat on the boundary wall as the stars came out, and below them the valley's cultivation chi settled into the richest ambient density it had reached in 2 years, and the ancient herb beds in the western section grew on quietly in the dark, as they had been growing for 800 years. Chapter 71 The Elder Council received the geological root memory, finding the morning after remediation day. Mew presented it in the same room where he had presented the original antidote methodology, the small council chamber with the 2 windows, the recording secretary, the long table. The audience was larger this time. The full Elder Council, Dai Hongling, Fen Zhenbua, Scholar Wei, Jia Lihong, and Yun Qingshan. Zhang He sat in the back row at the Elder Council's invitation. He did not look as though he had slept. Mew described what the ancient Grove Sage breakthrough had allowed him to read in the valley's geological formation. He was precise about the difference between what he had directly perceived and what he was inferring from the perception. The methodology discipline had become habit. This is what the root memory showed. This is my interpretation of its significance. This is where those 2 things are different. The central finding. The valley's geological cultivation chi had been built intentionally over 8 centuries. It was not natural accumulation. It was the product of deliberate cultivation practice applied to the ground itself, shaping the stone and mineral composition at depths that would have taken generations to change. The founding generation had not chosen this valley by chance. They had inherited a site that someone before them had specifically cultivated for the practice of resonance cultivation. The valley and the technique are not separable, Mew said. Resonance cultivation produces faster individual advancement when practiced collectively than any solo method, but only here, in this geological formation. The technique's specific chi interaction depends on the accumulated cultivation chi in the stone. You cannot move this practice to another location and expect the same results. Scholar Wei had known this was coming. Mew had given him a summary before the meeting so he could prepare his historical response, and he provided it now. His 7 years of research on the suppression events, the pattern of communities developing and losing the technique, the fact that none of the other communities had been located in valley geology comparable to this one. The technique existed elsewhere as theory. It had only produced results here, in this formation. The sect did not just suppress a technique, Wei said. They suppressed the only location where the technique could be fully practiced. The room was quiet, which is why this valley specifically was poisoned, Fen Zhenbua said. He was not asking. The technique could be taught anywhere, Mew said. It could be practiced in limited form in many locations. But the specific advancement rates that make it a structural challenge to the sect's authority model, those rates only occur in this geological formation. Removing the practitioners from this valley would have neutralized the technique's most significant capability. He paused. The poisoning was not just suppression. It was the severing of a practice from the ground that made it powerful. Cliffhanger note. He told them the last piece. The founding generation knew this, he said. They built the connection deliberately. The geological root memory contains the record of their work. Centuries of cultivation chi pressed into the stone, specifically calibrated to produce the interaction the technique requires. And they left something in the deepest layer. A message. He had been holding this. I'll read it to you exactly as the root memory contained it. He read it. Chapter 72 The message from the founding generation was 3 sentences long. In cultivation chi notation, a formal written system that predated the sect's establishment by several centuries, and that Scholar Wei had spent 2 days after the hearing helping Mew translate into current terminology. It said, we knew the technique would be challenged. We built the geological foundation to survive the challenge. Whatever is taken from this valley will remain in the stone, waiting for practitioners who know how to read it. Mew read it to the council chamber, and then translated the notation layer by layer, because the chi notation system carried meaning in its physical impression in the geological material that the spoken words could only approximate. The founding generation had not left a text. They had left a cultivation act, the same act, inscribed in the geological chi, that resonance cultivation itself required. A thing done in genuine community, with the full awareness that the community creating it would be gone before anyone could read it. They built it to survive without knowing anyone would survive to read it. The council chamber was very quiet after he finished. He read the room without using any cultivation technique. He had learned to do this during the year in the valley, reading people the way he read soil conditions, from observation rather than contact. What he saw was the specific kind of silence that came when a community learned that something they had grieved as lost had actually been waiting for them. Not relief, grief and dignity simultaneously. The grief of 2 years of frozen advancement and 73 children's breakthrough windows. The dignity of ancestors who had understood that what they built would outlast any attempt to destroy it. Dai Hongling was the first to speak. She said, "They knew we would need this." "Yes," Mu said. "They built the durability in before the wound." "Yes, the geological cultivation qi they pressed into the stone. It predates the poisoning by 800 years. The toxin couldn't touch it. It was too deep, and it was the wrong type of contamination for the depth. The foundation survived intact." Fen Junhua, in the row behind Dai Hongling, said, "Everything that happened to it is still there." Mu looked at him. "That's what root memory is," he said. "Everything that happened to a thing is still there, even after the damage." A pause. "The geological message," Scholar Wei said. "The 3 sentences. The founding generation wrote in the stone that the technique would remain in the geological qi, that it would wait for practitioners who could read it." He looked at Mu. "They wrote that 600 years before anyone at this rank existed in the historical record. They were writing for ancient Grove Sage rank," Mu said. "They were writing for whoever could eventually read at that depth. They didn't know when that would be. They wrote it anyway." He looked at the table. "They planted something and trusted that the person who needed it would eventually be able to reach it." The council chamber was quiet again. Outside, through the window, the valley's cultivation qi moved through the clearing herbs with the richness that 8 centuries of geological cultivation and 60 days of antidote production had rebuilt. Ning Xiaoyu's hearing date arrived in the message basket the next morning. 3 weeks. Chapter 73 3 weeks. Scholar Wei treated the timeline with professional urgency. The hearing's date was set. The procedural appeal window had closed. The only remaining variable was evidentiary preparation. He called a meeting in his archive office 2 days after the hearing date was confirmed, with Mu, Dai Hongling, and Jia Lihong, and produced a stack of documentation that represented 7 years of archival work organized into legal testimony format. "The historical record is complete," he said. "The poisonings documentation, the suppression events, the resonance cultivation's pre-sect origin. The factual record will withstand Ning's defense." He looked at Mu. "Your testimony is the remaining preparation question." Mu's testimony was unprecedented. A root memory reading account had never been admitted as direct testimony in a tribunal proceeding. The readings he had performed during the investigation, Zhanghe's root memory establishing the moment of trust and the subsequent suppression, the synthesis ghost root memory establishing the neighboring province deployment, the valley's geological root memory establishing the 8th century intentionality of the cultivation foundation, were the most direct evidence available for several factual disputes that Ning's defense would contest. But precedent mattered in tribunal proceedings. A form of evidence that had never been evaluated could not simply be presented as equivalent to direct observation without a ruling on its evidentiary status. "The Precedent Commission," Mu said. "How long?" 2 weeks to rule. "If we file the admissibility request immediately." Wei paused. "Which leaves 1 week before the hearing." "File tonight," Dai Hongling said. "I've already drafted the filing," Wei said. "I'm presenting it to you before submission because the filing requires Mu's agreement to a demonstration procedure." The admissibility request asked the Precedent Commission to rule on root memory testimony's validity as direct evidence. To establish validity, the filing proposed that Mu demonstrate his technique's accuracy in controlled conditions, reading a sample with documented history and having his account verified against the record. "What sample?" Mu asked. "The tribunal's botanical archive has specimens with full documented histories," Wei said. "Cultivation plants from communities with tribunal-verified growth records. If you read a specimen and your account matches the verified record, the admissibility foundation is established." This was a reasonable procedure. Mu thought about the demonstration from a technical standpoint. Reading a botanical specimen was his baseline capability, the thing he had been doing since seedling reader rank. A tribunal-verified specimen would have a documented history he could read against. The demonstration would show what he could do in conditions the commission could evaluate. The risk was that it would also show the limits of what he could do. Every reading had confidence thresholds. areas where the root memory was ambiguous or where his interpretation might diverge from the verified record. The demonstration would reveal those limits to Ning's defense team as clearly as to the commission. File it, he said. Wei submitted the admissibility request that evening. The commission convened. The waiting period was 9 days. Chapter 74 Ning's legal team used the 9 days to prepare their objections. Mu learned about the preparation through the tribunal's standard disclosure process. Both parties had the right to preview evidentiary challenges before the hearing. The objections arrived as a formal document, 12 pages, carefully constructed, identifying 6 specific areas where the root memory testimony's admissibility could be contested. He read through them the evening they arrived, with Scholar Wei sitting across the table and Jia Lihong standing at the window with the posture of someone who was containing a response. The objections were technically competent. The third one was the most significant. The reading practitioner has a demonstrated personal interest in the proceedings' outcome. The family connection to xianxia, the connection to the grandfather's flower, the 8 months of professional involvement in the valley's remediation. Ning's team was arguing that a witness with that level of personal stake could not be considered an objective reader of evidence that directly supported the prosecution's case. This is the real challenge, Scholar Wei said. The others are procedural. This one goes to the testimony's weight. They're right that I have a personal interest, Mu said. Yes. Wei looked at him. Your response cannot be to deny the interest. It has to be to establish why the interest doesn't corrupt the accuracy. Jia Lihong turned from the window. Root reading isn't opinion. He reads what's there. The root memory either contains the information it contains or it doesn't. The commission will hear the argument that a practitioner with personal stakes might selectively report what they read, Wei said, or unconsciously frame ambiguous readings in ways that favor their position. Then the demonstration needs to show that the readings are accurate even on material where I have no stake, Mu said. The tribunal specimen, if I read it accurately in controlled conditions, with commission observers verifying against the documented record in real time, the accuracy doesn't depend on my objectivity. It depends on the root memory's content. I can't change what the root memory contains. And for the investigation readings? Wei said. The Zhanghe reading was in front of multiple witnesses in the valley, including Su Meiwei, Mu said. My account of what I read from Zhanghe has been consistent across 5 different documented references since the first filing. If the root memory was being filtered by my personal interest, the account would have drifted. He looked at the 12-page objection. The consistency is the answer to the personal interest challenge. The reading is consistent because the root memory is consistent. My interest doesn't change what was in it. Scholar Wei wrote this down. I'll prepare the response filing. Prepare it with one addition, Mu said. I'll acknowledge the personal interest explicitly in my testimony. Completely. The family connection, the grandfather, everything. And I'll ask the commission to weigh the testimony as interested party evidence with full disclosure rather than as objective testimony. Because nothing in this case is objective. Asking for my testimony to be treated as objective when it's interested is less honest than asking the commission to evaluate it knowing what I know and what I've experienced. Wei looked at him. It's a better argument, Mu said. And it's accurate. Chapter 75 The Precedent Commission ruled on the 12th day. The ruling admitted root memory testimony as direct evidence with a required foundation. The reading practitioner must demonstrate their accuracy in controlled conditions before the court, reading a tribunal-verified specimen with the commission present, and the account must match the verified historical record within the confidence thresholds the practitioner declares in their foundation statement. The admissibility was conditional on Mu's demonstration. The demonstration was scheduled for the following morning. He spent the evening in the valley's western herb section, not reading the soil, but sitting with both gloves on and looking at the oldest herb beds in the evening light. Ancient grove sage rank gave him the capability to read geological time. He didn't need to read anything. The demonstration itself was straightforward. The tribunal's commission sat in a formal chamber with the botanical specimen, a 200-year-old root from a cultivation plant grown in a community with complete historical records, displayed in a preservation case. Mu removed his right glove. He lifted the preservation case's seal and placed his palm against the root. He read it for 8 minutes. The commission watched without speaking. He then reported what he had read, in the methodological format he had been using for every reading since the bark decoder breakthrough. Confidence levels, ambiguous areas, the distinction between direct sensation and inference. He reported a drought in the plant's 53rd year, a specific mineral shift in the soil around its 78th year, the distinctive chi signature of 2 different cultivators who had tended it over the course of its life, and the specific condition of the soil on the day it had been preserved, which matched the tribunal's record of the preservation date to within 2 days. The commission's verification specialist read the corresponding entries from the historical record. Every substantive element matched. The commission deliberated for 40 minutes. The ruling was read into the official record. Root memory testimony admitted with Mu Shun's foundation established. He was outside the chamber when Ning's legal team's response arrived through the tribunal's standard communication channels. The same day, within hours of the admissibility ruling, he read the challenge document. It was concise. The reading practitioner has demonstrated accuracy on a specimen in which they have no personal interest. The investigation readings involve material directly relevant to the practitioner's personal history and family relationships. Accuracy on neutral material does not establish accuracy on interested party material. Request for exclusion of all investigation readings from the evidentiary record. He handed the document to Scholar Wei, who was standing beside him in the corridor. Wei read it. They saw this coming, he said. They let the admissibility proceed knowing they would immediately contest the specific readings. He looked up. They're not trying to exclude root memory testimony in general. They're trying to exclude your specific readings because you're the practitioner. Yes, Mu said. Can they succeed? He thought about the answer to this carefully. About what the root memory contained, and what he had reported, and whether the consistency of his account over 8 months and 5 separate documented references was sufficient foundation for the commission to weigh it appropriately under the interested party standard. I don't know, he said. That's the honest answer. The commission will decide. He said it without anxiety, which surprised him slightly. He had spent months in this valley making decisions based on the fear of outcomes he couldn't control. This outcome he genuinely could not control. The commission would weigh the evidence and decide. He was all right with that. Chapter 76. The hearing's admissibility challenge arrived through the tribunal's communication channels, and Scholar Wei filed the response within 4 hours. The response was the argument Mu had articulated in the corridor. The personal interest challenge could not be answered by claiming objectivity, because no one in this proceeding was objective. The answer was full disclosure of the interest, followed by an analysis of whether the disclosed interest could have produced the specific inconsistency that interested party testimony typically contained, selective reporting, interpretive framing that favored the reporter's position, accounts that drifted over time. Mu's investigation readings had been reported 5 times in documented filings. The accounts were consistent across all 5. The technical details were specific enough that fabrication or selective reporting would have required both the fabricated elements to be accurate and the inconsistencies that fabrication typically introduced to be absent. The consistency was itself evidence of accuracy. The commission reconvened for 1 additional session. Mu was present but not required to speak. The hearing was on documentary evidence, his filed accounts, and the consistency analysis Wei had submitted. The ruling was brief. The personal interest challenge was noted and incorporated into the evidentiary weight assessment. The testimony was admitted as interested party evidence with full disclosure, to be weighed by the reviewing commission against the consistency analysis and the controlled demonstration's accuracy. The commission reserved the right to apply a credibility adjustment to elements of the testimony that directly served the practitioner's personal interest. This was a fair ruling. It was not a victory for Ning's defense. The testimony was admitted, but it meant the most critical elements of the investigation readings would be weighted with visible caution. He submitted a written addendum that he had drafted the night before, a complete account of his family connection to the proceeding, the grandfather who cultivated the flower, xianxia, and the 14 years, his own position as the person who held the antidote knowledge, the decisions he had made about how and when to share information. All of it. The interest declared without mitigation. This is the ARC's thematic statement, Scholar Wei said, reading the addendum. You're asking the commission to understand each person's stake rather than to find someone without one. There is no one without one, Mu said. The question is whether the stakes are understood. The tribunal will accept this framing, Wei said, or they will dismiss it as philosophy. Either way, the hearing is in 3 days. Chapter 77. The hearing lasted 3 days. The chamber was larger than Mu had expected, the tribunal's regional council chamber, with formal seating for 6 commissioners and a gallery for observers. The gallery was not empty. Valley residents had traveled for the proceeding, along with scholars from 3 adjacent provinces who had read Scholar Wei's filing and wanted to witness the precedent. Xianxia sat in the gallery's front row. Su Meiwei sat beside him. Day 1 was Ning's defense. His legal team presented the misunderstanding argument with the precision of 6 months of preparation. Ning had commissioned a cultivation suppression compound with specifications that he understood to be self-clearing. The technical failure of the compound's clearing mechanism was a scientific error, not a deliberate act. The specification documents he had provided to Xianxia described a compound with self-clearing properties. If the compound he received did not match those specifications, the fault lay with the synthesis process. Day 2 was the tribunal's prosecution and the documentary evidence. Scholar Wei presented the historical record, the 7 prior suppression events, the resonance cultivation's pre-sect origin, the geological cultivation foundation. He presented the 7-year archival case with the lucidity of someone who had been waiting a long time to say it in a context that would be properly heard. Dai Hongling provided the Valley community's witness account, 2 years of frozen advancement, 73 children's breakthrough windows, the specific texture of what the suppression had cost. Mu testified on the second day's afternoon session. He presented his root memory accounts as interested party evidence, with full disclosure, and then answered the defense's cross-examination with the same methodological precision he applied to every cultivation diagnosis. What he had directly perceived, what he was inferring, where the confidence thresholds fell. The cross-examination lasted 90 minutes. He did not depart from the filed accounts in any detail. On the third day, Xianxia testified. Chapter 78. Xianxia had not been required to testify. He had been listed as a voluntary witness for the tribunal's case, which meant his appearance was his choice. He took the witness position on the third morning with the posture of someone who had been preparing for a specific moment for a long time and had finally arrived at it. He was not performing composure. He was composed. The tribunal's lead commissioner led him through the foundational questions. His role as the sect's poison master, his involvement in the compound synthesis, the timeline, the deployment. When the questions reached the specification document, Xianxia paused. He said, "I received a specification document from Grand Elder Ning Xiaoyu 3 months before deployment. The document described the compound's clearing mechanism as ambient qi integration, a self-clearing process that would complete within a 12-month cycle under normal cultivation conditions." The commissioner said, "You relied on this specification in your synthesis work." "Yes, I synthesized the compound to the specifications provided. I believe the document accurately described the compound's behavior because I had no reason to believe otherwise." The Grand Elder was the commissioning authority. The specification came from his office. "When did you first suspect the specification was inaccurate?" 18 months after the deployment, Xianxia said. "When I encountered references in the hierarchy's research archive to the toxin class the compound belonged to, and found that the documented clearing timeline for that class was measured in centuries, not months." "What did you do with this information?" A pause. "I suppressed my awareness of it," Xianxia said. "I have been carrying the knowledge of this discrepancy for 18 months, and I did not come forward." "Why not?" "Because coming forward required me to confront what I had done. And what I had done was cause a century-duration suppression of an entire community's cultivation development because I failed to verify the technical specifications I was given." He met the commissioner's eyes. "That is the accurate account. I was deceived. I also failed to verify. Both are true. After your arrival in the valley, I came to the valley," Xianxia said, "because my daughter contacted me and told me what Mu Shun had found in my root memory. I came because there was no longer any position from which I could honestly maintain the suppression." He paused. "When I arrived, I compared the specification document I had received from Ning Xiaoyu against the hierarchy's original compound records that Mu Shun had located in the facility research archive." The commissioner was very still. "And the specification document I received was modified from the original record," Xianxia said. "The modification changed the clearing mechanism description from century integration with cultivation amplification to 12-month ambient qi integration. The modification was made in Ning Xiaoyu's administrative office stamp notation. The original record did not contain self-clearing properties. The document I received did. Ning Xiaoyu modified the technical specification to remove the compound's actual duration from the information I was given." Silence in the chamber. "This is forgery," the commissioner said. "Yes," Xianxia said. "That is what I concluded." On the gallery's front bench, Su Meiwei was very still. Ning's defense team requested a recess. The recess was granted. The chamber recessed. Ning Xiaoyu did not return. Chapter 79. The recess extended beyond the standard interval. The tribunal's marshals went to Ning Xiaoyu's assigned accommodation and found it empty. His personal cultivation items were gone. The cultivation tools he had brought to the proceeding were gone. He had used the recess window to leave the region. The marshal's report came back to the chamber 20 minutes after the recess should have ended. Mu was sitting in the gallery's second row when the news reached the commissioners. He watched the chamber absorb the information, the commissioners conferring, the defense team visible dismay, Dai Hongling in the prosecution row with an expression that said she had been prepared for exactly this possibility. He looked at the chair at the hearing room's formal respondent position. A carved wooden chair, substantial, the kind that held the impression of whoever had sat in it long enough. Ning had been in that chair for 2 days. Mu removed his right glove. He placed his palm against the gallery railing. He could feel the chair from here, at ancient grove sage range. The accumulated root memory of an object that had been in contact with a person in a specific state for 2 days. What the chair held was not guilt. What it held was the continuous monitoring of a person who knew exactly what Xianxia's testimony was going to contain and had been calculating, through every hour of the hearing, the moment at which the probability of managing the outcome fell below the threshold that made remaining viable. The forgery testimony was that moment. The chair knew it. The chair had felt the decision being made in the person sitting in it. He put his glove back on. He did not report what he had read. The chair's root memory was admissible, an object's reading rather than a person's, requiring no consent under the precedent ruling's terms. But the finding would not change the legal outcome, and reporting it would require another filing, another review, another session of a proceeding that was already going to conclude correctly. He filed it in his memory under already resolved. The regional authorities' warrant was issued before the end of the day. The tribunal's jurisdictional network was notified. Ning Xiaoyu was a wanted person in 3 provinces by evening. Mu walked out of the chamber into the late afternoon and sat on the courtyard steps and thought about what the chair had felt. Jia Lihong came out and sat beside him. "The warrant will take time," she said. "He has resources. He knows how to disappear." "Yes. He may not be caught for months. Or longer." "Yes." She looked at the courtyard. "Does that bother you?" He thought about it. "The finding will stand whether he's present or not," he said. "The record exists. The documentation fraud is established. The valley's legal status is protected regardless of whether the person responsible is in custody." He paused. "It bothers me that he decided the whole time, through both days of the hearing, that he was going to leave. That the proceeding was something he was managing rather than something he was accountable to." Another pause. "But I think that's who he has always been. And the proceeding happened anyway." Chapter 80. The hearing concluded the following morning with the full commission present and Ning Xiaoyu absent. The findings were read into the formal record: deliberate documentation fraud, established by documentary comparison and witness testimony. Full criminal accountability for the poisoning's extended duration, including the century-scale suppression of the valley's cultivation community. Warrant issued for Ning Xiaoyu's arrest across 3 tribunal jurisdictions. The resonance cultivation technique's legal protection confirmed. The valley community's formal reparation claim acknowledged. Xianxia's finding: formal censure for the deployment. 5-year restriction on cultivation pharmacy practice. The restriction was significant. It removed him from the profession he had spent 30 years in. It was also not terminal. Scholar Wei had argued in the prosecution filing that the proportionality standard applied. Xianxia's culpability was real and the consequences should be real, but the falsified specification was the reason the full duration was unknown to him, and that mattered. Mu sat in the second row and listened to the findings and did not feel what he had expected to feel. He had expected something like closure. What he felt was more like the end of a specific growing season, the harvest complete, the field bare, the next planting not yet decided. Not an ending, a transition. After the formal session concluded, the commission sat in open session for questions from gallery observers. He did not stay for the session. He walked out of the chamber into the morning and waited at the courtyard gate. Jia Lihong came out 20 minutes later. She fell into step beside him. They walked in the direction of the valley, which was 3 hours on foot. Neither of them spoke for the first hour. On the hill road above the valley's northern approach, where the path turned and the valley's cultivation fields became visible below, she said, "How do you feel?" He watched the valley in the morning light. The western herb section's oldest beds were catching the low angle. The production area was active. 3 practitioners he recognized were running the morning field check. "Like something long-rooted just finally finished its season," he said. She nodded. They walked down toward the valley in the quiet of a morning that didn't require anything from either of them. For the first time in 8 months, and Mu watched the place he had spent a year learning to read grow clearer as they descended, and thought about Su Meiwei's offer, and the neighboring province's long-term remediation, and the world outside this valley where contamination problems waited for someone who understood what they were. The valley was healed. Its technique was in the public record. Its geological foundation was documented. The founding generation's message was filed in 3 tribunal archives. The thing he had come to do was done. The next thing was somewhere else. He walked toward it. Chapter 81. Ning Xiaoyu had been gone for 3 days before Mu began thinking about what it meant that he was gone. Not the legal dimension. Scholar Wei was handling the legal dimension with the systematic patience of a man who had been filing multi-stage tribunal proceedings for 20 years. Not the emotional dimension. What Mu felt about Ning's flight was a specific kind of clarity, the kind that came from watching someone confirm, through their last significant action, exactly who they were. What he was thinking about was the materials Ning had taken. The sect's sealed cultivation documents included the original toxin formula, not Xiangha's modified version, the foundational compound documentation that predated the grandfather's flower by 60 years. Mu had learned about the original formula from the facility's archive, but the archive copy was a derivative. Ning's document was the original. With the original, a sufficiently skilled synthesis practitioner could produce the compound from scratch, without needing access to any botanical element that Xiangha had used. And there was the second synthesis ghost deployment site. Shan Beiyu had provided the neighboring province's synthesis record, had cooperated with the arrest, was awaiting trial in a detention facility. But Shan Beiyu was not the only person who understood the mechanism. The synthesis knowledge was out. The compound had been independently reconstructed. The question was not whether the formula existed in the world beyond Ning's documents. It did, but whether Ning had the resources and contacts to deploy it again somewhere beyond the regional tribunal's reach. He was sitting with this in the Western Herb section when Jia Lihong arrived with the news that the Synthesis Ghost detention facility had flagged a security concern, not an escape, but a visitor Shan Beiyu had received 3 days ago that had not been logged in the standard visitor records. The timing matched Ning's departure window. He looked at the herb beds. Ning contacted Shan Beiyu, he said. We think so, Jia Lihong said. The detention facility's internal records show a 40-minute gap in the monitoring logs for the ghost's holding cell. Someone with facility-level administrative access created the gap. The sect has a formal relationship with the tribunal's detention authority, Mu said. Ning would have had administrative credentials that could create that kind of gap. He made contact before he fled. Jia Lihong sat down on the boundary wall. The question is what for? Mu thought about what Shan Beiyu could offer Ning. Not the synthesis record. Ning had the original formula. What the ghost had that Ning didn't was operational knowledge. The specific application protocols that had produced the neighboring province deployment without triggering the tribunal's standard contamination detection. The synthesis record was in the tribunal archive. The application protocol hadn't been fully documented before the arrest. He was filling a gap, Mu said. The original formula plus the application protocol gives him a complete deployable package, which he can use outside the regional tribunal's jurisdiction. Yes. He looked at the valley's herb fields in the morning light. The question is whether I'm the person who should pursue this, or whether there's someone better positioned. Chapter 82. He sat with the pursuit question for 2 days and did not decide. This was unusual. He had developed, over the past year in the valley, a faster decision-making rhythm, not impulsive, but less prone to the extended deliberation that had cost him tactical advantage in the early investigation months. The pursuit question was genuinely unclear in a way that the valley's problems had not been. Whether he should pursue Ning was a question about what he was for, and that question required time. On the second day, he walked out to the valley's geological survey point, the place at the center of the valley where the ancient grove sage reading had been most clear, and sat with his palms against the ground. He had been reading the valley's geological root memory in snapshots. The first reading during remediation day, the second at the Elder Council briefing. He had not tried to sustain the reading for an extended period. He tried now. He sat and kept his palms flat against the stone and let the geological reading run. What happened after 40 minutes was not a new reading. It was a change in how he was reading. The distinction between the geological time he was reading and the present time he was inhabiting became permeable, not confused, but connected. He could feel time the way he felt soil depth, not as a measurement, but as a quality. And in that quality, he felt the sect. Not Ning Xiaoyu specifically. The sect as an organization, an entity that had been cultivating a specific kind of authority for 300 years. At World Tree Tender rank, he had unlocked the ability to read the root memory of ecosystems, political structures, organizations, living systems with growth histories. He had not tried to apply it to the sect because the sect was not in proximity and the technique's range was limited. But the geological chi that the sect had been touching for 300 years was here. Everywhere the sect had operated, it had left chi impressions in the land. And the valley's geological record contained the sect's passage the way a tree contained the record of a drought. He read the sect's 300-year history in the land. The growth pattern was unmistakable, an organization that had learned, early in its development, that the most efficient way to maintain authority was to ensure that no alternative cultivation path became visible. 300 years of the same mechanism, applied in 7 different locations he could identify from the land's record. The valley was not unique. It was the most recent. Ning Xiaoyu was not the problem. He was the symptom of a growth pattern. If the pattern remained intact, the the sect would produce another xianxia, and another, until something changed not just what the sect did, but how it had learned to grow. Chapter 83, he found Scholar Wei in the archive office, which was where Scholar Wei lived during working hours and spent more of his non-working hours than was professionally necessary. Wei looked up from a document he was annotating. He had the expression he wore when he was expecting a conversation he had been anticipating for some time. The sect's historical suppression events, Muse said. 7 confirmed, Wei said immediately. 4 more that I would characterize as probable based on the fragmentary evidence. All of them following the same operational pattern. A region developing a cultivation approach incompatible with the sect's authority model. The sect identifying the development, deploying the suppression mechanism, sometimes the same toxin class, sometimes other techniques, and the development ceasing. He paused. The earliest event I've confirmed is 240 years ago. The most recent, before the valley, was 60 years ago in the northern province. And the original toxin formula? Wei's expression changed slightly. You've been reading something. The sect's chi impressions in the valley's geological record. World Tree Tinder rank. I can read organizations as living systems. He sat down across from the desk. The original formula. It predates the grandfather's flower by 60 years. Which means the grandfather didn't invent it. No, Wei said. He opened a reference volume that Mew recognized from the tribunal archive filing process. I've known this since the 3rd week of the investigation. I chose not to present it prominently in the tribunal filing because it was not directly relevant to the Valley's specific case, and introducing it would have complicated the factual record with a historical dimension that the commission would have been reluctant to engage with. He met Mew's eyes. I was managing the information. Mew looked at him. You too. Everyone who works with institutional records learns the skill eventually. Wei did not appear particularly apologetic. The relevant finding. The original toxin formula appears in the sect's archive approximately 60 years before your grandfather began cultivating the related botanical species. The grandfather's work was not the source. He encountered the formula and developed the antidote for it. His botanical cultivation of the flower was a countermeasure to an existing weapon, not the creation of one. Mew sat with this. He knew the formula existed, Mew said. He spent 30 years building a counter to it. And then Zhanghe found the antidote's potential, and the grandfather took the knowledge back because he was afraid of the combination. Wei paused. Your grandfather was not trying to protect a weapon. He was trying to protect a defense. He failed because the weapon already existed and the defense's existence was not enough to prevent the weapon's deployment. The sect's archive, Mew said. If it still contains the original formula, it is evidence in an expanded investigation, Wei said. Establishing that the sect has been maintaining a formula for a cultivation suppression weapon for 60 years, and has deployed it at least once, possibly more often, changes the proceeding from a single incident accountability case to a systematic weapons maintenance investigation. He closed the reference volume. Which is why you're here. I need access to the archive, Mew said. Chapter 84. The access problem required Su Meiwei. Mew found her in the production area, running the antidote stability analysis she had begun before her resignation. The data she was gathering was meticulous. Temperature tolerance curves, concentration stability under varying humidity conditions, shelf life projections for different storage methods. Work that no one had asked her to do, and that would significantly improve the antidote's distribution logistics in the neighboring province remediation. She had been doing it because it needed doing, and she was the person who could do it. He explained the archive access situation. She listened with the specific attention she brought to technical problems, not patience for the explanation's sake, but active processing. When he finished, she said, my resignation created a 14-day transition window. During that window, my access credentials are still formally active, on the grounds that a mid-assignment resignation requires the representative to complete their documentation obligations before credentials are revoked. How many days remain in the window? 11. She looked at the stability data she was recording. Completing my archival survey assignment before the credentials lapse is technically within my defined transition obligations. The sect's archive is relevant to the assignment. An accurate survey of the Valley contaminations documentation should include the original formula's provenance record. The sect's legal team will argue you exceeded your assignment scope. Yes, she was already calculating. But the transition period access is defined by my original assignment parameters, and my assignment was to assess the contamination situation. The formula's provenance is part of that assessment. She set down her recording materials. Tomorrow, if you're willing, I'll contact the archive's administrative office today to register the visit through the formal transition process. If I give them sufficient notice, they can't deny access without creating a documentation gap that becomes its own legal problem. She had been thinking about this, or something like it, for some time. He could see it in how quickly she moved through the calculation. Your father, he said. The archive access will be logged in his former office's records. He's no longer in that office, she said. The 5-year restriction removed him from the position. She picked up her recording materials again. He already testified against Ning Xiaoyu. One more thing in the archive logs is not going to change his situation. She said it without bitterness. He understood. He arranged the other elements of the access plan. Scholar Wei would accompany them as the tribunal's documentary specialist, which gave the visit a formal investigative status. Jia Lihong would coordinate external communication in case the sect's response required immediate escalation to the regional tribunal authority. He spent the evening reviewing what he knew about the sect's archive structure from the facility's records and from everything Su Meiwei had described about her previous access visits. The archive was organized by discipline, by date, by provenance. The formula would be in the toxin synthesis records, which were maintained separately from the cultivation research archives. A practitioner with Su Meiwei's credentials could access the toxin synthesis records for contamination assessment purposes. He was prepared. Chapter 85. The sect's internal archive was not in the main sect building. It was in a secondary facility that the sect maintained in a different district, a function of institutional security practice, keeping the archive separate from the sect's administrative center so that a single security event couldn't compromise both. Su Meiwei had accessed it twice during her previous valley assignments. She knew the layout, the access protocol, the staff who worked there. The archive itself was larger than any of them had anticipated from the external scale of the building. The building's visible footprint was modest, a 3-story structure of standard sect administrative architecture, nothing to distinguish it from the surrounding district. The archive inside ran 6 levels deep, underground, carved into the bedrock with cultivation qi techniques that had been running for several centuries. Each level was climate-controlled by different cultivation arrays. Each level had different access restrictions based on the documentation it contained. Su Meiwei's credentials allowed access to the first 4 levels. Miu read the archive's qi signature from the entrance, not a practitioner root reading, just the ambient cultivation sense that ancient grove sage rank provided. The qi in the archive structure was old. Not ancient in the way the valley's geological formation was ancient, but old in the way of an institution that had been maintaining records longer than most of its current members had been alive. And it was not settled qi. It had the specific, unsettled quality of information that had been regularly accessed, regularly reviewed, regularly referenced. This archive was used. Its records were active institutional knowledge, not historical storage. Scholar Wei walked through the entry-level documentation with the controlled enthusiasm of a man who had just found a library twice the size of anything in his professional experience. He was not looking at individual documents. He was reading organizational structure, filing patterns, the way an institution's records revealed its decision-making processes. They've been maintaining records on every cultivation community in 3 provinces for at least 200 years, he said quietly as they descended to the second level. Comprehensive. Population, development rate, specific techniques being practiced. The monitoring infrastructure required for this is how they knew about the valley, Miu said. Yes, and about every other community they've suppressed. Wei paused at a filing section labeled by province and date. This is not the work of one person. This is an institutional practice that has been running continuously for 2 centuries. Multiple administrators, multiple generations of archivists. Everyone who maintained this knew what it was for. Su Meiwei found the toxin synthesis records on the 3rd level. The section was organized by compound class, then by date within each class. She moved through the classification system with professional ease and stopped at the folder containing the cultivation suppression class. The original formula was there, dated 240 years ago, with the name of the sect administrator who had commissioned its development. And below it, a records log showing every time the file had been accessed. 41 access events over 2 centuries. The most recent was dated 3 days before Ning Xiaoyu's departure from the hearing. He had accessed the original formula file on his way out. Miu read the date and looked at Su Meiwei. She met his eyes. He took a copy, she said. Probably. Standard archive practice allows senior administrators to authorize document copies for field use. We need the complete access log for the last 6 months, Scholar Wei said from behind them. He had been reading over their shoulders with the expression of someone assembling a case in real time. Every document Ning accessed in the lead-up to the hearing. Every copy authorization. If he was building a deployable package, the planning started before the trial. The archive log will show it. Can you copy the access log? Miu asked Su Meiwei. With my credentials and the tribunal's documentary specialist present, she said, looking at Wei. Yes. Then let's do it, Scholar Wei said. We have 10 days of her credential window left. He was already pulling out his documentation materials. Chapter 86. The sixth underground level of the sect archive was older than the 5 above it. Mew understood this not from the construction materials or the architectural style, though those were different enough to notice, but from the way the space read underworld tree tender perception. The upper levels had the chi signature of an institution managing itself, layers of intention, revision, concealment, maintenance. The sixth level had something quieter. It read like a place that had been here before the institution decided what it was. He moved carefully through the shelving. Su Meiwei's credential window had 14 days, and he had used 8 of them on the upper levels, carefully mapping the access log copies he'd made before allowing himself to look further. The 6th level had required a secondary authorization that her clearance barely met, and the door had opened with the reluctant slowness of something that had expected to stay closed. The records here were not administrative. They were not the kind of records an organization kept to track itself. They were the kind an organization kept to remember what it had survived. Mew set his hand on the first shelf and read. World tree tender perception worked differently on institutional records than it did on living organisms. An organization was not a tree. It had no single root system, no continuous thread of growth from a single seed. But it had something analogous, founding decisions that shaped everything that grew from them, moments of stress where the grain of the wood had changed, old wounds that had healed badly and left hard knots that deflected everything that tried to grow through them. The sect was 430 years old. He had known that intellectually. He had not known it the way he knew it now, reading backward through the grain of what the institution had become. 430 years of a single central premise, that the knowledge of what things did to other things was too dangerous to be held by more than one place. Every major decision in the institution's history had been made in service of that premise. Sometimes the premise had been correct. There had been genuinely reckless individuals whom the sect's caution had contained, genuinely dangerous compounds that the sect's oversight had prevented from reaching catastrophic scale. But the premise had also, over 430 years, become the justification for anything the institution needed to justify. He found the first deployment at year 87. It did not read the way Ning's deployment had read. The context was different. A rival institution, a genuine threat, a compound used to suppress rather than destroy. The records were careful to emphasize the proportionality. But the logic was the same. The sect had determined that its continued operation was more important than the harm caused by the action it was taking, and it had acted accordingly. Second deployment at year 140. Third at 190. After the third, there was a gap of 60 years. Mew read that gap carefully. It did not feel like restraint. It felt like the institution learning to want things that didn't require deployment, or learning to get things it wanted by other means. The fourth deployment was at year 250, and it was the first one that looked like what the Valley had experienced, not a targeted action against a specific threat, but a suppression of a practice the sect had determined should not exist independently of sect oversight. 9 deployments over 430 years. Ning Xiaoyu had accessed these records 3 weeks before the Valley incident. Mew looked at the access logs Su Meiwei's credentials had allowed him to pull. Ning had spent 11 hours in the 6th level on 2 separate visits. He had copied specific records. Mew could see which ones from the logging pattern. Not all 9 deployments. The 5 that had succeeded in achieving the institutional goal. He had been doing research. He had not invented the logic of what he had done. He had found it, already encoded in the institution he worked for, and he had applied it. Mew stood in the 6th level for a long time after that. Then he began reading the records of the current sect head's tenure. Head cultivator Shin Mingbo had held the position for 19 years. His tenure read differently from his predecessors. There was a grain to his decision-making that suggested someone who had believed, genuinely, that the institution's worst patterns were behind it. He had made reforms. Some of them had been superficial, the kind of change that preserved underlying structure while adjusting visible form. But some of them had been real, and reading the resistance those real changes had generated in the institution's older layers told Mew something important. Shin Mingbo had not been involved in any of the 9 prior deployments. He had not known about the Valley. He had not known about the formula's original development, or the modification Ning had made, or the deployment plan. He had signed documents approving Ning's access to sect resources, but those documents had described legitimate research purposes, and the descriptions had been falsified in ways Shin Mingbo would not have recognized as falsifications. Ning had worked around the current head the way a root worked around a stone, not challenging it, just finding paths it didn't notice. Mew copied everything. He left the 6th level with 12 hours remaining on Su Meiwei's credential window, and he sat in the archive's public reading room for 2 hours before he decided what to do with what he had found. Chapter 87, he requested the meeting through official channels. That surprised Dai Hongling, who had expected Mu to go directly to the tribunal or to release the information through public record. She had spent the night constructing scenarios in which the archive evidence bypassed the sect entirely, and she had prepared arguments for 3 of them. Instead, Mu had filed a formal request for a private consultation with head cultivator Shen Mingbo on a matter of institutional significance. "You think he'll see you?" she said. It was not quite a question. "He'll see me," Mu said. "He's been watching the hearing. He knows what I do, and he knows what I have." Shen Mingbo received him in the sect's formal consultation chamber, which was not the comfortable room where he saw colleagues, but the older, more formal space that institutional precedent reserved for communications with external parties. The message was clear: Mu was not a colleague. He was not an enemy either, or the chamber would have been different. He was something the sect head was not certain how to categorize, and the formal chamber was what you used when you were uncertain. He was older than Mu had expected. Not in years. He knew Shen Mingbo's age, but in the particular way that long leadership aged people, the quality of someone who had been absorbing the weight of an institution for long enough that the weight had become part of how they moved. Mu set the copies on the table between them. He did not speak. He let Shen Mingbo look at the first document, watch the sect head's face as he understood what he was reading, and wait through the silence that followed. "Where did you get these?" Shen Mingbo said finally. "The archive. The 6th level is restricted." "Yes," Mu said. He did not explain further. Shen Mingbo looked at the copies for another long moment. Not reading them. He had read enough. He was looking at the fact of them, at what their existence meant, at the particular kind of problem that arrived when you discovered that the institution you had spent 19 years trying to reform had been doing things you hadn't known about in the parts of itself you hadn't known to look. "What do you want?" he said. It was the question Mu had expected. It was the question that every person asked when they discovered they were holding something someone else needed, because that was how people in positions of institutional power thought about information, as a transaction, as a negotiation, as a thing someone was bringing because they wanted something in return. "I want you to decide what to do with this," Mu said. "I'll be here to answer questions." Shen Mingbo looked at him. "That's all." "The tribunal has the hearing record," Mu said. "Everything about Ning's case is documented. What the archive contains is institutional history, not my case to make. It belongs to the institution. You're the institution." The silence that followed was different from the silence before. This one had weight to it, the specific gravity of someone who had just been handed something they couldn't give back and hadn't yet understood what holding it would cost. "You're not using it as leverage," Shen Mingbo said. "No. You could." "Yes," Mu said. "I could." He left the copies on the table. He stood, inclined his head with the appropriate formal respect, and walked out of the consultation chamber. Behind him, he could feel, without needing his ability to confirm it, the particular quality of a man sitting alone with 430 years of what his institution had done. Chapter 88, 3 weeks passed. They were not quiet weeks. The hearing's conclusion had sent ripples through 3 different regional authorities, and the tribunal was managing correspondence that Jia Lihong described as the administrative equivalent of a dam breaking slowly. But they were, for Mu, weeks of a particular kind of waiting. He had handed something off. He was watching to see what would happen when someone else was responsible for it. Dai Hongling did not wait well. 19 days, she said, on the 19th day. He's running out the clock on something. He's doing an internal review, Mu said. He knew this because Su Meiwei, whose credential window had closed, but who still had contacts inside the archive, had reported that 3 senior sect administrators had spent the past 2 weeks examining the same records Mu had found. An actual one, not a theater review. How can you tell the difference? The people he assigned to it don't have the seniority to protect institutional interests, Mu said. They're too junior to know what they're supposed to not see. Dai Hongling was quiet for a moment. That's either very smart or an accident. I think he's smart, Mu said. On the 21st day, the sect issued a public statement acknowledging historical incidents that had caused harm to external cultivation communities. The language was measured and institutional and carefully avoided admitting to anything a legal proceeding could attach to, but it named the valley by region, and it acknowledged that the incident in the valley had involved sect-origin compounds deployed without community consent, and it stated that the sect had cooperated with the tribunal's investigation and would continue to cooperate with any remediation process the tribunal authorized. Dai Hongling read it 3 times. This is the minimum possible version of acknowledgement, she said. Yes, Mu said. It admits almost nothing specific. It admits the events existed. She looked at him. 3 weeks ago, Mu said, the institutional position was that the events were Ning Xiaoyu's individual action with no institutional context. This statement says the events had institutional context. That is not nothing. That is the first time an institution this old has said that about something this old. People in the valley are going to read this and feel like it's theater. Some of them will be right, Mew said. And it's also the first time. Those two things are both true. He was still thinking about that. The particular difficulty of holding both things as true simultaneously, when Jia Lihong arrived at his workroom with news that cut the thought short. The synthesis ghost had escaped custody. The containment facility was 3 days' travel from the valley. The escape had occurred 2 nights ago. Facility reports indicated a contact from outside had provided materials the ghost had used to breach the containment array. The outside contact had not been identified, but the materials were consistent with resources Ning Xiaoyu would have had access to before his flight. Ning had come back for the ghost. Or rather, Ning had reached out to the ghost, who was the only remaining person who had information Ning needed to make the toxin formula deployable on a large scale, and the ghost had decided that cooperation with Ning was preferable to a return to containment. Where would they go? Mew said. Jia Lihong's expression said she had already worked through the possibilities and had arrived at one she didn't like. The tribunal archive, she said. Ning knows the hearing record is the strongest evidence against him. If that record doesn't exist, the hearing record is distributed across 7 regional facilities, Mew said. Destroying the main archive wouldn't. It would delay proceedings by a year, Jia Lihong said. And Ning knows the valley community doesn't have a year. The antidote is finished. The remediation is running. But the legal accountability is in those records. Without them, it becomes testimony against testimony. Mew sat with that for a moment. He's not stupid, he said. No, Jia Lihong said. He's not. Chapter 89. The calculation of what Ning Xiaoyu would do was not difficult once you understood what he needed. He had the formula. The original formula. The one the sect archive had confirmed his grandfather had developed as a defense rather than a weapon, and the modification Ning had made to it. He had the synthesis ghost, who understood application methodology in a way Ning did not. He had a depleting window of opportunity. The tribunal's proceedings were advancing. The sect's public statement had narrowed his options for claiming institutional authorization, and the valley's remediation was progressing to the point where the damage he had caused was becoming the kind of recoverable harm that institutions could acknowledge and move past. What he needed was delay, not permanent escape. Ning was not. Mew had come to understand. Someone who had planned for the version of events where he lost. He had planned for the version where he managed perception well enough that losing was never clearly defined. If the tribunal record became fragmented, if the hearing testimony was disputed across 7 facilities, if the legal proceedings dragged past the point where the valley community had the resources to sustain engagement, then the outcome Ning was looking for was not vindication but ambiguity. An institutional proceeding that never concluded. A record that existed but could not be read as clearly as it currently read. The main archive facility was the logical target because destroying it would not destroy the distributed record but would create exactly the kind of procedural chaos Ning needed. Mew walked through this with Jia Lihong and Scholar Wei over the course of an evening. Scholar Wei looked increasingly uncomfortable as the logic developed. You're describing a plan that requires considerable resources and access, he said. Ning has been in flight. His sect credentials were revoked. How does he have what he needs to reach a tribunal facility? He had contacts before he fled. Mew said. People who believed in the institutional logic he was working from. Not everyone who agreed with the premise was part of the specific action. There are people inside the sect who think the Valley incident was a mistake in execution, not in principle. Some of them are still in positions where they have access to things Ning would need. That's, Scholar Wei stopped. The statement the sect head issued acknowledges the events, Mew said. It doesn't acknowledge the people inside the institution who would have agreed with the decision if the outcome had been different. Those people are still there. The news arrived, as Jia Lihong had predicted, within 2 days. A tribunal security contact had observed 2 individuals with the cultivation signatures consistent with Ning Xiaoyu and the synthesis ghost traveling on the secondary road network toward the archive facility. They had not been intercepted. The contact had transmitted and then gone silent, which suggested they had been noticing. Jia Lihong read the message twice, folded it, and looked at Mew with the expression of someone who had been hoping the calculation would come out differently. We have maybe 8 hours, she said. Chapter 90. The archive facility was not designed to be defended. This was, Mew had always thought, one of its fundamental strengths and one of its structural vulnerabilities, and which one mattered depended entirely on what kind of threat arrived. It was built for preservation and access. It had perimeter security appropriate to its function, enough to deter opportunistic damage, enough to slow a determined single actor. It was not built for two trained cultivators with a specific objective and enough preparation to account for the standard deterrents. Jia Lihong understood this better than he did, because Jia Lihong thought about systems of force in a way that his training did not naturally emphasize. Within an hour of receiving the message, she had already contacted 3 cultivators, the fastest available in the region, 2 of them tribunal-affiliated and 1 an independent specialist she had worked with during a previous assignment. She had not asked Mu's opinion. She had acted. He found out when she told him they were leaving. "You moved without consulting the tribunal," he said. "I consulted the tribunal," she said. "I sent the message before I contacted anyone else." The official response time for a threat to a regional archive facility is approximately 9 hours. "We have 8. Mu had no response to that. He packed what he needed and followed her. The road took 6 hours at the pace Jia Lihong set, which was faster than comfortable and slower than reckless. The 2 tribunal-affiliated cultivators had met them at the valley perimeter, and the independent specialist had joined them 2 hours in, appearing at a crossroads with the minimal greeting of someone who had been informed of the context already and had questions but no objections. Mu spent the travel time thinking about the tribunal archive in the same way he had thought about the valley during the remediation, as an organism with its own root structure, its own vulnerability points, its own history of growth and damage. He had never read the facility itself through World Tree Tinder, but he had read the records it held, and an archive was, in some ways, the external memory of the institution that had built it. He was thinking about that, about what it meant to attack something's memory, when Jia Lihong held up a hand and the group stopped. The facility was visible on the hill above them, its perimeter lights functioning, its access points externally undisturbed. But the cultivation signature at the main gate was wrong. Not the signature of an active threat. That would have read differently. This was the signature of something that had already happened, a disturbance in the chi field that indicated a perimeter had been crossed, and the chi expression of the crossing had not yet fully dissipated. "They're already inside," the independent specialist said. Jia Lihong nodded. She had read the same thing. She looked at Mu. Mu read the facility's outer wall. The root memory of the structure was there. Stone and intention and all the accumulated weight of what had been stored and decided and preserved inside it. He could feel the recent disturbance like a wound in the grain of wood, sharp and new, the particular sharpness of something that had been forced rather than broken naturally. But he could also feel something else. There were people still inside who had not been part of the disturbance. Not evacuated, working. Late-duty archivists, the facility's overnight staff, people who had been inside when Ning and the ghost had entered and who were currently, based on the quality of their chi signatures, doing the specific kind of careful quiet that people did when they were hiding in place, because moving seemed more dangerous than staying still. "The staff is hiding," he said. "They've been contained, not harmed. Ning doesn't want to add casualties to his record. He wants procedural delay, not a criminal escalation. That constrains how he'll move inside," Jia Lihong said immediately. "He won't do anything that creates sounds that reach them, or that requires him to deal with them afterward." Jia Lihong turned to the other 3 and began speaking in the low, efficient shorthand of people who had done this kind of work before. Mu listened, mapped what she was saying against what he knew of the facility's internal structure, and noted the 2 points where her plan made assumptions about internal layout that his archive knowledge could correct. He waited for the right moment, then said so. She listened. She adjusted. They moved toward the facility entrance with the particular quality of a group that had found its rhythm. Not perfect, not without uncertainty, but oriented toward the same thing and willing to correct as they went. Above them, in the archive, a man who had worked very hard to make the world's memory of what he had done uncertain was approximately to discover that the world had a longer memory than he had planned for. Chapter 91. The archive facility had been designed without a combat practitioner in mind, which meant that Jia Lihong knew it better as a space for fighting than Ning Xiaoyu did. She had spent 40 minutes in the facility on a previous assignment, reviewing records for a separate proceeding, and she had spent approximately 2 of those 40 minutes noting what she noticed automatically. Load-bearing columns that would disrupt a large-scale chi projection, archive stacks that created sightline interruptions, the particular acoustic properties of high-ceiling stone spaces where chi discharge created echoes that a combat practitioner could read for positional information the way a blindfolded person read sound. Ning Xiaoyu had spent more time in this facility than she had. He knew its layout in the administrative sense. He did not know it the way she did. This was the only advantage that mattered. The facility's overnight staff had done the correct thing. They had clustered in the records processing room on the 2nd floor, which had the thickest walls and the heaviest door, and they were staying still. Mu had read their chi signatures before they entered and confirmed no one had been harmed. Ning wanted delay and ambiguity. A casualty at the archive would give him neither. What Ning wanted was the primary index room on the third floor, where the physical records of the past 3 months of proceedings were held, not the distributed copies, which were maintained digitally across 7 facilities, but the physical originals with original ink annotations, the kind of document that created questions of authenticity when absent even if digital copies existed. Jia Lihong moved toward the third-floor staircase at the speed her training allowed. She heard the ghost before she saw it. Mew, behind her, reached out and caught the ghost's sleeve as it passed in the corridor intersection. An accident. The ghost had been moving fast in low light, and contact had happened before either of them intended it. She heard him inhale. She knew what that inhale meant. She kept her focus on Ning, who was at the top of the staircase with the particular stillness of someone who had heard her approach and was deciding whether to engage or retreat. Behind her, Mew said, quietly, to the communication link that connected him to Scholar Wei's position at the facility's exterior. Cache Location 1, Northern Mountain District, Secondary Road, Abandoned Kiln Site. Cache Location 2, City District, below the Herbalist Market, East Cellar. Cache Location 3, he kept talking while she fought. Ning was 1 rank above her. In direct exchange, that gap was significant. But they were not in a direct exchange. They were in a narrow corridor between archive stacks, with sightlines that shifted every 8 feet and a ceiling height that limited the vertical projection options that higher-ranked cultivators used to compensate for tight spaces. Every advantage his rank gave him in open combat was halved here. She was not trying to win. She was trying to hold him long enough. Behind her, Mew's voice continued in the measured tone of someone reciting from a document. Each cache location emerging from his contact with the ghost's root memory, with the particular clarity of information that had been held carefully for a long time and had now been read. 6 caches, then 7, then a pause, and the formula copies are not paper. They are encoded in cultivation patterns on organic material. Look for dried specimens in the herbarium cases in each location. She heard Wei Qianlong acknowledge. She heard the transmission going out to the tribunal response teams. Ning pushed hard on her left flank, and she gave ground and reclaimed it and gave it again, trading the retreat for the time the teams needed to reach the locations Mew was naming. The ghost, she heard, was no longer moving. When she glanced back, 2 seconds, no more, she saw Mew still holding the ghost's sleeve, not forcibly, the ghost simply not pulling away, the two of them standing in the corridor with the particular quality of someone who is being read and knows it and has decided not to interrupt the process. Wei Qianlong's voice, on the link, Cache 1 confirmed. Destroying now. Chapter 92. Ning heard it too. The transmission was not private. Wei Qianlong was communicating through the tribunal's open emergency channel, and the facility's internal chi resonance system, designed for practitioner communication, was carrying it through the building's walls. Ning heard Cache 1 confirmed, and the specific sound of someone who has been maneuvering with care and has just heard the floor change beneath them. His attack on Jia Lihong's left flank did not slow, but its quality shifted. It had been a controlled pressure, testing her limits and managing his own chi expenditure. Now it was an attempt to conclude. She had planned for this. Her rank was lower. Her endurance in a sustained fight was shorter. But she had conserved in the early exchanges what he had not, because she had known this moment was coming and had been spending accordingly. When his attack shifted to urgency, her reserve was deeper than his. Not enough to win. Enough to hold. Cache 2 confirmed. Wei Qianlong's voice. Cache 3 confirmed and destroyed. Ning disengaged. He moved fast. The ghost's sleeve pulled free from Mew's hand as the ghost followed, and they were moving toward the facility's secondary exit before Jia Lihong had fully processed the disengage as a retreat rather than a feint. She let them go. Her instructions had not been to capture, and her chi reserve at the end of that exchange was not enough to pursue. She listened to Wei Qianlong's voice counting through the remaining caches. 4, 5, 6. All confirmed and destroyed, Wei Qianlong said. Archive team confirms the records room is undisturbed. Ning's team did not reach the 3rd floor. Jia Lihong sat down on the archive floor with her back against a stack of shelf units and focused on regulating her chi expenditure back toward baseline. Her hands were steady, which she regarded as a professional standard rather than a notable achievement. She had done what was needed. The archive was intact. The formula copies, all 7 external caches, were destroyed. Ning Xiaoyu and the synthesis ghost had escaped again. They had escaped without the materials that made them operationally dangerous, without the formula copies, without the archive records, without anything except their own knowledge, which could not be destroyed and had not been intended to be. Mew came to sit beside her. The ghost's root memory, she said. Did you get everything? Everything the ghost knew about the formula's deployment methodology, he said. Everything about Ning's current resources and contacts. The locations of 3 more individuals who assisted Ning's network over the past 2 years. We'll need those. They're transmitted. He paused. The ghost's real name is Xiao Wenyu. Former sect researcher, removed from the sect's employ 4 years ago, made contact with Ning through the same archive of historical precedents that Ning used to justify the deployment. They shared a logic. Jia Lihong absorbed that. Where do you think they'll go? She said. Mu was quiet for a moment. Somewhere no one has thought to look for them, he said. Somewhere they have reason to know and reason to believe is safe. I can probably find it, given time. How much time? A few days, he said. The reading works differently on places than on people, but they have been moving, and movement leaves trace. She nodded and let herself rest for a moment against the archive shelving. Behind them, the facility's overnight staff was beginning to emerge from the processing room, moving cautiously into the corridor, and one of the archivists was already asking, with the particular indignation of someone who has been locked in their own facility, who was responsible for the chi disturbance damage to sections 11 through 14. Chapter 93. The trace reading took 4 days. This was not because it was difficult. World Tree Tinder had, over the course of the investigation, developed into a capability that Mu could use with significantly more precision than its original expression suggested. It was because he was being careful. Ning Xiaoyu knew, now, that Mu could read places. He would have tried to minimize trace, would have moved through spaces that he believed were low in chi concentration, would have avoided the cultivated land and old buildings where root memory accumulated most densely. What Ning did not know was that World Tree Tinder did not require dense accumulation to work. It required patience. Mu followed the trace the way a river followed the lowest available path, not directly, not fast, but continuously, finding the next available reading point from the last one and moving toward it. He worked with Jia Lihong and Scholar Wei, who had reached the archive facility the morning after the combat and stayed to assist with the investigative follow-up. They covered his physical movement while he was reading, managing the logistical details that were difficult to manage while his attention was partly in the root memory of a hillside or a road marker. Day 1 established the direction, northeast. Day 2 confirmed they were not moving toward any tribunal jurisdiction that would recognize an arrest. They were moving toward the mountain districts, old ranges, sparsely settled, with the specific chi profile of areas that had not been heavily cultivated in recent centuries. Day 3, Mu sat in a field at the edge of the mountain foothills with his hands on the ground and read backward and forward simultaneously. The trace of passage, the resonance of where that passage was oriented. He felt something that made him stop. It was not the trace itself. It was the quality of the place the trace was oriented toward, a chi accumulation signature that he knew. Not from this investigation. From the reading of the Poison Valley's geological foundation, for weeks ago, when he had read the founding generation's 800-year cultivation work into the valley's bedrock. The same signature, the same intentionality, the same hands. There is another valley, he said. Scholar Wei looked up from his notes. Same founding generation as the Poison Valley, Mu said. They built 2, hidden in a mountain fold. Ning found it independently. The trace has been visiting it for months, long before the tribunal hearing. He has been using it as a refuge. He stood. He went there after the archive, he said. He is there now. Chapter 94. The backup valley was smaller. The Poison Valley had been built for a community. It had the scale of a place designed to hold several hundred people across multiple generations, with cultivation infrastructure integrated into its geological foundation at a scale that spoke of long-term planning. The backup valley was built for continuity rather than community. It was a seed vault, in cultivation terms, a small, dense, protected accumulation of the same foundational chi structure, positioned so that if the primary location was lost, the methodology would survive. The founding generation had known they would be attacked. They had built accordingly. Mu entered the backup valley at mid-morning, alone. He had discussed the approach with Jia Lihong and Scholar Wei. The discussion had taken longer than the logistics required, because what they were really discussing was what kind of situation they were walking into and whether they were walking into it correctly. Jia Lihong had made the case for a team approach. Ning was a higher-ranked cultivator. The ghost had demonstrated willingness to engage in combat. The archive was evidence that this was not a situation where caution had unnecessary costs. Mu had listened to all of this and had then said, I am going in alone. That is not, Jia Lihong, he said. If you follow me in, Ning will treat it as an arrest attempt. He will fight, or he will flee. Neither of those outcomes serves what I want to achieve. What do you want to achieve? I don't know yet, Mu said. I want to find out what is possible. That requires him to be in a situation where he is not immediately managing a combat or an escape. She had not been fully satisfied with this answer. She had agreed to position herself at the valley entrance and enter if Mew did not emerge within 2 hours. The valley was beautiful. He had not expected that. The poisoned valley, in its current state, was in the process of becoming beautiful again, but it had been wounded, and the wound was visible even under remediation. The backup valley had never been wounded. It had been sitting here, undisturbed, accumulating the chi of its founding generation's intentions for 800 years, and the result was a space that read underworld tree tinder like a very old, very healthy tree, dense, patient, thoroughly itself. Ning Xiaoyu was at its center. He was practicing cultivation, which was both mundane and, in context, significant. A person who had done the things Ning had done and was practicing cultivation in the place he had found as a refuge was a person who had not given up on the premise that cultivation was worth doing. The ghost was nearby, examining the valley's herb growth with the particular attention of a practitioner who recognized what they were looking at. Neither of them had heard him enter. Then Ning turned. He turned not because he heard anything. Mew had moved quietly, and the valley's chi field absorbed sound differently than open terrain, but because he was a practitioner of significant rank in a place where he had been spending weeks and had developed a sensitivity to its chi field's baseline. Mew's entrance had shifted that baseline fractionally. Ning looked at him. He did not reach for combat positioning immediately. He looked at Mew with the expression of someone who has been expecting an encounter and is now taking a moment to assess whether the encounter that has arrived matches the one they expected. "You found this place," Ning said. "Yes." "Through root reading." "Yes." Ning was quiet for a moment. "How long have you known?" 4 days for the specific location," Mew said. "The founding generation's geological signature. I read that 4 weeks ago. The valley was built by the same people who built the Poison Valley. I knew there was a backup before I knew where it was." Ning looked around the valley, not nervously, but with the quality of someone taking stock of something they have been holding alone and are now sharing involuntarily. "They built it to survive what they knew was coming," he said. "Yes," Mew said. "I found it 18 months ago. I thought," he stopped. "What did you think?" Ning did not answer that directly. Instead, "What are you going to do?" Chapter 95, "I don't have legal authority here," Mew said. He said it simply, as a statement of fact rather than a limitation he was apologizing for or working around. It was true. The tribunal's jurisdiction operated through registered practitioners and formal process. Mew was one person in a valley that did not appear in any official records, standing in front of a man for whom a warrant had been issued but who had not been formally detained. Nothing he said here had binding legal weight. Ning had known this already, but hearing it stated clearly shifted something in his posture. "Then what do you want?" he said. Mew sat down on the valley's ground. He put his hands on the grass and was quiet for a moment, not reading, or reading, but not the kind of reading that gathered information, the kind that was present. He could feel the founding generation's work under his palms, the deep patience of it, the 800 years of sitting here intact and waiting. "I know everything that you know about what you did," he said. "Not because I was there, because I read the things that were there. I read the chair you sat in at the tribunal hearing. Every second of someone who knows they are guilty managing the presentation of innocence. I read the roads you took when you fled, the trace of someone who had been planning the exit longer than the hearing itself. I read the tree at the center of the Poison Valley and found your presence in it from 2 years ago, when you came to confirm the deployment site before the formula was ready." Ning was still. "I read the archive's 6th level and found 9 prior deployments over 400 years. I read your access log and found the specific records you copied before the Valley incident. I know you did research before you acted. I know you found institutional precedent. I know you believe the logic you were working from, in the way that people believe things that serve what they want to believe." He looked up at Ning. "I also read the founding generation's message in the geological structure of both valleys. We knew it would be attacked. We built it to heal. 2 buildings, 800 years, 1 message. They knew someone would do what you did. They built the response into the structure of the land itself." The ghost, he noticed, had not moved. Was listening. "What do you want?" Ning said again. His voice had changed. It was not the managed presentation of the hearing. It was not the combat calculation of the archive. It was something older and more tired. "I want you to read mine," Mew said. A long silence. "I am not a root reader," Ning said. "I know. I am not asking you to read my root memory. I am asking you to read this." He reached into his carrying case and set 3 documents on the grass between them. The antidote formulation, completed. The remediation schedule, current status. And the resonance cultivation methodology. Ning looked at the documents without moving to take them. "The valley you poisoned," Mew said, "is healing. Not because someone had leverage over me that compelled action. Not because I calculated that providing the antidote served a strategic interest. Because the people there needed it, and I had it. He paused. You found this valley 18 months ago. You thought it might be proof of something, that the founding generation's model was real, that cultivation could work differently than the sect taught. Then you deployed a formula that poisoned the only surviving community built on that model. Ning said nothing. I am not here to compel you to anything, Mu said. I am here because you found this valley before I did, and I want to know what you found when you read it. You had 18 months in this place. I have had 40 minutes. Whatever you know about what the founding generation built here, I want to know it. He waited. The ghost sat down on the grass, with the specific movement of someone who has decided that whatever is about to happen is worth staying to see. Ning looked at the valley around him. He looked at it the way Mu had seen people look at the poison valley during the remediation, with something complex behind the eyes, the kind of expression that came when the mind was working on something it had not finished working on. He sat down. He did not pick up the documents, but he began to speak. Chapter 96. I'm offering because I don't have a better argument, Mu said. He said it to the valley air as much as to Ning Xiaoyu directly. He had been sitting in the backup valley center for 20 minutes while Ning talked. A careful, measured accounting of the 18 months he had spent in this place, what he had found in the geological foundation, what he had understood about the founding generation's intentions. It was the testimony of someone who had spent a long time with a thing he had destroyed, and it was not easy to listen to. And Mu had listened without interruption because it needed to be said, and because interrupting it would have been a different kind of mistake than the mistakes he was trying to stop making. Now Ning had stopped talking. Everything I've said is evidence, Mu continued. You have heard all of it. The hearing record, the archive reading, the root memory testimony, the 9 prior deployments, the original formula, all of it. None of it has convinced you of anything you did not already know at some level. Evidence is not the same as understanding, and I have been treating them as if they were. Ning was watching him. I have spent 2 years deciding who deserves to be healed, Mu said. I have been doing it carefully, I hope. I have been doing it with what I believed were good reasons. I still don't know if I did it right. I think about the first decision, the initial antidote question, before the tribunal, before any of this, and I genuinely do not know whether what I decided was the right decision or the most defensible wrong one. He looked at his own hands. I want you to read what that has been like. He extended his hands, palms upward, in the contact position of World Tree Tender Root Memory Transfer. It was not a technique that had a formal name. It was something he had worked out over the course of the investigation, the ability to allow another practitioner to feel the root record of his own chi field rather than only projecting outward. Ning looked at the extended hands. That's not a standard technique, the ghost said, from the edge of the clearing. No, Mu said. You developed it, Ning said, over the last several months. It requires some cultivation sensitivity to receive, but not root reading ability specifically. Ning was quiet for a long moment. You're not asking for forgiveness, he said. I'm not offering any, Mu said. I'm offering a reading. Whether it means anything to you is something I can't control. Another pause. The backup valley was quiet around them, the deep quiet of a place that had been holding itself patient for 800 years. Ning reached out and took his hands. Chapter 97. 20 minutes. Mu remained still. This was not easy. The root memory transfer, running in reverse, was a skill he had practiced but not extensively, and the effort of maintaining the transfer while keeping his own reading capability neutral required a kind of sustained concentration that felt like holding a conversation while very deliberately not listening to it. What Ning was reading, everything. Not everything in the sense of his full personal history. Root memory stored the resonances of significant decisions, the grain changes at moments of particular stress, the places where the chi field had been shaped by long-term intention in ways that could not be read from the outside. Ning was reading the first recognition at the valley edge, the particular quality of a cultivator who understands what a plant was before its name surfaces. The days of deliberation over the antidote question, the tribunal preparation, the testimony, the specific weight of being the only person who knew something that other people's lives depended on. The archive reading and the 9 prior deployments and the specific moment of recognition when Mu had understood that Ning had not invented the logic of what he had done. The ghost watched from the edge of the clearing without moving. At 17 minutes, Mu felt something shift in the connection, not a break, not a withdrawal, but the quality of someone who has found the thing they were looking for and is now staying with it rather than continuing to search. He did not look at Ning's face. He waited. At 20 minutes, Ning released his hands. The silence that followed was different from the silences earlier in the conversation. It had the quality of something that had been found, not the quality of something held at bay. You've been as uncertain as I have, Ning said. About different things, Mu said. Yes. A pause. About completely different things. He was quiet again. You knew the Valley community deserved the antidote. You were uncertain about the process. I was certain about the process. I told myself I was certain about what the Valley community deserved, but what I read just now is not what certainty feels like. No, Mew said. Certainty doesn't have fracture lines, Ning said. He looked at the ground between them. Mine was all fracture lines. I have been calling it conviction because conviction is what certainty looks like from the inside when you're afraid to call it fear. The ghost made a sound, not a word, but the sound of someone who has heard something and is deciding whether to engage with it. Mew looked at the documents still on the ground between them. The antidote formulation, the remediation schedule, the resonance cultivation methodology. Ning looked at them too. Chapter 98. Ning Xiaoyu returned with Mew to the tribunal. The ghost did not. Mew had looked at the ghost when Ning made the decision to return, and the ghost had met his eyes with the expression of someone who had made their own decision and was not asking permission. The external caches were destroyed. The formula was in the tribunal's records, and in the public archive the sect head had permitted Scholar Wei to cross-reference. The ghost had no leverage that wasn't already circulating. He let the ghost go. It was not a comfortable decision. He filed a complete root memory record of everything the ghost's reading had produced, the full identity, the formula methodology, the contact network, with the tribunal before he left the mountain district, so that the warrant and the documentation existed regardless of whether the ghost was found. Then he walked back down the mountain road with Ning Xiaoyu and did not look behind him. You could have tried to hold me, Ning said, at some point in the first hour of the journey. With what? Mew said. You could have argued that I was a danger. You are a danger, Mew said. You are a danger the tribunal has a warrant for. My argument is not required. Ning was quiet for a while. Why did you let the ghost go, he said. Mew thought about how to answer that honestly. Because the ghost's analysis of what had happened was more accurate than I wanted to acknowledge, he said. 3 years ago, the first time we spoke, the ghost said the problem was not the specific compound used in the valley. The problem was the institutional logic that produced the compound and the decision to deploy it. Capturing the ghost does not address the institutional logic. The archive evidence addresses the institutional logic, and that evidence is filed. He paused. Also because I am not a combat practitioner and could not have forced the issue. That's honest, Ning said. I try to be. They reached the lowland road by mid-afternoon and found Zhao Lihong and Scholar Wei waiting at the junction, which they had agreed to when Mew had transmitted that he was returning with the subject of the warrant. Zhao Lihong looked at Ning Xiaoyu with the expression of someone who had prepared for a different kind of return and was revising expectations. She did not ask how. She looked at Mew, who looked back, and something passed between them that was not quite a question and not quite an answer. The tribunal processing of Ning Xiaoyu's return took the better part of a week. Mew provided supplementary testimony, filed the complete root memory record of the backup valley and everything that had occurred there, and answered the Procedure Commission's questions about the circumstances of the return with accuracy and without embellishment. Ning cooperated. His cooperation did not simplify the proceedings. A man who cooperated with proceedings investigating his own actions was still a man whose actions had poisoned a valley, but it changed their character. The ghost's warrant remained active. The ghost was, as Mew had assessed, difficult to reach. Zhao Lihong, at the end of the week, sat across from Mew in the tribunal's outer courtyard where practitioners waited for proceedings they were not yet called into, and said, the ghost is going to keep working. The formula is public now, but someone who understands synthesis methodology is still dangerous. Yes, Mew said. That doesn't bother you. It bothers me considerably, he said. But a cultivator who cannot be stopped by removing their resources can only be stopped by addressing the conditions that make their work feel necessary to them. I filed everything I know. The ghost will either surface again when the conditions are there, or the ghost will find something else to do. He paused. I am not able to address all of it. I have addressed what I could address. She looked at him for a long moment. That's grown, she said. Chapter 99. The breakthrough came in the backup valley. He had returned there 3 days after the tribunal proceedings concluded, not for the breakthrough, which was not something he had planned, but because the valley's founding generation had built something in its geological structure that he had felt but not fully read during the confrontation with Ning, and he wanted to read it completely before the location became part of the official record and access became procedurally complicated. He sat in the valley's center, where the founding generation's 800-year qi accumulation was densest, and open-world tree tender fully. Heaven's Root was the 10th and final rank of the root reading path. The capability it conferred was not described in the texts he had studied. The root reading school was old enough that its documentation for the highest ranks was incomplete, either because practitioners who reached those ranks had not returned to write documentation, or because the capability was considered impossible to adequately describe in advance of experiencing it. He understood why when it happened. The breakthrough was not violent. It was not the rank-crossing moment he had experienced at earlier thresholds. Those had been specific, bounded, the feeling of a capability that had been building finding its final configuration. This was more like a window opening that he had not known existed. His world tree-tender perception, which had been reading the root memory of organisms and places and organizations, extended into something larger without effort, as if the capability had always had this extension available and had simply been waiting for the cultivation chi to reach the level that made it functional. He read the cultivation chi field itself, not the local chi, not the chi of the valley or the region or any bounded area. The field, the aggregate movement and accumulation and depletion of cultivation chi across geological time and distance, the record of how the world's cultivation energy had flowed and changed since the first cultivators had begun their practice. He saw how the founding generation had chosen the valleys. They had not chosen them because the sites had good soil or favorable chi concentration in the conventional sense. They had chosen them because they were nodes. The cultivation chi field had natural accumulation points, places where multiple lines of chi movement converged, and over geological time, those points had developed their own root memory, their own deep history of cultivation activity. The founding generation had been able to read this. They had found the nodes and built on them. The poison valley was a node. The backup valley was a node. Both had been placed exactly where the field's natural movement concentrated. And then he saw the rest. The nodes were not isolated. They were part of a network, connected through the geological structure of the cultivation chi field, separated by distances that the field itself bridged over sufficient time. The poison valley and the backup valley were two nodes in a structure that had more of them. Not many more, but there were others. He sat with this for a very long time. When he came out of the reading, the afternoon light was different. He was not sure how much time had passed. He looked at the valley around him, at the founding generation's work, patient and old and more deliberate than he had understood, at the root memory of 800 years of waiting. They had built this valley knowing it would be poisoned. They had built the backup valley knowing the first would be lost. They had encoded their message in the geological structure knowing that most practitioners would never develop the reading capability to receive it. They had been building a network, a slow network, a network that operated on geological timescales rather than human ones. And somewhere in the chi field's geography, in the other nodes he had seen before coming out of the reading, the rest of the founding generation's work was still waiting. Chapter 100, he told no one about the network. This was not, he was careful to note to himself, a return to an old pattern. He was not withholding information because he was calculating leverage or managing outcomes or afraid of how the information would be used. He was withholding information because he had read a node network in a single reading session at the highest rank of his cultivation path, and he did not yet know what he had seen well enough to describe it to someone else without describing it incorrectly. He needed to read it again, several times. He needed to understand the other nodes' locations and states before he told anyone that other nodes existed, because telling people that other nodes existed and then not being able to identify them was not useful information. This distinction mattered to him. He sat with it long enough to be confident it was a real distinction before he accepted it and moved on. The tribunal's final proceeding on Ning Xiaoyu's case was scheduled for the end of the month. Miu returned from the mountain district in time to provide the supplementary testimony the commission had requested, his account of the backup valley conversation, the conditions of Ning's return, the status of the formula copies, and to sit in the public gallery while the commission deliberated. The original sentence, issued in absentia, was censure plus a 5-year restriction on sect-affiliated access. This had been the minimum the evidence supported and was not, Miu had thought at the time, adequate to the actual scope of harm. The full proceeding with Ning present and cooperative changed the calculus. The commission added substantive work requirements. This was, Miu understood, a form of restorative proceeding that the tribunal rarely applied. It required the subject's cooperation and was therefore not an available mechanism in absentia cases. The work requirements were specific: a period of supervised service to the affected community, documentation of methodology available for tribunal use, participation in remediation programs as the subject's cultivation knowledge was applicable. Ning Xiaoyu listened to the sentence with the quality of someone who had been waiting for the weight to be assigned and was now feeling it. Not relief, not satisfaction. The specific kind of acceptance that came when a thing that had been unresolved for a long time was finally resolved, even if the resolution was not comfortable. After the formal proceedings concluded, he asked to speak with the tribunal's remediation liaison. He asked to be assigned to the valley's reconstruction as part of his sentence terms. Not as a gesture, not as a strategy, with the specific language of someone who has read a place's root memory and understood what the founding generation built there, and has something that could be useful to offer, and is offering it. The remediation liaison referred the request to the remediation faction for consideration. Mu received this information from Jia Lihong, who had been tracking the proceedings' administrative threads with the thoroughness of someone who had learned not to assume that formally concluded proceedings were actually concluded. Dai Hongling's response will take a week, she said. Probably longer, Mu said. Dai Hongling's response took exactly 1 week. It was not a yes. It was not a no. It was a list of conditions, specific capability requirements, supervision protocols, conflict of interest disclosures that would need to be filed before any contact with Valley community members, a provision requiring the participation to be explicitly voted on by the Valley's Elder Council rather than simply assigned by the tribunal. The conditions were thorough, were frankly somewhat punitive in their thoroughness, and were also precisely the conditions under which Ning Xiaoyu's knowledge of the founding generation's architecture might be genuinely useful rather than performative. Mu read Dai Hongling's conditions and recognized what they were. The structure of a door that was being held open, not unlocked. He put the document down. He thought about the network, the other nodes, the founding generation's geological patience, the 800-year structure they had built knowing that the world moved slowly, and that healing moved slowly, and that the only way to build something permanent was to build it at the speed of the thing you were building it into. He picked up his pen and began writing the survey documentation that would need to exist before he could explain what he had seen. Chapter 101. The conditions Dai Hongling attached to Ning Xiaoyu's assignment were thorough in the way that a long document from a careful thinker was thorough, not punitive for the sake of punishment, but structured so that every pathway for the arrangement to go wrong had been identified and accounted for. Valley Elder Council authority. That was the first condition, and the one that changed everything else. Ning had spent his career operating within the sect's authority structure, and within the tribunals during the proceedings. Both of those were institutional authority. They had the distance and the formality of structures larger than any specific person. The Valley Elder Council was neither distant nor formal. It was people who had spent years under cultivation suppression that Ning had arranged, and who would now have direct supervisory authority over the person who had arranged it. He accepted this condition without requesting modification. The second condition was the restriction on cultivation advancement privileges. Ning could not draw on the Valley's cultivation resources, its remediated soil, its collective sessions, its now functioning resonance cultivation practice, for personal advancement during the service term. He was there to work, not to cultivate. He would cultivate by doing the work. He accepted this condition too. Yun Qingshan's oversight of his botanical practice. The third condition. Yun Qingshan was the Valley's most experienced herbalist, the one who had taken primary responsibility for the remediation compounds. She had said, in her testimony at the hearing, that she had identified the toxin's botanical origin before the tribunal had, and had not been called as a witness in the initial proceedings because the tribunal's intake process had routed her identification to a queue that took 3 months to process. She had opinions about Ning Xiaoyu. He accepted the third condition. Mu received notification of the formal acceptance and read it twice. Then he set it down and returned to the survey maps he had been building for the past 3 weeks. The Qi network mapping required the kind of sustained attention that he had previously associated with very complicated testimony preparation. Hours of reading at a single location, building a detailed picture from multiple angles, then moving to the next location and doing the same. He was working outward from the backup valley, following the network's geological threads the way he followed root systems in the Poison Valley's botanical work, patiently, without forcing a conclusion before the reading had sufficient data. What he was finding was larger than he had expected. He had said 7 nodes to Jia Lihong in a preliminary conversation when she had asked if there was progress on the network mapping. He had said it as a working estimate. As the weeks passed, 7 was still the number, but his understanding of what 7 nodes meant had changed significantly. 7 nodes was not a rough cluster of related sites. 7 nodes was architecture. Chapter 102. The founding generation had been working at a scale that took Mu several weeks to fully process. Each of the 7 nodes was located at a natural Qi accumulation convergence point. He had understood this about the Poison Valley and the Backup Valley, and had extended the observation to the other sites as he identified them. But the natural accumulation points were not randomly distributed across the landscape. They were positioned, relative to each other, at distances and orientations that produced a specific resonance relationship. He worked this out with Scholar Wei, who had the historical and theoretical background that Mu's botanical specialist training had not fully covered. The resonance relationship between the 7 nodes was not a byproduct of their geological positions. It was a design specification. The founding generation had selected these specific sites because their natural qi accumulation properties, when combined with the cultivation infrastructure built at each one, would produce a regional cultivation field with specific characteristics. Accord, Scholar Wei said, after 3 days with the survey data. In music theory, 7 tones positioned at these intervals produce a harmony that is stable across very long periods. The intervals are such that the resonance is self-reinforcing rather than self-canceling. The founding generation built the equivalent in cultivation qi. 7 nodes that reinforce each other's resonance continuously, producing a regional cultivation field that is both stable and self-sustaining. For resonance cultivation, Mu said, more than that, resonance cultivation is the individual practice that the field enables. The field itself is, the word in classical cultivation theory, is a domain. A cultivation domain is a region where the ambient qi supports a specific practice tradition at scale, not just for individual advanced practitioners, but for anyone in the region regardless of individual cultivation level. Mu sat with that. The founding generation was not building a school, he said. They were building a region. They were building a cultivation climate, Wei said. The way certain climates support certain agricultural practices not because every farmer in the region is expert, but because the environmental conditions make the practice natural. Only 2 of the 7 nodes were currently functional, the Poison Valley, now in remediation, and the Backup Valley. The other 5 had been suppressed or destroyed over the past 8 centuries. Some of the suppression was the natural deterioration of cultivation infrastructure that no one had maintained. 3 of the 5 had been actively suppressed. The geological root memory at those sites showed the specific qi disruption signature of deliberate intervention. Who suppressed them? Wei said. Mu showed him the geological signatures at the 3 sites. Wei recognized them. Chapter 103 Sect Origin Qi Disruption Signatures at 3 of the 5 suppressed nodes. Scholar Wei went quiet when he confirmed the identification. The specific quality of quiet that Mu had come to recognize as Wei working through the implications of something he had found and not yet finished processing. Mu waited. The sect was founded 112 years after the Valley Network was established, Wei said, finally. He was reading from the historical documentation he had brought to the mapping session. The founding records describe the sect's purpose in language that I have read before, but interpreted differently. To preserve and protect the knowledge traditions that would otherwise be dispersed in an unstable period. Preserve and protect, Mu said, which I read as the sect taking up the role of a library. A stable institution in an unstable time. He looked at the survey map. But if the Valley Network was actively propagating resonance cultivation as a regional practice, a practice that did not require institutional mediation to learn or transmit, then what was being dispersed was not traditional knowledge at risk of being lost. It was a practice tradition that was spreading outside any institution's control. And preserving and protecting that, Mu said, means something different. If the founding generation's Valley Network was producing a regional cultivation field that allowed anyone in the region to cultivate more effectively, without sect instruction, without sect oversight, without sect, Wei stopped. The sect was not founded to preserve knowledge. It was founded to preserve the necessity of the sect. Mu said nothing. The monopoly was not a later corruption, Wei said. He said it with the specific tone of someone who has been a historical scholar for 23 years and has just had to revise a foundational assumption. It was the founding purpose. The sect suppressed the Valley Network not to protect regional stability or to contain dangerous practitioners. It suppressed the Valley Network because the Valley Network was the thing most likely to make the sect unnecessary. Mu showed him the 4th and 5th suppressed nodes, the ones that had not been actively disrupted but had deteriorated due to lack of maintenance. Both had been in areas that came under sect administrative jurisdiction during the institution's territorial expansion in the 3rd and 4th centuries of its existence. Neither had received maintenance. They didn't have to destroy those too, Wei said. They just had to stop anyone from maintaining them. He sat back. I have spent 7 years working on the institutional history of the suppression, he said. I was looking at individual incidents. I was looking at documented decisions. I was not looking for a founding purpose. A pause. The suppression didn't start with Ning Xiaoyu's grandfather's flower. It started with the sect's founding generation choosing these specific sites to leave unmaintained. Mu thought about the Backup Valley, about the founding generation's 3-sentence message encoded in the geological structure. We knew it would be attacked. We built it to heal. This is the missing piece. Yes, Wei said. This is the missing piece. Chapter 104 He presented this to Shun Mingbo in the same formal consultation chamber as before, with the same direct approach. This time the document set was larger. This time the sect had read more of it before setting it down. When he set it down, He sat with it in the silence of someone who has arrived at a reckoning that they knew was coming and has found that anticipating it was not the same as experiencing it. This predates everything I know, he said. Yes, Muse said. The reforms I have implemented. The institutional culture work. The accountability proceedings. He looked at the geological survey documentation. I was reforming behavior. This says the behavior was a symptom. The institutional structure itself was built to produce the behavior, Muse said. Yes. The cases you're describing, 3 sites actively disrupted, 2 allowed to deteriorate. That's 800 years of institutional action in service of a founding purpose the institution has not acknowledged or questioned in its entire existence. Yes. Shen Mingbo was quiet for a long time. What does sufficient look like, he said. It was the question he had asked before, in a different context, at the beginning of a different phase of the same larger problem. You told me to decide. I decided on the acknowledgement statement. I decided on the internal review. I worked within what was institutionally viable. He looked at the map. This is telling me that the institution itself is the thing that needs to be addressed, and I don't know what addressing an institution that has existed for 800 years looks like when the problem is foundational rather than behavioral. You sat with that. It was a genuine question. Not a defensive one, not a deflection, not a request from you to take the decision away from him. Shen Mingbo was asking because he didn't know and was acknowledging that he didn't know. I think you're the one who has to decide that, Muse said. Not because it's your problem to solve alone. Because you are the person with the authority to make the decisions that would be required, and I am not. I can tell you what I read. I can tell you what the geological record shows. I can't tell you what an institution does with 800 years of foundational misalignment. That's not in my cultivation path. What is in your cultivation path? Shen Mingbo said. Finding the remaining sites, Muse said. Assessing what's recoverable. Documenting what isn't. He paused. The network was designed to be restorable. The founding generation encoded the restoration specifications in the geological root memory of each node. That was intentional. They knew the network would be suppressed, and they designed for the suppression to be survivable. He looked at the survey map. 3 of the 5 suppressed sites show recovery potential. 2 were destroyed in ways that the root memory confirms as irreversible. The sect head looked at the map. If the network were restored, he said, to full function, Muse said, the regional cultivation field the founding generation designed would become active. Resonance cultivation would be accessible to any practitioner in the region without institutional mediation. The sect's role as the primary conduit for cultivation instruction in this region would become unnecessary, Shen Mingbo said. He said it without bitterness, which surprised Mu. Or rather, its current form would become unnecessary. Something could remain. It would need to become something different. Yes. The silence this time was different from the earlier ones. It had the quality of something being decided, not deferred. Chapter 105 The formal commission was issued 3 weeks later. It was not a response to external pressure. The geological survey documentation was not yet public, and the tribunal had not formally requested institutional restitution at this scale. The commission was Shen Mingbo's document, produced from his authority, funded from the sect's institutional resources, and included in the sect's formal mission statement with language that did not describe it as a correction or an apology, but as a purpose. The sect would restore 5 cultivation sites that had been suppressed or destroyed during the institution's 800-year history. The restoration would be conducted in partnership with the affected valley communities, under tribunal oversight, with full public documentation of both the historical suppression and the restoration process. The sites would be held, once restored, by the communities in whose territories they were located. The sect would provide resources and expertise. The sect would not administer the sites. That last clause had not been in the first draft. Shen Mingbo had revised it in. Dai Hongling read the commission. Her response was a single paragraph. A century of suppression is not corrected by a commission. Restoration of physical sites does not restore the cultivation paths that were interrupted, the practitioners who were restricted, the communities that were disrupted, the knowledge traditions that were lost. This commission is a beginning and not a resolution, and the remediation faction will maintain full oversight of its implementation to ensure it does not become a performance of correction that substitutes for correction itself. Mu read her paragraph and recognized it as accurate. He also recognized what it did not say, that the commission should not have been issued, that it was theater, that it was insufficient to the point of being worthless. Dai Hongling had said a beginning. He went to find her. The 2 destroyed sites, he said. The geological root memory confirms they can't be restored to functional cultivation nodes. The network will run at 5 of 7, not 7 of 7. I know, she said. I read the survey documentation. The founding generation designed the network to function at reduced capacity. The cord is less full at 5 nodes, but it's still a cord. It will produce a regional cultivation field, just not the full field they intended. That's also in the documentation, she said. I'm not telling you things you don't know, he said. I'm thinking out loud. She looked at him with the expression she had started wearing sometime around the hearing. The specific expression of someone who has updated their assessment of a person and is still occasionally surprised by the update. The 2 destroyed sites, she said. What went where they were? Administrative buildings, he said. Both of them, within the first 300 years of the sect's territorial expansion. The original geological formation was excavated and the foundation material was used in construction. So the evidence was literally buried in the sect's own walls. In one case, yes. Quite literally. She was quiet for a moment. 3 of the 5 recoverable, she said. 2 destroyed. That's not what the founding generation designed. That's also not nothing. She stood up from the workroom desk. Tell me which one we start with. Chapter 106. The 2 destroyed sites were the investigation's unresolvable loss. Mew had known this in an analytical sense since he identified them in the geological survey. He knew it differently after he read them. The root memory of a destroyed site was not silence. It was more painful than silence. It was the memory of chi accumulation that had been building for centuries, cut short by excavation or erasure, the geological record of something that had been alive in a cultivation sense and was now not. Like reading the root system of a tree that had been removed, its underground structure still present in the soil, but going nowhere, sustaining nothing. The founding generation's imprints were at both sites. This was the part Mew had not expected. He had expected cultivation records, foundational work, the chi engineering of a settlement. What he found were specific intentional messages, encoded in the geological structure in the same way the Poison Valley's founding generation message had been encoded, but different in quality, because these messages had been left knowing that the sites would be attacked, knowing the possibility that they would not survive. The first site's message was a map, a complete, detailed rendering of all 7 nodes, their positions relative to each other, their resonance relationships, the specific chi cultivation work required at each one to bring the network to full function. The founding generation had put the network's complete documentation at the most vulnerable site, apparently reasoning that if the site was still intact, the map would be a bonus, and if the site was destroyed, whoever eventually read the root memory would have what they needed to rebuild even in the absence of the site itself. They had been right. Mew spent 2 days at the first destroyed site reading the map and committing every detail to documentation. He filed a complete record with the Tribunal Archive, cross-referenced it with Scholar Way's historical analysis, and had it copied to 3 additional secure locations. The second destroyed site had a different message, shorter, in the same geological encoding language. It said, "We expected to lose some of these. We are sorry for the loss. Build what you can from what survives." He sat with that for a long time. Then he copied it into the documentation and moved on. Chapter 107. The 3 recoverable sites were not equally recoverable. The site nearest the valley, 2 days' travel to the southeast, had been suppressed through cultivation neglect rather than active destruction. The founding generation's original chi engineering was intact beneath the surface neglect. It required cultivation remediation, not reconstruction. Mew assigned this one to Xianxia, who had led the valley remediation compounds, and to the remediation faction team that had been working the valley's deeper soil layers. The second site, in the northern mountain district, was more damaged. 300 years of sect administrative territory had involved periodic botanical surveys that, when read through the geological record, showed intentional disruption of the site's specific chi accumulation properties, not excavation, but the kind of targeted cultivation chi disturbance that a practitioner did when they understood what they were disrupting. It would require reconstruction, not just remediation. Yun Qingshan took one look at the survey report and said she needed Ning Xiaoyu. There was a silence at the planning meeting when she said this. He's been working the valley's deep herb beds for 3 weeks under Fenjumba's oversight, she said. You've all read the progress reports. I need the best cultivation botanist available for the northern site. He's the best available. She waited. Comments? No one offered comments that changed the allocation. The third site was the farthest, a week's travel into the eastern mountain range, in a location that the geological survey had identified as a chi convergence point that had simply never been documented in any administrative records. It had not been suppressed. It had been unknown. The founding generation had chosen a site so remote that 800 years of institutional territory expansion had not reached it. The cultivation infrastructure there was not degraded. It was intact and dormant, waiting. Mew went to the third site himself, bringing Jia Lihong, and, at Su Meiwei's request, submitted through the appropriate administrative channels. Su Meiwei, whose credentials had been restored after the hearing's conclusion, with a formal note in her record documenting both the compliance violation and the circumstances. The 3-day journey through the eastern mountains was quieter than most travel Miu had done in the past 2 years. Jia Lihong walked with the particular ease of someone who had been moving through difficult terrain for long enough that difficult terrain was simply terrain. Su Meiwei talked occasionally, asking practical questions about the restoration work they were going to do, asking less practical questions about resonance cultivation and what Miu thought it would feel like when the network was active. I don't know, he said. I've only practiced it in the valley, with the valley's qi conditions. What the network produces is supposed to be different in range and quality. I've read the founding generation's description, but descriptions are not experience. Jia Lihong has felt it at 4 nodes now, Su Meiwei said. Jia Lihong, ahead on the trail, said without turning around. At 2 nodes in practice it feels like a conversation. I'll tell you what 4 feels like when we have the 4th. Chapter 108 Ning Xiaoyu was a skilled cultivation botanist. Miu had known this intellectually. The formula Ning had modified to suppress the valley's cultivation was derived from his grandfather's original work, and the modification itself demonstrated deep understanding of how botanical qi compounds interacted with cultivation systems. The knowledge that produced the weapon also produced, in a different application, the detailed botanical understanding required to work with complex cultivation soil chemistry. Watching it applied to restoration was different from knowing it abstractly. The northern site's 300-year targeted disruption had left the soil in a specific condition. The cultivation qi accumulation had not been destroyed, but had been rerouted, deflected into patterns that served no cultivation purpose. Correcting this required understanding exactly what had been done and reversing it with precision. Yun Qingshan, who was exceptionally skilled at restoration work, had described it to Miu as knowing what someone else's handwriting looks like and writing the same character backwards without lifting the brush. Ning worked without talking much. He read the soil with the specific attention of someone who had spent decades building a knowledge that was now being applied to the opposite of what it had served. His relationship with the Valley community members on the team was not comfortable. It was correctly uncomfortable, the particular quality of people choosing to work together under conditions where trust was not present, but professionalism was. He did not ask for the discomfort to be managed. Fun Jinbo watched him for 2 weeks before saying anything to Miu about it. When Fun Jinbo finally spoke, he said, I don't know what to do with the fact that he's good at this. I have the same problem, Miu said. They were sitting at the northern site's observation point, watching the remediation team work. Ning was in the center of the work area, reading a deep soil layer with his hands, his entire body oriented toward the specific qi signature that he was tracking 3 meters down. When I watch him work in the valley, Fun Jinbo said, I can see the skill. I cannot separate the skill from what the skill was used for. But I also cannot separate them in the other direction. I cannot pretend the skill is not there because of what it was used for. He paused. It is not a comfortable thing to hold. No, Miu said. Does it resolve? I think we're not supposed to resolve it, Miu said. I think we're supposed to live next to it. Fun Jinbo was quiet for a while. The valley, he said finally. The children who were born during the suppression and grew up without knowing what unimpeded cultivation felt like. They're starting to feel it now. And the older cultivators who remember what it was like before, they feel it coming back. He paused. The loss and the recovery both live in the same valley. They don't resolve each other. They coexist. Miu thought about the founding generation's message at the second destroyed site. We expected to lose some of these. We are sorry for the loss. Yes, he said. I think that's exactly right. Chapter 109 The 4th node achieved resonance 7 weeks after the northern site remediation began. Miu was at the remote 3rd site, the intact and dormant one, when Jia Lihong contacted him to say she had felt it shift. He was standing in the center of the site with his hands in the soil, reading the founding generation's activation conditions, when the cultivation qi around him changed quality in a way that he perceived but could not have described to anyone who had not been practicing resonance cultivation within range of a functioning network node. It was the difference between a single instrument and a chord. He sat with that for a long time. The 3rd site responded to the 4th node's activation in a way the geological survey had predicted, but which Miu had not fully imagined. The dormant qi accumulation structures, 800 years of patient waiting, began orienting toward the network. Not activating. They were not ready for full activation, but orienting, the way a plant turned toward light. He reported this to Scholar Wei, who was documenting the network's progressive activation with the thoroughness of a scholar who had spent 7 years working on a historical puzzle and had now been given the opportunity to watch the puzzle's resolution in real time. 4 of 7, Wei said. The founding generation's documentation says the network becomes audible to resonance cultivation practitioners at 4 nodes. Audible is their term. Jia Lihong said it felt like a voice becoming a harmony. Yes, that is consistent with their description. The 5th node, when activated, is described as the point at which the network's resonance enhancement effect becomes measurable by independent practitioners, not just those already practicing resonance cultivation, but anyone with cultivation sensitivity within range. Mu thought about the Valley community, about the children whose cultivation had been developing since the antidote's completion, about the enhancement effect that had appeared earlier in the children and had been spreading to the older practitioners. The enhancement has been appearing even with only 2 or 3 nodes, Mu said. At reduced effect, Wei said. The founding generation's documentation gives the full effect at 7 nodes. We are not going to have 7 nodes. 2 are gone. But at 5, he paused. Let me calculate. He was quiet for several minutes. At 5 nodes, he said, the founding generation's documentation suggests approximately 60% of the full intended effect. Still significant. Still measurable. Not what was intended, but not nothing. Not what was intended, but not nothing. Mu had been thinking about that formulation for weeks without finding a better one. The enhancement effect at 4 nodes was, he had heard from Jia Lihong, already producing something the resonance cultivation practitioners in the valley described as feeling like the cultivation they had been doing was now happening in a room with the right acoustics instead of an empty field. The same practice, the same cultivators, the same techniques, but the environment cooperating in a way it previously hadn't. Chapter 110 The synthesis ghost was located in the 4th week after the northern site achieved resonance. The tribunal alert system had been monitoring the specific chi signature profiles that Mu had filed from his ghost reading at the archive. The ghost was not a resonance cultivation practitioner and had not been drawn to the network's growing resonance, which had, in fact, made the ghost easier to locate, because the ghost had not moved in the direction most cultivators were moving and had therefore stood out against the general pattern. Jia Lihong received the alert. She reviewed the location report and the tactical assessment and went to find Mu. He was in the valley, working a soil reading with Ning Xiaoyu on the deep foundation layers of the eastern cultivation field. The 2 of them were working in a configuration that the Valley Elder Council had approved and Dai Hongling had audited, Ning reading the soil chemistry, Mu reading the chi geological record, the combination producing information that neither of them could have generated alone. Fen Jinbo was observing from the field's edge with the expression he had developed over the past weeks. Not comfortable, but present. The ghost, Jia Lihong said. Mu looked up. Mountain District Northeast. A cultivation researcher's compound that the ghost has been using. The tribunal team has it under observation. She handed him the alert. They want your read on whether to move. He read the report. The location, the estimated resources, the chi signature confirmation. He thought about the ghost at the archive, not pulling away from his hand, letting the reading happen. He thought about the ghost's accurate analysis of what the investigation had really been about. Yes, he said. Move. He did not go himself. He had no combat capability and the tactical team did not need him for the apprehension. He filed his complete root memory documentation of the ghost's knowledge, the formula methodology, the deployment contacts, everything he had read in that running combat moment at the archive, as supplementary evidence for the tribunal proceedings, and he went back to the soil reading with Ning Xiaoyu. Jia Lihong would tell him what happened. He was doing the most useful thing he could do here. The network's geological root memory was speaking through his hands. The founding generation's 800-year structure, 4 of its 7 voices now active and resonating, was doing the thing it had been built to do at 2/3 capacity. He could feel it in the soil under his palms, not metaphorically, not as a cultivation impression of something elsewhere, but actually in this ground, in this valley, in the place where the story had started. The cultivation chi here was different from the chi 6 months ago. It was different from the chi 12 months ago, from the day he had arrived at the valley's edge and recognized a flower that he had grown up knowing. Something long planted was growing. Not fast, not dramatically. In the way that things grew when the conditions were correct, steadily, without flourish, with the specific certainty of a process that had been building for a very long time and would continue building because the conditions that supported it were now established rather than contingent. He stayed in the soil reading until the afternoon light changed. Then he filed the day's documentation, noted the foundation layer's progress on the remediation schedule, and walked back to his workroom to read the tribunal report when it arrived. Chapter 111 The ghost had been building a protection fee operation. The structure became clear in the tribunal report that arrived 2 days after the apprehension. The ghost had not gone to ground after the archive incident. They had gone to work. Using the formula and a reconstruction of what the ghost had read from Mew about the antidote's enhancement mechanism, they had developed a deployable package that was operationally simpler than Ning's Valley deployment and required fewer resources. 3 target regions, 3 deployments, 3 communities under cultivation suppression, each waiting for the antidote's arrival, each receiving an initial enhancement and then watching that enhancement plateau at a point where continuation required a payment. The ghost had understood, from the archive combat, that the formula was public. They had understood that the antidote was registered and accessible. What they had also understood was that accessible was not the same as present. A community in a remote region knew the antidote was theoretically obtainable, but obtaining it required coordination with the tribunal's distribution infrastructure that could take months. The ghost had positioned themselves as the faster option. Mew read the report, read it again, and sat with the part that bothered him most. The regions were not random. The ghost had identified 3 of the founding generation's 7 cultivation network sites independently, not from his survey documentation, which had not been public when the ghost had done their research, but from the same historical records that Ning had found in the sect archive. 3 sites, 3 communities. The ghost had been systematically targeting the network's restoration. They figured it out, Zhao Lihong said. She was reading the same report. The 7-site network was not hidden from anyone who knew what to look for, Mew said. Ning's 18 months in the backup valley included research into the founding generation's other work. The ghost had access to Ning's research notes when they were working together. So the ghost knew about the network before they knew we knew about the network. Yes. And they targeted it specifically. Yes. He put the report down. They were attempting to monopolize the conditions for resonance cultivation at regional scale. Control the sites. Control the antidote that the sites need to function. Control who can develop within the tradition. Zhao Lihong said nothing for a moment. It's more sophisticated than what the sect did, she said. The sect had 800 years, Mew said. The ghost had 6 months. The logic is the same. The timeline is compressed. He thought about the ghost's analysis of the investigation. Their accurate reading of what the investigation had really been about. He thought about intelligence applied to a premise that had always been wrong and had never stopped to examine itself. Was I too slow, he said. With the antidote. Earlier release. Broader distribution before the ghost had time to establish a scarcity position. You can't know that, Zhao Lihong said. I can estimate it. Earlier release. Wider distribution. The ghost's leverage depends on the antidote being difficult to obtain. Earlier, wider distribution closes that window. He paused. I waited. People are paying for it. You were making decisions with the information you had at the time, she said. I know. You're always going to be too slow for something, she said. That doesn't mean you were wrong. It means you were human and working with incomplete information. If you had released earlier, there would have been something else, something you couldn't have predicted, that went worse because of the early release. She looked at him directly. You can carry the uncertainty about whether you did it right. You cannot carry the certainty that you did it wrong. He sat with that. The 3 deployments, he said. We addressed them simultaneously, she said. Yun Qingshan's network and the tribunal distribution infrastructure. I already started making calls when I read the report. Chapter 112. The 3 simultaneous antidote responses took 11 days to coordinate and 3 days to execute. Yun Qingshan, who had spent 8 months building a trained antidote practitioner network after the valley's remediation demonstrated the methodology, had practitioners within range of 2 of the 3 targeted regions. The 3rd required tribunal coordination with an independent practitioner community that had been observing the valley's remediation from a distance and had reached out 3 months prior about obtaining training access. They had the training access. They had been practicing. They had never used it in a deployment context. They used it. Mew was not present at any of the 3 response operations. He coordinated through written communication, provided technical clarification on antidote preparation to the practitioners in the 3rd region, and spent the 11 days working on 2 other things: the synthesis ghost tribunal proceedings documentation and the ongoing survey work on the remote 3rd node's activation preparation. He was in the remote mountain site, reading the founding generation's activation conditions for the 4th time, when the antidote response teams confirmed completion. The 3 suppressed communities began remediation. The ghost's enhancement plateau had not caused irreversible damage. The suppression was the same mechanism as the valleys, operating from the same formula, and the antidote worked as consistently as it had everywhere it had been applied. The communities were angry and some of them were distrustful of tribunal-affiliated practitioners, which was a legitimate response to having been targeted by someone the tribunal had failed to apprehend. Mew documented the trust deficit in the response reports and filed it as a procedural finding. The ghost, losing the antidote scarcity they had built, losing the coordination between the three operations that had given the protection fee structure its leverage, withdrew from the third targeted region before the response team arrived. The tribunal alert confirmed the ghost's current location 2 days later, moving, not stationary, moving rapidly toward a region that the alert's positional data placed in the direction of the Restoration Network sites. They're going to do something while they still can, Jia Lihong said. Or they want to negotiate before they have nothing left to negotiate with, Mu said. Those are not mutually exclusive. No, he said. They are not. Chapter 113 Yunqingshan's regional antidote network had, over 8 months, become something the tribunal had not formally established and would eventually need to formally recognize. She had trained 26 practitioners in the antidote preparation methodology. She had established supply chains for the specific botanical components. She had created a communication protocol that allowed a deployment to be identified and responded to without requiring Mu's personal involvement in every case. She had done all of this through the systematic application of exactly the competence that had made her the best person to lead the Valley's remediation, which was the competence of someone who had spent her career making cultivation, healing accessible rather than elite. When the 3 deployments required simultaneous response, the network had handled it. When the ghost moved toward the restoration sites, the network's warning system, practitioners at and near each site, in contact with each other, detected the movement 2 days before the ghost arrived at the first site's perimeter. The ghost did not deploy. They made contact. The first site practitioners received a communication, a request for a meeting with Shun Mu at a location equidistant between the first site and the nearest tribunal affiliate facility. Public location. Daytime meeting. Neutral intermediary specified as Fun Jinbua. Fun Jinbua received this request and spent 6 hours deciding whether to pass it on. He passed it on with a note. I have no idea what this is, but I think you need to see it. Jia Lihong read the meeting request and said, This is a trap. The location is public, Mu said. The specified intermediary means they are willing to be identified. A trap in a public location with a known intermediary is a trap that leaves evidence. The ghost has already demonstrated willingness to accept risk when the alternative is worse, she said. Yes, he said, which means if they are offering a meeting rather than another deployment, the alternative must currently look worse than the risk of a meeting. That is not the same as the meeting being safe. No, he said. I'll attend anyway. Chapter 114 The meeting location was a tea house at the junction of 2 administrative districts, frequented by traveling cultivators and practitioners in transit, anonymous enough that the presence of 3 unknown individuals at an outer table did not attract attention. Fun Jinbua arrived first, as specified by his role. He was sitting at the outer table when Mu arrived. He was sitting with the particular expression of someone who had decided to do a thing he was uncertain about because the alternative was to refuse and wonder what would have happened. The ghost arrived 11 minutes after the meeting time. Mu had seen the ghost twice before, at the tribunal hearing when the ghost had been an active observer in the Ning investigation, and at the archive combat when contact had lasted less than a minute. The ghost looked older than either of those encounters, and moved with the particular quality of someone who had been operating at high intensity for an extended period without adequate rest. They sat. The ghost looked at Mu. Mu waited. The protection fee operation is over, the ghost said. You know this. I know this. 3 simultaneous antidote responses in 11 days means the scarcity position is gone and the threatened communities know it. I have no leverage left. That is accurate, Mu said. The prior 3 deployments are tribunal violations. The archive interference is a tribunal violation. The original role in Ning's Valley deployment, which is documented in your archive testimony, is a tribunal violation. If you bring these to full proceeding, I face a decade of restriction at minimum. Also accurate, Mu said. The ghost looked at him for a long moment. I am offering to withdraw from the Restoration Network sites permanently, they said. I will provide a full accounting of the 3 deployments, the contact network I built, everything I did. In exchange, I want the prior 3 deployments treated as remediated rather than prosecuted. I keep the archive interference violation because I don't have grounds to dispute it, but the 3 deployments, the communities have received the antidote. They are recovering. Prosecution of a remediated harm serves the tribunal's record, not the community's. Jia Lihong, sitting 2 tables away with the expression of someone tracking everything, did not move. Mu read the ghost at contact range. The root memory was not clean. Extended self-modification practice, which the ghost's synthesis capability involved, degraded root memory coherence in ways that made the reading difficult, obscured rather than layered. But the core was accessible. He read what the ghost believed to be true about the offer. The ghost believed it was genuine. They had reached operational unsustainability, 3 deployments, a failed archive action, a scarcity position that had collapsed in 11 days, and they wanted an exit. The exit they had constructed was not complete capitulation. It was a negotiated withdrawal with conditions. The prior victims deserve accountability regardless of what I agree to, Muse said. The ghost said, they will not get it without your cooperation. The tribunal's proceedings take time. The communities have resources limited by the suppression they just experienced. Your testimony is the fastest path to an outcome. Without your cooperation, the proceedings drag. With it, they conclude. Muse sat with that. Then let them decide, he said. The ghost looked at him. Contact the affected communities directly, Muse said. Present your offer to them. They are the harmed parties, not the tribunal, not me. If the communities agree that remediation is what they want, and that a full accounting is more valuable than prosecution proceedings, that is a decision they can make. He paused. I will cooperate with whatever they decide. I will provide testimony either way. But this is not my decision. Chapter 115. The ghost went to the communities. This was not a small thing. It required the ghost to go to the people they had harmed, in person, and present an offer that could be refused. It required them to be present while the communities deliberated, to hear whatever was said during the deliberation, to accept the outcome without leverage or escape. Muse had understood, when he said, let them decide, that he was setting a condition that was not merely procedural. The condition was designed to require the ghost to do something that was harder than a legal proceeding and more honest. A tribunal proceeding could be survived through performance, careful testimony, managed presentation. Being present in a community you had harmed while they decided what they wanted from you was not something that could be performed. It had to be done. It took 3 weeks for the ghost to travel to all 3 communities and for the communities to deliberate and respond. Muse spent the 3 weeks at the remote 3rd node, finishing the activation preparation. The site was in better condition than the geological survey had suggested. 800 years of natural chi accumulation in a location that had never been suppressed or disturbed had produced, below the dormant surface, a foundation that required adjustment rather than reconstruction. He read the founding generation's activation conditions and worked through them methodically, bringing Jia Lihong and Su Meiwei in for the specific technical work that required more than one practitioner. On the 17th day, he felt the 3rd site activate. Or not activate, orient. The same movement he had felt in the dormant chi accumulation when the 4th node achieved resonance. But here at the source of a newly functional node, it was the chi field expressing itself outward in all directions simultaneously, finding the resonance connections the founding generation had designed and establishing them. The chord's 5th voice. He felt the other 4 nodes respond. The resonance quality in the cultivation chi around him changed in a way he had read about in the founding generation's documentation, but had not had adequate language for until now. Jia Lihong, standing 12 meters away, stopped moving. I feel it, she said. Yes, he said. The community's responses arrived over the final week. 2 communities had accepted the ghost's offer, full accounting, confirmed withdrawal from the network sites, treatment of the deployments as remediated harm. 1 community had declined, preferring tribunal prosecution. The ghost provided the full accounting to all 3 and accepted the tribunal's prosecution proceedings for the 3rd community's case without objection. Muse filed testimony in the prosecution case, as he had said he would. He attended no more of the proceedings than was required of him. The 5-node network's resonance was now audible, Jia Lihong's word, which he had adopted, to any practitioner practicing resonance cultivation within range, and to practitioners with cultivation sensitivity who happened to be within range and paying attention to the quality of the ambient chi. Scholar Wei had begun receiving reports from independent practitioners across the region describing a change in the cultivation field that they had not previously experienced and did not have a classification for. Muse read those reports and wrote a brief description. This is what 60% of the founding generation's intended cultivation domain feels like. It will feel like this, or better, for as long as the network is maintained. He filed the description with the tribunal and with the remediation faction. Then he went back to the valley, which was where the work continued. Chapter 116. Muse presented the ghost's offer to the 3 targeted communities without recommendation. He had traveled to each community in person. This was not required. The offer could have been transmitted through tribunal channels. But he had decided that presenting a choice of this weight through formal channels was using the tribunal's formality to avoid the directness the situation warranted. He explained the offer clearly. Full accounting by the ghost, withdrawal from the network sites, treatment of the deployments as remediated harm in exchange for impunity in 2 of the 3 communities. The 1 community that chose prosecution would receive tribunal proceedings. The ghost would honor either outcome for the respective community. He did not tell them what he would have chosen. The third community voted over 5 days for the impunity agreement. Their reasoning was practical. The prosecution proceedings would take months, during which their practitioners remained at the suppressed baseline. The antidote and the ghost's withdrawal would begin the restoration immediately. They had children in cultivation formation stages. They had elderly practitioners for whom months of additional suppression was not a neutral cost. This was the outcome Mew reported to the ghost. The ghost looked at the outcome and honored it exactly as described. Cooperation with the tribunal's proceedings for communities 1 and 2, departure from the network sites, and no further operations against the restoration work. Jialihong said. 2 out of 3 chose prosecution. Yes, Mew said. The outcome is unsatisfying. Yes, he said. The 2 communities who chose prosecution have grounds for that choice. The one who chose restoration also has grounds. The communities were making different calculations about what they needed. He paused. Unsatisfying outcomes chosen by the affected parties are better than satisfying outcomes chosen by me. Jialihong sat with that. I don't fully agree, she said. I know, he said. I'm not certain I fully agree either. The administrative territory the root anchor was in had passed through 4 different administrative authorities over 800 years, the most recent of which was the sect. The sect's territorial authority had been under review as part of the institutional correction framework, but the access question was simpler than the authority question. Access for a specific documented restoration purpose, under tribunal oversight, with Scholar Wei's historical analysis supporting the legitimacy of the investigation. Mew traveled to the location alone. Jialihong had been at the 3rd site and could not reach the root anchor location in time. He had considered waiting and had decided that waiting in this case served no purpose. He was a Heaven's Root practitioner with no combat capability, traveling to a geological site that had not been suppressed or threatened. He did not need a companion for this. The root anchor site was in a mountain valley smaller than either of the founding generation's other valleys. It was unremarkable from the outside, a fold in the terrain, a modest woodland, the kind of place that someone might pass through without stopping. The founding generation had chosen it precisely for this. The chi concentration that made it significant as a cultivation anchor was not visible on the surface. It was entirely underground, entirely readable only through Heaven's Root perception. Mew walked into the valley and found a stone outcropping at its center, unremarkable, mossy, 800 years old. He placed his hands on it. The root anchor's root memory opened like a door that had been waiting for exactly the right key. The founding generation's documentation was here. Not the map from the destroyed site, not the 3-sentence message from the backup valley, not the geological activation specifications, all of it. Every technique in the resonance cultivation tradition, every application they had developed, every historical record of communities that had practiced it before the suppression, every cultivation guidance document for individual practitioners and collective groups, the notation of their founding decisions, their understanding of what they were building, their hopes for what it would become. Everything that the sect's 800-year suppression had erased from the accessible record, preserved here in the geological foundation that could only be read by a practitioner who had spent years developing the reading capability through exactly the kind of work the tradition had been designed to support. He read for 3 days. Chapter 119, he provided the documentation to the public tribunal archive in full. Scholar Wei had said, when Mew described what the root anchor contained, this is the largest single knowledge transfer in the investigation's history. He said it in the tone of someone who was reporting a fact and was not certain if they were also reporting something else, the specific emotional quality of receiving something they had been working toward for 7 years. The documentation transfer took 8 days. Not because the documentation was difficult to provide. Mew had read it in full and could reproduce it through root memory with precision, but because Scholar Wei insisted on cross-referencing every element against the historical analysis he had been building since the investigation began, verifying that the preserved documentation was complete, noting the gaps where suppression had prevented the tradition from developing certain branches it had been positioned to develop. The gaps were not catastrophic. The core of the tradition was intact. The applications that had been developed before the suppression began were here in full. What was missing were the developments that would have occurred in the centuries after the suppression, work that had never happened and could not be recovered from a record that had never been created. We know what was lost, Scholar Wei said, on the 8th day. That is more than we knew before. It is also less than full restoration. Yes, Mew said. Both of those are true. The documentation was filed. It was available to any practitioner with tribunal archive access. The resonance cultivation tradition's original documentation was now less inaccessible than at any point in the past 800 years. On the 9th day after the transfer was complete, Mew was at the root anchor site. reading the geological activation specifications for the network's final configuration, when he heard footsteps behind him. He turned. A young adult stood at the valley's entrance, a practitioner, by their chi signature, with the specific chi character of someone who had been practicing resonance cultivation for several years. They were maybe 20 years old, possibly less. They moved with the ease of someone who had grown up knowing this mountain territory. They looked at Mew. "You still have the rabbit," they said. He reached into his cultivation kit without thinking, the way he had reached for it many times over the past 2 years, not when he needed it, because it did not do anything, but in the way that people reach for a thing they had been carrying for a long time. His hand found the small wooden figure. Shenbo. He had not known the name at the time. He knew it from the antidote documentation files. Chapter 120. Shenbo sat down on the mossy stone at the valley's center, the same stone Mew had placed his hands on 3 days ago, the root tanker's accessible surface, with the ease of someone who knew this place. "I made it when I was 8, they said, looking at the figure Mew was holding. "I was bored. The wood was soft. I'd been watching the adults do things I couldn't help with, and I didn't know what else to do with my hands." "I remember," Mew said. "I gave it to you because I thought you were going to take a long time," they said. "And I wanted you to have something that didn't feel like waiting." He looked at the figure. It had the roughness of something made by a child's hands, the ears slightly different lengths, the body not quite symmetric. It had fit in his kit for 2 years with the specific rightness of something that belonged there. "I kept it because it felt like an answer to a question I hadn't asked yet," he said. Shenbo looked at him. "What was the question?" they said. He thought about the valley's remediation, and the tribunal proceedings, and the archive, and the backup valley, and the 9 prior deployments, and the founding generation's 3-sentence message, and the root tanker's 3 days of documentation, and Jia Lihong's voice in the archive running combat and coordinating cache destruction simultaneously, and Dai Hongling's conditions for Ning's assignment, and Fun Jinbo saying, "I think we're supposed to live next to it," and the 5-node network's resonance, and Shenbo at 8 years old with a piece of soft wood and too much time. "Whether the people I was here to help had already decided to survive before I arrived," he said. Shenbo was quiet for a moment. Then they laughed, the specific laugh of someone who has just heard something that was both more and less than they expected, and who finds that a satisfying outcome. "We had," they said. He gave them the rabbit. Shenbo held it in both hands for a moment. The same two-handed hold of someone receiving back something they had given away with intention and are now receiving back as something different from what they gave. Then they put it in their own pocket. "The root anchor," they said. "I could feel it activate from the valley when I was practicing. The resonance is different now. The whole network is different." "Yes," Mew said. "What happens next?" He thought about the founding generation's documentation, about the cultivation guidance for communities, about the techniques that had never been developed because the suppression had prevented them, about 5 functioning nodes out of 7, achieving 90% of an intended cultivation climate, serving a tradition that had been underground for 800 years and was now beginning to practice openly. "The work continues," he said. "There are things to restore that take longer than 2 years. There are things to develop that the founding generation planned for but never got to begin." He looked at the root anchor stone. "The documentation exists now. The network is functioning. People are practicing the tradition in the open." He paused. "The rest of it will be the work of practitioners who are better positioned for it than I am. People who live here. People who grew up in the tradition." Shenbo nodded slowly. "You're going home," they said. After a while, he said, "There are still things to finish here." They sat together in the valley for a while, in the root tanker's chi field, with the network's 5-node resonance audible to anyone who was listening. The founding generation's work persisting in the geology under their feet, patient as it had always been, having survived the centuries it needed to survive to arrive here. Mew sat in it and read nothing. He simply let it be what it was. Chapter 121. The network's resonance, at 5 functioning sites plus the root anchor, was not the full sound the founding generation had intended. Mew knew this because he had read the founding generation's documentation at the root anchor, which included their description of what the full 7-site network felt like when active, something they compared to a complete musical scale rather than a partial one, each interval having its natural successor, the resolution at the 7th tone making the whole thing whole. What he heard in the current network was a scale with 2 notes missing. Not randomly. The 2 notes that were gone were specific, and the chord built around their absence was a chord that had been constructed to work without them. The founding generation's architecture having anticipated losses and designed the surviving nodes to compensate. It worked. It was not the same. He described this to Jia Lihong after a reading session at the first recovered site. She listened and closed her eyes and was quiet for a long time, in the way she was quiet when she was receiving something through resonance cultivation practice rather than through hearing. "I feel the gaps," she said. Two places where the resonance reaches for something and finds the interval incomplete. Yes, Muse said. It's functional. Yes. But it's like, she opened her eyes. It's like hearing a song you've always known but have never heard performed. And the performance is incomplete, and you know it's incomplete because the song was always in you. And it's still beautiful. And the missing part is still missing. He sat with that. That's accurate, he said. Will it always be missing? She said. The two sites are destroyed. The geological foundation is gone. He paused. But the founding generation's documentation includes practices that were designed for cultivation communities at full network conditions. Some of those practices were never developed because the network was suppressed before they could be. The practitioners who developed those practices, over time, in the actual conditions of the functioning 5-node network, they will develop techniques we don't have yet. Some of those techniques may address the incompleteness in ways we can't predict. She nodded slowly. So the missing notes don't return, she said. But the music that develops around their absence might become something the founding generation never anticipated. That's my reading, yes. She looked at the site around them, the recovering cultivation infrastructure, the soil that had been dormant for 300 years and was now producing the specific chi signature of a node rejoining a network it was designed to be part of. I can work with that, she said. Chapter 122 Ning Zhiyu's assignment to the valley's reconstruction had been, for 3 months, exactly as difficult and as productive as Mew had predicted it would be. The difficulty was not administrative. The Valley Elder Council's oversight was precise, and Ning operated within it with the specific care of someone who had read the conditions he accepted and was honoring them as written rather than as minimally interpreted. Yun Qingshan's oversight of his botanical practice was systematic. He reported regularly, transparently, without requiring the oversight structure to be reminded of its own requirements. The productivity was not predictable. Ning's knowledge of cultivation botany was, when applied to restoration work rather than toxin deployment, more sophisticated than most of the practitioners involved in the recovery. The valley's deep soil chemistry, the layers below what the antidote had reached in the primary remediation cycle, had been showing increasing complexity as the recovery progressed. Remediation at the surface changed the conditions in deeper layers in ways that were not straightforward to predict, and the complexity had been accumulating over 3 months into a problem that Yun Qingshan had flagged as requiring expertise she did not have. She had flagged it to Mew. Mew had read the soil layers at the problem site and concluded that the diagnosis required Heaven's root geological reading applied to hydrological analysis, a combination of capabilities that he had and Ning had in complementary form. He sent Ning a message describing the problem. Ning arrived the following day, read the soil, and said, "The water table has shifted." "Yes," Mew said. "The antidote's botanical compounds metabolized into the soil chemistry differently at depth than at surface level. The metabolites are hydrophilic. They're following the water table's seasonal movement. Each cycle distributes them further." He looked at the problem site. This isn't a remediation failure. It's a remediation side effect. The water table is now carrying the antidote's effects to soil that was never directly treated. "Is that bad?" Mew said. "For some of what's currently growing there, yes. For the long-term chi soil profile of the territory, probably beneficial." He paused. "The transition period is going to be complex and will need management over the next several growing seasons." Mew looked at him. "You can manage it." "Yes," Ning said. He said it plainly, without pride or self-deprecation, the tone of a practitioner accurately assessing their own capability. "I'll need access to the hydrological monitoring network." "I'll arrange it," Mew said. Chapter 123 The 2 weeks of hydrological work with Ning Zhiyu were the strangest working relationship Mew had experienced in the investigation, which had produced several candidates for that description. They worked well together. This was not complicated to explain technically. Mew had Heaven's root geological reading and Ning had deep cultivation botany with specific expertise in how botanical compounds interacted with soil and water chemistry. The combination was well suited to the problem. The work proceeded systematically, with each practitioner contributing what they had. The personal quality of the working relationship was harder to characterize. It was not comfortable. There was nothing in the shared work that dissolved the specific weight of the history between them, not between them personally, but between Mew and the valley and Ning and what he had done to the valley. That weight was present at every session, not obtrusively, but consistently, the way the sky was present when you were working outdoors. What they had developed, over 2 weeks of problem-solving that required genuine collaboration, was a professional relationship in the specific sense of the term, the ability to work toward a shared goal effectively, in a context where the history made comfort inappropriate, and the goal made professionalism necessary. The work itself had a specific texture, Ning worked carefully, not with the exaggerated care of someone performing conscientiousness, with the genuine, methodical attention of someone who understood the stakes. On the 5th day, he spent 3 hours on a single monitoring point in the eastern section, tracing the water table's interaction with a root system that had been damaged by the toxin's soil layer penetration and had regrown in a different pattern than its pre-poisoning growth record. He mapped the new pattern against the old, worked out the interaction between the regrown roots and the migrating antidote metabolites, and then spent another hour designing a botanical intervention that would guide the root's next growth cycle into a configuration that would manage the water table without requiring perpetual active intervention. Mew watched this from a few meters away, reading the geological layers below the root system while Ning worked on the biological ones above. On the 6th day, Ning said, the founding generation planted specific botanical species at the network sites to manage the qi accumulation process in the soil. Most of them were killed by the toxin. Some of them are in the valley's cultivation seed archive. I know, Mew said. If you reintroduce them at this monitoring point, they'll interact with the root regrowth I'm managing and stabilize the hydrological profile faster than the botanical intervention alone. Mew read the location. The founding generation species were not in the original restoration plan. They had been treated as historical curiosities rather than active components. Ning had read the geological record at a depth that recognized their functional purpose. I'll ask Yinqing Shan, Mew said. I already did, Ning said. She agreed. I needed your confirmation on the geological placement. He gave the coordinates. Ning began calculating the planting schema. Fen Jinbua came to observe on the 8th day. He watched them work for 2 hours without speaking. Then he said to Mew, I don't know what to call what I'm watching. I don't either, Mew said. Fen Jinbua watched for another hour. Then, is it working? The water table problem will be manageable, Mew said. Ning identified the mechanism and the treatment path. The valley's long-term hydrological profile will be better for the work than it would have been without it. That's not what I was asking. Mew looked at Fen Jinbua. I know, he said. I don't have an answer to the question you were asking. I don't think anyone does. I think we're finding out. Fen Jinbua said nothing more. He stayed through the afternoon session, watching both of them work. When the light changed and Ning began covering the monitoring points for the day, the elder stood and walked back toward the settlement. He did not look back. That was, Mew had learned, Fen Jinbua's version of approval. Chapter 124 Su Meiwei's practice opened in the 2nd month after the 5th node was restored. She had been planning it for longer than that. She had spent the year following the hearing using her restored credentials for a purpose that had been available to her throughout her time at the sect, but that the sect structure had consistently made secondary to her administrative functions. She was an excellent cultivation pharmacist. She had known this for a long time and had been applying the knowledge in the service of an institution whose priorities had not been centered on its effective application. The independent practice was in a town near the recovering network's eastern boundary, close enough to the 5-node resonance that its resonance cultivation applications were practically accessible, far enough from the valley that she was not practicing in the shadow of the investigation. She had been trained in resonance cultivation by Jia Lihong over 6 months. The applications she was developing combined cultivation pharmacy, the preparation of botanical compounds designed to support specific cultivation developments, with resonance cultivation techniques that the founding generation's recovered documentation described, but which no one had been able to practice in 800 years of suppression. The combination produced outcomes in cultivation practice therapy that neither approach produced independently. The practice was full within 3 weeks of opening. Zhang He visited on the 4th week. He had been in the region. Mew had heard this from Jia Lihong, who had heard it from Fen Jinbua, doing the specific kind of work that people did when they were trying to figure out what to do with themselves after a long period in which their purpose had been defined by a situation that had resolved. He had testified at the hearing. He had watched his daughter's administrative removal from the sect. He had been in the valley during the restoration's early months. He had left when it seemed that his presence was not required. He arrived at Su Meiwei's practice and sat in the waiting area and waited. When she was free, he came in. He did not ask to be involved in the practice. He did not offer resources or expertise or the weight of his name. He asked, does the work help people? She said, yes. He said, good, and left. Mew heard about this later and thought about it for a while without arriving at a complete thought. Chapter 125 The Synthesis Ghosts 2 Accountability Proceedings reached conclusions in the same week. One community's proceeding produced formal censure and a 3-year restriction on sect-affiliated practice. The other community's proceeding produced forced remediation participation. The ghost would work, under supervision, in the restoration of cultivation sites in the region where the deployment had occurred. The outcomes were not the same. This was partly because the communities had chosen different processes and partly because different proceeding structures produced different outcomes even for similar violations, which was a feature of a distributed accountability framework rather than a flaw. It reflected the community's actual varying priorities rather than a unified institutional standard applied uniformly. Mew read the two outcomes and considered, as he had periodically, whether a more centralized accountability framework would have produced better results. He did not reach a confident answer. He had a tentative one. The centralized framework would have produced consistent outcomes. The two communities would have received the same sentence rather than sentences calibrated to what each community needed. The consistency would have felt fairer from outside the communities and less fitting from inside them. And the mechanism for consistent outcomes was an institution with the authority to override community preferences, which was what the sect had been, which was what had produced the 800-year suppression campaign. He did not miss the certainty of a centralized framework. He found the uncertainty of distributed outcomes less comfortable and more honest. Dai Hongling's message arrived in the same week. The remediation faction was formally dissolving. The message was 3 paragraphs, the first summarizing what they had set out to achieve and what they had achieved, imperfectly and concretely. The second noting what remained unfinished and which structures were positioned to continue the work. The third describing what she was going to do next. She was going to become a tribunal documentary specialist. Her specific expertise, the combination of community advocacy, procedural analysis, and institutional accountability assessment she had developed over the investigation, was applicable to the tribunal's ongoing development of remediation frameworks for historical cultivation suppression cases. There were other valleys, not with the specific profile of this one, not requiring antidote compounds or a single expert practitioner. But the structural problem, institutions suppressing cultivation traditions they found threatening, was not unique to this region or this history. The work continued. It had just moved to a different stage. Mew read her message and wrote back 2 sentences. The first expressed his respect for what she had built and what she had accomplished. The second said he would be glad to provide testimony in any future remediation investigation that required it. She wrote back 1 sentence. I know you will. Chapter 126. Scholar Wei Canlin's official historical account took 3 months to complete. It was not, as Mew had initially assumed it would be, a document that summarized what had happened. It was a document that understood what had happened, that traced the single poisoning incident through its institutional context, its historical antecedents, the 800-year suppression campaign that had created the conditions for it, and the investigation that had revealed that the incident was both a crime and a symptom of something larger and older. Wei had been a historical scholar for 23 years. He wrote the account with the precision of someone who understood that this document would exist in the tribunal's archives for as long as those archives existed, and that the permanence of the record placed specific obligations on its author. Mew contributed the root memory documentation, every reading he had performed throughout the investigation, translated into cultivation chi notation that any practitioner of forest speaker rank or above could read directly. The original chi impressions, not Mew's interpretation of them. The chair Ning had occupied at the tribunal hearing. The roads Ning had traveled when he fled. The Ru tanker's geological imprint. The founding generation's 3-sentence message. The valley's 800-year growth record. He spent 4 days translating the documentation and another 2 checking its accuracy. The result was the most complete record of a cultivation crime investigation that had ever been compiled in the tribunal's history, which was Wei's assessment and which Mew believed was accurate. On the 6th day, Wei read through the complete documentation and said, "There's one thing missing." Mew looked at him. "The Ghost's 2 external deployments are documented," Wei said. "The accountability proceedings are documented. The historical findings are documented. The root memory readings are documented." He set the documentation down. "Your decision process. You never documented that." Mew was quiet. "Every moment you deliberated over who received the antidote," Wei said. "When you withheld information and when you released it. The reasoning behind each decision, including the decisions you made incorrectly and knew it at the time." He looked at Mew. The investigation established institutional accountability. The documentation established factual record. But the investigation also established something else, a precedent for how a practitioner with singular capability and a moral problem navigates the navigation. That precedent should be documented. "It's not standard tribunal documentation format," Mew said. "No," Wei said. "It's not." Chapter 127, he sat with it for 3 days. Then he wrote it in plain language, without cultivation notation, without the formal evidentiary structure of tribunal documentation. He wrote it the way he had written the description of the network's functioning for the independent practitioners, legible to anyone who wanted to read it. He documented the first decision, the valley's arrival, the recognition of the flower, the calculation he had made about whether to announce the antidote's existence immediately or to assess the situation first. He documented what he had been afraid of, and what he had told himself was caution. He documented the 17 days between recognizing the compound and making the formal announcement to the tribunal. He documented every subsequent decision with the same precision. The tribunal hearings, where he had withheld specific information until the proceedings' formal stage rather than disclosing it earlier. The choices about who received the antidote in what sequence. The moments he had moved faster than he should have, and the moments he had moved slower. The specific places where he was confident he had done right, and the places where he was still uncertain. The uncertainty was in the document. He did not remove it. He documented the moment in the backup valley when he had extended his hands to Ning Xiaoyu. He documented the ghost's offer and the community's decisions and his choice to let the communities decide. He documented his reading of the founding generation's documentation at the root anchor and the 3 days he had sat with it before reading it at the valley gathering. The documentation was 40 pages. Jia Lihong read it when he finished. She read all 40 pages without comment while he sat in the workroom and waited with the specific discomfort of someone who has written something honest and is waiting to find out what honesty looks like from outside. When she finished, she set it down. "This is why you were the right person for this," she said. "I'm not sure it was right," he said. "I'm sure it was me." "That's the same thing in this situation," she said. He thought about that. "I keep wondering," he said, "whether someone who had made fewer mistakes would have been better." "Someone who had made fewer mistakes would have been less equipped to document them honestly," she said. "And the documentation is the part that helps the next person. The investigation helps the people who were harmed. The documentation helps the people who will be in your situation later, facing their own version of the same problem." She looked at the 40 pages. "File it with Wei's account." He filed it. Chapter 128. The cultivation session was in the valley's eastern cultivation field, which had been the most affected section of the deep soil remediation and which now produced, under Ning's hydrological management, the densest qi concentration of any cultivated land in the territory. Jia Lihong had been practicing resonance cultivation regularly for 8 months. Her grandmother, the former sect practitioner who had been frozen at forest speaker rank for 2 years before the antidote reached her, had been practicing for 6 months, after 2 years without any cultivation advancement at all. The grandmother's name was Jia Wenfang. Miu knew this because Jia Lihong had told him when she described the breakthrough, which she described with the specific quality of someone who had been professional about containing something significant and was now allowing the significance to be visible. The breakthrough had happened during a resonance cultivation session in which the two of them had been practicing together. Jia Lihong had advanced to canopy walker rank the previous year. Her grandmother had been approaching forest speaker's ceiling for 2 years, frozen there by the suppression, and the resonance cultivation enhancement in proximity to Jia Lihong's canopy walker practice had been the condition that allowed the advance to complete. 2 years of frozen progress, restored and exceeded within a year of remediation. The grandmother asked to meet Miu the day after the breakthrough. He traveled to the valley and met her at the cultivation field. She was older than he had expected from Jia Lihong's descriptions, which had been precise about facts and not particularly focused on physical detail. She had the cultivation presence of a practitioner who had spent 40 years building something and had recently discovered it was more than she thought. She said, "Thank you for not making my granddaughter wait." He said, "She didn't wait. She acted." She looked at him. "She acted because you gave her something to act on," she said. "You could have come here, provided the antidote, left before anything complicated happened. A lot of practitioners in your position would have." She paused. "You stayed for the complicated part." He thought about the 40-page documentation he had filed with the tribunal archive. "The complicated part is where the learning is," he said. Jia Wenfang's expression shifted, not disagreement, more the specific recalibration of someone encountering an answer they had heard before in different forms. "Lihong said something similar," she said, "when she first explained to me why she stayed in the valley past what her guide contract required." She looked at the cultivation field around them. The eastern section was dense with the founding generation species that Ning had reintroduced, growing now in the pattern that supported the Qi network's resonance. She said, "I don't know yet if what we're doing will work. I need to find out." Miu thought about 2 years of decisions made without certainty. "That's an accurate description of the methodology," he said. She turned to look at him directly. Her cultivation presence, at canopy walker rank after the breakthrough, had the quality of someone who had spent 40 years developing attentiveness and was using all of it. "My granddaughter is a better practitioner than she knows," she said. "She worked next to a forest speaker for 2 years and thought she was learning patience. She was also learning to trust something before it was proven. A pause. She learned that from you. Whatever you model, people around you learn. He sat with the weight of that for a moment, not deflecting it, not accepting it comfortably, just holding it the way you hold a root memory that has more in it than you can process in a single session. I'll try to continue modeling things worth learning, he said. Jia Wenfang smiled, which was the expression of someone who had seen enough of the world to find the formal version of sincerity endearing rather than off-putting. Yes, she said. You will. Chapter 129. The network's functional threshold arrived in the 4th month after the root anchor was restored. Mu read it in the geological root memory as a change in the resonance quality. The 5-node chord shifting from the uncertain resonance of nodes finding their relationship to the stable resonance of nodes that had established it. The network was not going to become more functional through further adjustment. It had settled into what it was at this stage. Scholarway's independent documentation from tribunal monitoring confirmed what Mu read. The ambient cultivation qi in the region had measurably increased from baseline. Not by the full amount the founding generation's 7-node network would have produced, but by a consistent and stable amount that independent practitioners across the region were reporting as a change in their cultivation conditions. The founding generation's design was working, at reduced capacity, permanently, for anyone who cultivated within its range, without institutional mediation, without having to know what resonance cultivation was or why the qi conditions had changed. He was at the root anchor site, reading the network's stable resonance and documenting the final activation confirmation when he found the message. He had known it was there since Chapter 99's breakthrough reading. He had seen its shape in the geological foundation, a cultivation imprint too complex to read in the initial survey pass, positioned at the root anchor's deepest layer. He had been coming back to it regularly, reading a little more each time, and now he had the complete reading capability and the complete context to receive it fully. The message was in cultivation qi notation, dense and layered, the kind of encoding that required both heaven's root capability and knowledge of what you were looking for. The founding generation had put it at the deepest level because they wanted it found by someone who had the cultivation development to understand all of what it said. He read it 3 times. Then he walked back down the mountain and did not tell anyone for 3 days. He used the 3 days to translate it from cultivation notation into plain language, carefully, with the attention he had given the decision documentation, wanting the translation to be accurate rather than interpretive, to say what it said and not what he thought it meant. Chapter 130. The Valley community gathered in the eastern cultivation field on the evening he was ready to read it. He had not announced what he was going to read. He had sent a general invitation to the community, a cultivation gathering, the root anchor's message, the founding generation's final communication. The community had come, the elder council, the remediation practitioners, Yuan Xingshan's herb teams, the young cultivators who had grown up in the suppression and were now practicing resonance cultivation in the valley's recovered conditions, the children whose cultivation formation had been affected by the suppression and who were now developing in the network's resonance field. Funjinbo was there. Dai Hongling had come from her tribunal work specifically for this. She had received his message and had traveled 3 days. He stood at the field's center, where the 5-node network's resonance was most concentrated, with the translation he had written. He read it. We built this because we believe cultivation is for growing, not for keeping. If you are reading this, it survived. If it survived, it was because someone decided to heal rather than hold. We do not know who you are. We know what you chose. He paused. The network you have restored will do what it was built to do. It will not be the same as what we built, because nothing restored is the same as what was before the breaking. It will be what it can be given what survived. That is enough. We built it knowing it might only be enough and not more than enough. We built it anyway. He stopped. The valley community was quiet in the specific silence of people hearing something that was meant for them. Not spoken at them, not delivered to them, meant for them, by people who had lived 800 years before them and had built a geological message in the specific hope that someone with exactly this history would one day be standing in exactly this place and would receive it. Fen Jinbo said. They knew they were building something that would get broken. Yes, Mu said. They built it anyway. Yes, he said. He looked at the valley around him, at the remediated soil, at the young cultivators, at the network's resonance visible in the qi field to anyone who was reading, at Yun Xingshan's herb beds and the hydrological management Ning was maintaining in the eastern section, at the elder council and the remediation faction members who had built something imperfect and concrete, at Jia Lihong standing at the field's edge with the specific quality of someone who had been practicing a tradition that was 800 years old and had never quite died. The founding generation had believed cultivation was for growing, not for keeping. He had spent 2 years deciding who deserved to be healed, and had not resolved whether he had decided correctly. What he knew was that the healing had happened. What he knew was that the network was standing and the tradition was alive, and the valley community was practicing in conditions that the founding generation had spent 800 years preparing. What he knew was that he was going to go home eventually, and the work would continue without him, which was the best outcome he had been able to imagine when he arrived at the valley's edge and recognized a flower. It was enough. Chapter 131. The two sites that could not be restored received a different kind of attention, not a different kind of consideration. Mew had been thinking about them since the geological survey confirmed they were beyond recovery. He had thought about them the way you thought about a loss that could not be undone, looking at the shape of it clearly, not minimizing or dramatizing, understanding what had actually been lost rather than what you wished hadn't been. What had been lost was specific. 2 nodes in a 7-node network. 2 voices in a chord. 200 years of cultivation infrastructure that the founding generation had built over generations and the sect had removed in less than a decade, using excavation equipment and cultivation chi disruption techniques, repurposing the geological material for administrative buildings that had since been demolished in unrelated circumstances. The loss could be documented. That was what could be done. He performed his Heaven's Root reading of both sites in full, not the survey reading, which had been enough to confirm the scope of the loss, but the comprehensive reading. He read backward through the root memory as far as the root memory went. The original chi accumulation before the founding generation's cultivation, the founding generation's construction work, the 800 years of the site's existence as a functioning node, the specific events of the site's destruction, the 300 years since. He read everything. The documentation he produced from those readings was 400 pages of cultivation chi notation and 50 pages of plain language description. He filed the complete documentation in the public tribunal archive. He also encoded it in a cultivation chi format at the root anchor site, a format that any practitioner of forest speaker rank or above could access as direct felt memory during resonance cultivation practice at the root anchor location. The sites were not restored. They were remembered, in the fullest sense he could make available. The root memory of everything they had been, accessible to anyone who wanted to know. Dai Hongling, reading the documentation from her tribunal specialist position, sent a message. This is what accounting looks like when it's done correctly. The loss is not minimized or managed. It is stated. He wrote back, I learned that from watching you. Chapter 132. Ning Xiaoyu's reconstruction term was halfway complete when the hydrological management reached a stable phase. This meant that his presence in the valley had transitioned from crisis response work, the immediate problem that had required his specific expertise, to ongoing maintenance. He was now in the valley doing work that was more routine, more integrated into the daily rhythm of the cultivation community's agricultural practice, and more visible in its ongoing nature. The valley community's relationship with his visible presence was the thing Mew had been observing since the assignment began. It was not comfortable. It was not the managed distance of formal oversight. It was the specific friction of people working next to someone who had done something they would not forgive and choosing, every day, whether to let that friction prevent the work. Most days they chose to work. Mew read the valley's root memory at the 6-month mark, not with the intensity of investigation reading, but the kind of attentive reading he did when he wanted to understand how a place was developing. The valley's cultivation chi was responding to the work being done in it, not abstractly. Specifically, the sections where Ning had been working the hydrological management showed the specific chi quality of cultivation land that was being tended with genuine botanical knowledge and care. The valley's root memory did not distinguish between Ning's work and Yun Qingshan's work or Funjinhua's work. It accumulated the cultivation effect of all of it. The valley was healing where it was being tended. Mew found Ning in the eastern section's deep cultivation work and told him this. Ning was quiet for a long time. The valley doesn't keep track, he said. No, Mew said. It grows where it is tended. Ning said nothing else. He went back to work. Mew watched him work for a while, and then left him to it, which was the right thing to do. Chapter 133. Jianghe's second visit to Su Meiwei's practice was not announced. He arrived in the afternoon between scheduled sessions and sat in the waiting area with the quality of someone who had come to a decision and was seeing it through. When the previous session concluded and Su Meiwei came out to find him, he said he had come to observe the 3-month assessment. She let him observe. The session that afternoon was a resonance cultivation enhanced medical practice session with 3 patients who were working through cultivation development difficulties that conventional medical cultivation had not been able to address. The specific difficulties varied. One patient had been frozen at a rank threshold for 8 months. One was managing chi system damage from the suppression period. One was developing a cultivation path that did not fit standard instruction models. The resonance cultivation enhancement produced different effects for each. For the frozen practitioner, the resonance created conditions in which the threshold could be approached from a different angle than they had been trying. For the chi system damage patient, the resonance supported the specific repair work that the botanical compounds Su Meiwei had prepared were enabling. For the non-standard path practitioner, the resonance allowed them to feel how their path interacted with others, which gave them orientation where they had had none. Zhang He watched all 3 sessions. When the last patient had gone, he sat in the empty treatment room for a moment. He said nothing clinical. He asked, "Does it help the people who come?" "Yes," she said. "All 3 of those," he said. Things that didn't have answers before. "The resonance cultivation enhancement opens conditions that didn't exist before," she said. "That's what it was designed to do. I'm finding the medical applications." He was quiet. "You could consult here," she said. "Not as poison master. As someone who knows cultivation pharmacy." "I'm still under restriction," he said. "The restriction expires in 8 months." He looked at the treatment room, at the botanical cultivation work she had built, at the instruments she had designed, at the documentation on the wall that mapped the resonance cultivation applications to specific medical outcomes. "I'll wait," he said. Chapter 134. Scholar Wei Canlon published the network's functional documentation in the Tribunal's public archive in the 4th month after the Ru tanker's restoration. The documentation was specific and measured. The ambient cultivation chi in the 5-node network's range had increased by a documented percentage from pre-remediation baseline. The increase was consistent, stable, and distributed across the network's full range rather than concentrated at specific sites. The enhancement effect on cultivation practice was measurable in tribunal monitoring data across multiple practitioner populations within the range. The founding generation's network, at 5 of 7 sites function, was producing the condition it had been designed to produce. The tribunal's monitoring report was public. Practitioners across the region read it and connected what they were already feeling. The specific quality of practice change that had been gradually building since the network's 3rd and 4th nodes activated, with the documentation Wei had compiled. A sect from a neighboring region sent a formal inquiry to the tribunal archive 3 weeks after the publication. They had identified geological locations within their territory that showed chi accumulation properties consistent with the founding generation's node requirements. They had read Wei's historical analysis and Mu's root memory documentation and had understood, at the level of institutional comprehension, what the founding generation had built and why. They wanted to know if the methodology could be replicated. Mu read the inquiry and thought about what it was asking. Not a tactical question. Not a request for the technique documentation. That was public and they could read it. A permission question. They were asking whether it was appropriate for them to build something like this. Whether it would work. Whether he thought they should. He wrote a reply. Chapter 135. The reply was 2 sentences. The first, the methodology is available in the public archive. The technique documentation is complete. The second, the question is whether you're willing to build something that isn't yours to control. He sent it and went back to the valley's cultivation work, which was what he did most days now. Reading the geological root memory as the network's resonance developed, monitoring the hydrological management Ning was maintaining, observing the resonance cultivation sessions that the valley's practitioners were conducting with increasing sophistication. The reply from the inquiring sect took 2 weeks. 2 weeks was long enough that he had stopped expecting it before it arrived. It was 3 sentences. We read your question. We discussed it for 2 weeks. Our answer is yes. He read those 3 sentences and sat with them for a while. The founding generation had built their network knowing it would be attacked, knowing some of it would not survive, knowing that the people who came after them might not be able to rebuild everything they had built. They had encoded the methodology in the geological structure of a site that required the highest cultivation development to find, and they had built backup sites, and they had built it anyway because they had believed cultivation was for growing and not for keeping. They had been right about the methodology. They had not been able to predict whether anyone would choose to use it. The sect in the neighboring region had read the full history, the suppression campaign, the 800-year monopoly, the institutional purpose that the sect here had been founded to serve. They had read all of it, and they had been given the question, and they had said yes. Mu wrote back, then start with the geological survey. I'll provide consultation on what to look for in the root memory. It will take longer than you expect. Build anyway. He filed the correspondence in the tribunal archive alongside the network documentation and the decision process record, because that was where the work lived. In the record, visible, accessible to the next practitioner who would face a version of the same problem. The valley's cultivation chi was building. The network's 5-node resonance was audible. Somewhere in a neighboring region, a geological survey was beginning. Chapter 136. The geological survey team from the neighboring sect arrived with 4 members and a cart of instruments that were better suited to measurement than to the kind of reading Mew did with his hands. He spent the first morning of the consultation teaching them the difference. The instruments will tell you elevation and mineral composition, he said. They were standing at the edge of a hillside that showed the right folded stone structure in its exposed face. Layers compressed at the angle that indicated deep chi accumulation pressure over geological time. The instruments are useful. They give you the gross properties, but they will not tell you whether this location has been cultivated before, or what quality of cultivation chi it holds, or whether the founding generation's methodology would work here. The lead surveyor, a woman named Instructor Hua, had the specific patience of someone accustomed to being given information that contradicted her prior training. And your methodology gives us that. My methodology gives me that. He crouched at the hillside's exposed face and pressed both palms against the stone, barehanded, no gloves. The way he worked geological readings now that the heaven's root capability had made the experience navigable rather than overwhelming. The root memory of the stone opened under his hands. 40 million years of compression, the slow patience of rock, and then, 800 years ago, the thin bright thread of deliberate cultivation chi, placed there by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. He stayed with it for a moment. The thread was not the founding generation's lineage. Different hands, different technique, but the same intent, the same understanding of geological chi accumulation and how to deepen it. Someone in this region had been doing this work 800 years ago, without any connection to the valley. He took his hands off the stone and stood. What did you find? Instructor Hua asked. Someone was here before you. He wiped the dust from his palms. 800 years ago, they were working the same methodology the founding generation used. They stopped. I can't read why from the stone. But the base is here. This location already has chi accumulation history. Jia Lihong was standing 10 meters away, studying the hillside with her eyes closed and her arms loose at her sides, the posture she used for resonance cultivation reading, which for her was less a technique than a listening. She had not spoken for 20 minutes. Now she said, left side of the exposure. There's a hollow sound in the chi signature, like a room that was furnished and then emptied. You looked at her. She opened her eyes. That's what it feels like. I don't know if that's accurate. It's accurate, he said. The prior cultivation was maintained for approximately 40 years and then discontinued. The chi accumulated there stayed. It's the same pattern as the founding generation's backup valley, deliberate preparation, then abandonment before completion. He turned to Instructor Hua. This is a better starting site than any of the 3 locations your preliminary survey identified. It already has depth. You won't be building from nothing. Instructor Hua made notes. The other 3 surveyors discussed something among themselves in low voices. Jia Lihong came to stand beside Mew and looked at the hillside with the thoughtful expression she wore when she was cataloging something that had surprised her. We've been working together for 2 years, she said quietly, so the surveyor team didn't hear. And I didn't know until this morning that this was the job. Mew looked at her. What did you think the job was? Stopping bad things. She tilted her head at the hillside. What we're doing now isn't stopping anything. It's starting something. Is that a problem? She thought about it for a moment with the directness she brought to every genuine question. Then she shook her head. No, it's better. The survey team worked through the afternoon. By evening, they had identified 2 more viable sites within a day's travel, both showing the same deep chi accumulation properties. One of them, Jia Lihong reported, had a resonance quality that felt like a note looking for a chord. Not the same chord as the valley's network, but the same musical principle. The founding generation had been right about the geological methodology. Other practitioners, in other regions, had found their way to the same approach and had not known anyone else was doing it. The work was always happening, Mew said, reading the second site's root memory at dusk. We just didn't know where to look. Chapter 137. He returned to the valley alone for the final assessment. Jia Lihong stayed with the survey team for the second site's full geological reading. She was better at the resonance mapping now than she had been 2 months ago, and Instructor Hua's team needed someone who could feel what they were measuring. Mew left early in the morning, took the southern path that ran through the cultivated forest the valley community had established as a perimeter extension, and arrived at the valley's center by late afternoon. The valley was different from when he had first arrived. He knew it would be. He had been expecting it. But knowing and arriving were different things, and the difference registered in the way the chi met him at the valley's edge, not the flat deadness of the contaminated period, not the thin returning thread of the early remediation phase, but something fully present and itself. Dense. The specific density of a place that had been carefully tended for a long time and knew what it was. He sat in the valley's center and placed his hands in the soil. The heavens root reading opened like a door he had learned the key to by living in the house. The geological layers came up in sequence, oldest to newest, the deep strata of 40 million years of formation. Then the deliberate cultivation chi the founding generation had placed here, patient and precise as planted seed. Then the 800 years of slow development, the careful accumulation, the resonance growing in the way of things that are not hurried. Then the poisoning, a layer that read like scar tissue in the geological record, dense and distinct. Then the remediation. Then now, the scar was there. He had expected it not to be, had half hoped that enough time and careful work would smooth it away entirely, restore the geological record to something like its pre-poisoning state. But scars didn't disappear. They became part of the structure. The valley's chi accumulation history now included the contamination period and the clearing and the reconstruction, and those layers were as real as the founding generation's original cultivation chi. What he had not expected was the way the scar had changed the valley's resonance character. The founding generation had designed the valley for a specific cultivation tone, a clear, sustained note in the geological chi field, intended to harmonize with the other 6 sites in the network. The scar had changed the tone slightly. Not worse. Not better. Different. A small complexity in the resonance that had not been there before, a minor harmonic that the original design had not included. He read it carefully for a long time. It was real. It was consistent. It was present in the network's chord when the root anchor resonated. He could feel it now, the slight richness that the other 5 sites did not have, a quality that made the whole chord slightly more present than the founding generation's mathematical design had produced. The valley had grown past its damage into something the founders had not planned for. He sat there for 3 days. On the second day, xianxia's cultivation apprentices came to do their morning herb tending and worked around him without comment, which was the specific courtesy of people who had been watching him read things for 2 years. On the third day, Fenjinbo walked out to check on him and stood for a moment, assessed that he was functional, and walked back. No words. Fenjinbo's whole relationship to words was efficient. By the third afternoon, he had read the valley completely. Every layer, every accumulated cultivation chi signature, every generation of tending that had contributed to what it currently was. The founding generation's work was there, 12 generations deep. The contamination was there. Ning's careful botanical work from the past months was there. Yun Qingshan's 2 years before Mu arrived, working without the antidote, trying to understand the poison with the tools she had. That was there too. All of it was there. The valley kept everything. Chapter 138. On the third evening, after the apprentices had gone in for the night, he sat with his hands still in the soil and was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "Thank you." He did not know if this was cultivation practice or habit or something he had invented because he needed to say it out loud, and there was no one present to say it to. Possibly all 3. He had spent 2 years asking places to tell him what they knew, and they had told him, patiently and precisely, and it seemed appropriate to acknowledge that. "You healed where you were tended," he said. Even when the tending was difficult and the conditions were wrong, and the people doing it weren't certain they were doing it correctly. The soil was warm under his palms in the autumn evening. The warmth of a place that had been carefully cultivated for a long time, the specific thermodynamic signature of deep chi accumulation. "You also healed when Ning did the tending, which I assume you could tell was complicated for everyone, including Ning." He paused. "The valley doesn't keep track," I said. "I believe I was right. You grew where you were grown in, regardless." The evening chi moved through the valley. Not wind exactly, more circulation, the network's resonance expressing itself in the ambient field. The 5-node chord was present in it, incomplete and real. "The founding generation built you expecting damage," he said. "They encoded the durability in before the wound. I didn't understand that at first. I thought resilience was a property of the material. But you can't build resilience into a thing. You can build a thing that has enough depth to survive damage and grow through it. That's different." He listened to the circulation. "They grew you deep enough." A footstep behind him. He didn't turn around. He knew the footfall. Yin Qingshan sat down beside him. Not close enough to touch. She had learned his boundaries around incidental contact in the first week of working together and had never violated them since. She sat with her hands on her knees, looking at the herbs in the evening light. She had been here before he arrived. She would be here after he left. She had tried to treat the contamination for 2 years with the tools she had, without the antidote, without knowing the botanical source, working from the same methodical commitment to the valley's well-being that had made her the right person to be here when he came. If she had not maintained those 2 years of close observation, his reconstruction would have taken longer. The valley's recovery would have been slower. She had done this work without anyone asking her to, and without anyone knowing to ask. He said, The enhancement effect in the children. She said, yes. Your 2 years of documentation showed the toxin's behavior pattern in the chi field. Without that, I would have missed the enhancement mechanism entirely. I know. She was quiet for a moment. I didn't document it so you could find it. I documented it because it was there. I know, he said. They sat together in the valley's cultivation chi until the last light went and the network's resonance was the only thing audible in the full dark. 5 nodes in a chord that the founding generation had designed to fill the region, present and incomplete and growing. Chapter 139 Departure was 3 days of organized leaving. Scholar Wei Canlon received the final investigation documentation in a formal handoff that took 4 hours and produced 78 pages of index. Wei had the archivist's specific happiness of someone whose life work was proper documentation, receiving material that was thoroughly and precisely documented. When it was done, he said, "You know I will read your decision process notes every year." Mu said, "That was the intention." Wei said, "Good," and began indexing immediately because he was already somewhere else in his mind. Yin Qingshan received the full antidote methodology update, 3 refinements Mu had developed in the final months, including an improvement to the enhancement effect application for adult practitioners. She added them to the distributed archive registration without comment and then said, "When you find the next place that needs this work," she stopped. "Start it again. Send me the geological survey notes before you go in. I want to know what you're working with." Mu said, "I will." He said goodbye to Fun Jinbua in the Elder's workroom, where Fun was reviewing the Valley Council's resource allocation for the winter growing period. They had spent 2 years in a working relationship that was exactly as warm as it needed to be and no warmer, which was Fun Jinbua's specific idiom of respect. The Elder looked up from his papers when Mu entered, and they talked for 15 minutes about the network's resonance stability through the winter season. And when Mu stood to leave, Fun Jinbua reached across the desk and shook his hand. His grip was firm and held for 1 second longer than a formal handshake required. He went back to the papers without saying anything. Shinbo was in the Valley's resonance cultivation practice group, not a senior member, not a junior, exactly as far along as 2 years of careful cultivation in the network's resonance would take a practitioner who had started from nothing and worked consistently. The carved rabbit was in a pouch at his belt, returned 4 months ago. He was 17 now. He had the specific calm of someone who had been afraid for a long time and was no longer afraid, not because the fear had been resolved, but because the thing that caused it had become familiar. The second external consultation, Mu said, "I heard about it." Shinbo's cultivation had an attentive quality to it. He listened to the valley's resonance with focused precision, not Jia Lihong's kinesthetic fluency, but a different version of the same thing. Is it the same kind of geological profile? Possibly. The survey team will know more in a week. You'll be teaching the founding generation's methodology to people who've never seen a valley like this one. Yes. Shinbo considered this. Good, he said, the way he always said things, as if the word contained its complete meaning without needing elaboration. He found Su Meiwei at the clinic in the late afternoon, which was her busiest hour. The resonance cultivation and enhanced medical sessions ran from mid-morning to evening, and the waiting area was always full by late afternoon. He stood at the door rather than interrupt. She saw him, finished with her current patient, and came to the doorway. "I'll be 3 weeks on the first consultation," he said. "Probably 2 months on the full survey cycle." "I know." She had known since he announced the departure date. "Can I write to you about the clinic's progress?" He said, "Yes." She nodded in the brisk, decisive way she had when a practical question had received a practical answer. Then she said, "My father will visit next month. When his restriction expires. He's not going to ask to work here. I know. But he's going to want to know what the work is." She looked at the waiting area, at the practitioners sitting quietly with their cultivation chi settling from the session. "I'll tell him it helps people. That's what matters," Mu said. She went back to her patients. He walked back toward the main building to finish his packing. Chapter 140 The morning he left was overcast, the kind of sky that holds its light behind cloud and makes colors more present rather than less. The valley's herbs were dense and autumn gold in their rows. The network's resonance was audible to him at heaven's root rank, not heard with ears but felt in the chi field, the way bone-deep cold is felt rather than measured. 5 nodes in the chord. The root anchor's lower frequency beneath them. Incomplete in the mathematical sense. Present in every sense that mattered. Jia Lihong was waiting at the valley's northern path with both their packs, because she had packed faster and saw no reason to wait. She had a cultivator's pack, light, organized, everything with a function. She had been traveling since she was 20, and it showed in the pack's construction. All weight centered low, nothing dangling. They walked north. The valley was behind them within an hour. The network's resonance stayed audible. It would for another half-day's travel, he estimated, before the distance exceeded his heaven's route capability. He read the path out of habit, the route memories of a well-traveled road, layered with everyone who had walked it before, seasons of foot traffic and animal passage, and the slow accumulation of a way that has been used until it knows it's a way. He read the roots of a roadside oak and found 40 years of growth, 1 major drought, 2 lightning events, and 3 cultivators who had stopped to eat beneath it within living memory. He read a cluster of wild medicine plants and found the specific mineral composition of this soil, which matched the 3rd recoverable site's profile, which meant the network's resonance was already influencing soil chemistry in the uncultivated range between sites. He put his hands in his pockets. The path continued under his feet. The sky continued above. The oak's root memory faded behind him, and the next trees began at the edge of his awareness, and he let it pass without reading it. At some point in the late morning, he stopped reading. Not a decision, just a cessation. The path was a path. The trees were trees. The cultivation chi in the ambient air was the particular richness of a region whose soil had been improving for 2 years and would continue improving without anyone directing it. He walked. Zhao Hong, 2 steps ahead, noticed. She said nothing. She kept walking. After a moment she adjusted her pace, so they were side by side, and they walked together through the middle hours of the day without speaking, which was the specific companionship of people who have worked in difficult conditions together long enough that silence is not absence but presence. The first external network consultation was 2 days' travel north. The geological survey team from the neighboring sect was already at the second site, mapping the chi accumulation properties with their instruments and with instructor Hua's careful attention. The founding generation's methodology was in the public archive and could be read by any forest speaker rank or above. The valley would continue to be tended by Yunqing Shan and her apprentices, and by Ning Xiaoyu, and by the resonance cultivation practitioners who had been developing there for 2 years. The archive would be maintained by Scholar Wei. Somewhere north of the first external site, a second region's geological survey was in early planning, a request that had come in while Mu was finishing his departure preparations, 2 sentences long, asking if the methodology could be adapted for a different geological substrate. He would read the substrate when he got there. The synthesis ghost, in their one unprosecuted deployment region, was building something. What it was, no one yet had a name for. Mu had filed it under present and developing, the same category as any root memory that required more growth to be readable. The founding generation's geological message, at the root tanker's deepest layer, had referenced cultivation memory seeding, the technique of embedding root memories in geological sites deliberately, placing knowledge in stone the way someone places a seed in soil. He had not investigated it yet. He would. The road was warm under his feet in the overcast autumn morning. The network's resonance was present and fading gently with distance, the way a voice fades when you walk away from someone who is continuing to speak. Still audible. Still there. He walked, and did not read, and listened. If this story of deciding who deserves healing moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments. We want to know who you would have chosen. Subscribe and ring the bell so you don't miss what grows next. Until the root memory finds you, fellow cultivators.